Chapter 440. The battle between Guifeng and Mu Hanxin was several times more intense than the battle between Shifang and Mu Hanxin. In the sky, Sword Intense and Palm Intense were shuttling. But Li Fuqin could see that in terms of pure attack power, Mu Hanxin was stronger than Guifeng. After all, Mu Hanxin's Palm Intent was already materialized while Guifeng's Sword Intent wasn't materialized yet. This was the power of Earth-class martial arts. The intent could materialize and increase the lethality. Furthermore, the mysticism contained within was far superior to mystic-class martial arts. Of course, Guifeng wasn't weak either. His Sky Dragon sword art was very close to Earth-class low-tier sword arts. It was just like how Li Fuqin was able to push the meteor sword art from mystic-class low-tier to mystic-class peak-tier. As long as one had enough perception and was willing to spend time, the martial arts grade could be increased. Bang! After sending Guifeng flying with a palm strike, Mu Hanxin said, "Elder Gu, you aren't a match for me. Receive another sword move from me." Sky Dragon Sword Art, Rage of the Sky Dragon. Guifeng yelled out and brandished his gorgeous longsword. Countless sword lights gathered together and formed a giant dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. This giant dragon had both prowess and it was obvious that it had materialized the sword intent. What a great Earth-class sword move! How could Mu Hanxin not see that Guifeng's sword move had materialized the sword intent and the power was completely different from the previous sword moves? With both palms, Mu Hanxin burst out with the extreme cold palm intent and froze the void. Bang 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 bang, in the sky, there was a burst of hail and overflowing sword chi. Boom! Guifeng was still a step behind and was forced to take a step back. But Mu Hanxin's body merely shook and he had a greater advantage. "Elder Gu, thank you for letting me win." Mu Hanxin cupped his fist and had a face of admiration. He had cultivated the dark cold palm art for many years and was actually only slightly superior. It was imaginable how profound Mu Hanxin's sword Dao proficiency was. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Elder Mu?" Li Fuqin asked. Everyone went silent in response. Even if Mu Hanxin's current combat strength was inferior to Yu Lai and Gu Yun, he wasn't that much inferior. They weren't confident they could defeat Mu Hanxin. Since that is the case, the Vice Alliance leaders shall be Elder Su and Elder Mu. Li Fuqin immediately made the decision. Wait! The great elder of the Dolin family, Xiahou Wu, stood out. Why? Does Elder Xiahou want to challenge Elder Mu? Li Fuqin looked over. Xiahou Wu shook his head with a smile. Elder Mu is not my opponent, the opponent I want to challenge is you. You want to challenge me? Li Fuqin laughed. He could tell that Xiahou Wu's strength was very strong, even stronger than Yu Lai and Gu Yun. This was because of the tyrannical energy in his body. If he guessed correctly, that overbearing power should be battle spirit energy. Moreover, it was battle spirit energy that was stimulated to the limit. It was likely that the embryonic form of the divine ability had begun to form. Of course, even if the opponent developed the battle spirit divine ability, Li Fuqin was confident he could defeat the opponent. Although they were known to be invincible in the same realm after developing their divine abilities, unfortunately, their cultivation techniques and martial arts had to keep up. Elder Xiahou, the alliance leader isn't someone that you can challenge as you wish. If you want to challenge the alliance leader, you have to get past me first. Mu Hanxin had already submitted to Li Fuqin and naturally wouldn't allow Xiahou Wu to challenge Li Fuqin casually. To deal with you, I only need one move. Xiahou Wu stood with his hands behind his back. Boasting shamelessly, bring it on. Mu Hanxin stared at Xiahou Wu coldly from outside the palace. Since that is the case, I shall let you see my Xiahou Wu's strength. Xiahou Wu flew out of the palace and stood in front of Mu Hanxin. Originally, if Li Fuqin didn't kill Yu Lai and Gu Yun, Xiahou Wu was preparing to contest for the alliance leader's position. But it wasn't too late now. Even if he couldn't defeat Li Fuchen, as long as he could fight evenly with Li Fuchen or was just slightly inferior, Li Fuchen believed that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to monopolize the alliance leader's position. Boom! The duo's first clash was earth-shaking and the surging chi waves nearly shattered the White Cloud Mountain. Amidst the chi waves, a figure was sent flying. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was Mu Hanxin. Mu Hanxin's eyes were extremely grave. He didn't expect for Xiahou Wu's battle spirit power to be so powerful. Not only was his dark cold palm intent unable to approach Xiahou Wu, but it was also repelled by Xiahou Wu, causing his palm to feel numb. Elder Mu, if it was in the past, I would definitely not be a match for you. But a few months ago, I have already developed my battle spirit power to the extremity and produced the fledgling stage of the divine ability. As Xiahou Wu spoke, his body suddenly burst out with a yellow radiance. Battle Spirit Divine Abilities Fledgling Stage. Battle Spirit Tyrant Body. Fledgling Stage of Divine Ability. Mu Hanxin had an unpleasant expression. Those who grasped divine abilities were all extremely powerful existences and were considered invincible in the same realm. Xiahou Wu might only have grasped the fledgling stage of the divine ability, but it was already incredible. Receive another palm strike from me. Mu Hanxin wasn't willing to accept it and sent a palm strike at Xiahou Wu. In the void, a black palm that was emitting boundless cold chi froze the void and instantly appeared in front of Xiahou Wu. For this palm strike, Mu Hanxin had already exerted his full strength and didn't hold back. Just in time. Xiahou Wu laughed heartily and executed a fist strike. Bang! The black palm instantly exploded and the materialized cold underworld palm intent struck on Xiahou Wu's body. It was only able to shake the yellow radiance slightly, but Mu Hanxin wasn't able to withstand Xiahou Wu's fist force. His body shook violently and he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. The Battle Spirit Tyrant Body was the fledgling stage of the divine ability and it didn't just increase the defense. It contained mystical laws and was extremely mystical. When executing a fist with the Battle Spirit Tyrant Body, the fist force would also contain mystical laws. If one had to describe it, the Battle Spirit Tyrant Body was similar to the Earth-class body refinement intent and was extremely tyrannical. Of course, Xiahou Wu's Battle Spirit Tyrant Body was only at the fledgling stage of the divine ability. If he completely grasped the Battle Spirit Tyrant Body, it was unknown how powerful it would be. Elder Mu, you may stand down. Li Fuchen sized up Xiahou Wu with some interest. This was the first time he saw a divine ability, even though it was only at the fledgling stage. Alliance leader, please enlighten me. Xiahou Wu's mouth formed an arc as he smiled and said. Elder Xiahou, it doesn't matter if you are a match for me. You will definitely have a spot as the deputy alliance leader. Of course, if you defeat me, I will give up the alliance leader position to you too. Li Fuchen flashed and appeared outside the palace hall. In response, everyone else walked out of the palace hall. Inside the palace hall, they might be able to use their awareness to observe the commotion outside, but how could it be comparable to using their naked eyes to observe with their awareness? Alright. Xiahou Wu was delighted. With Li Fuchen's statement, he was at ease. After all, he didn't have absolute confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. If he was inferior to Li Fuchen and Li Fuchen bore a grudge against him, it would be very bad. In the sky above the White Cloud Mountain, violent winds were biting cold and lightning were constantly striking down from the dark clouds like snakes. Li Fuchen and Xiahou Wu were 1 mile apart as they stood in the sky. Alliance leader, be careful. Xiahou Wu's body was emitting a golden halo that was getting brighter while a tyrannical chi presence rushed into the sky. Just do your best. Li Fuchen felt that Xiahou Wu's Battle Spirit Tyrant Body should be similar to the mountain-shaking elephant's innate ability, the Battle Heaven Tyrant Body. When in the Tyrant Body state, the essence, chi, and spirit would be at the extremity. At the same time, be it defense, attack, or speed, they would all be greatly enhanced. In the void, a dazzling yellow light suddenly appeared. Within the radiance, Xiahou Wu blasted a fist at Li Fuchen at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. This fist was extremely concentrated with essence, qi, and spirit. This fist contained an indestructible intent. When this fist was executed, the void seemed to have frozen. A tyrannical intent enveloped Li Fuchen while the fist was constantly enlarging in Li Fuchen's eyes. The power of law contained within is much stronger than the mountain-shaking elephant's battle heaven tyrant body. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. The mountain-shaking elephant was already very powerful. After executing his innate ability, the battle heaven tyrant body, his strength was even stronger and he was much stronger than Yu Lai and Gu Yun. Xiahou Wu wasn't considered especially powerful, but after executing the fledgling divine ability, the battle spirit tyrant body, his strength had actually surpassed Yu Lai and Gu Yun. It was imaginable how powerful the fledgling divine ability, the battle spirit tyrant body was. It was definitely superior to the mountain-shaking elephant's battle heaven tyrant body. It was a pity that if Li Fuchen could suppress the mountain-shaking elephant with ease, he could naturally suppress Xiahou Wu with ease too. Li Fuchen didn't draw the joint heaven sword as he wanted to defeat Xiahou Wu convincingly. When the scarlet blood sword was drawn, the ardent sun qi turned into the bronze sword qi. Together with the blazing flame power and dragon elephant power, they surged into the scarlet blood sword. Clang! Li Fuchen cleaved on Xiahou Wu's fist. The originally confident Xiahou Wu had a violent change in expression after making contact with this sword. The power contained in this sword was too horrific and it was simply overwhelming. PFFF. Like a flickering candle flame, Xiahou Wu's battle spirit tyrant body state was immediately extinguished. The sinister glove on his fist was also shattered. Xiahou Wu vomited fresh blood violently and was sent flying. A single sword and Xiahou Wu was defeated. He was defeated just like that. Apart from Mu Hanxin, everyone else was flabbergasted. Xiahou Wu could defeat Mu Hanxin with ease, Mu Hanxin could defeat Shi Fang with ease, but Li Fuchen defeated Xiahou Wu with a single sword. What kind of strength was this? Only Mu Hanxin knew that Li Fuchen's strength was far beyond this. If Li Fuchen took out that upgraded sword, just the sword prowess would be enough to scare Xiahou Wu away and cause Xiahou Wu to lose the will to fight. Li Fuchen shook his head as Xiahou Wu actually wanted to have close combat with him. Didn't he know that close combat was Li Fuchen's strongest combat strength? Let alone one Xiahou Wu, even 4 Xiahou Wus wouldn't be enough. The Eternal Spring Valley's Supreme Grand Elder, Su Yuanhe took a deep breath and let out a bitter laugh. His original dissatisfaction was completely gone. What a joke. Li Fuchen's strength wasn't just 1 level stronger than him, it was at least 2 levels stronger. If he was in Li Fuchen's shoes, he wouldn't be given the position of alliance leader. Giving him the position of vice alliance leader was already giving him high regard. Alliance leader's sword art is matchless. This old man, Su Yuanhe, is impressed. Su Yuanhe cupped his fist and said respectfully. Alliance leader's matchless sword art is our 100 sects alliance's blessing. The rest of the people came back to their senses and cupped their fists respectfully. If they still had some thoughts before, they didn't have any thoughts now. In the face of absolute strength, any thoughts were unnecessary and laughable. Mu Hanxin sneered. These people knew to lower their heads now. Sheathing the scarlet blood sword, Li Fuchen said, I said it before. It doesn't matter if Elder Xiahou wins or loses, he will still have a spot as the Vice Alliance leader. Right now, I shall appoint Elder Xiahou as the 3rd Vice Alliance leader. Does anyone have any objections? We have no objections. Chapter 441. After confirming the Alliance's roles, Li Fuchen made a request as the Alliance leader. Everyone, I need spirit stones to cultivate. If you can provide a certain amount of spirit stones, I promise that in the next few years, I will give each of you 1 or 2 low-tier Earth-class tools. Of course, the more spirit stones you provide, the sooner you will get the low-tier Earth-class tool. Next, please send me a private message. After thinking for a moment, Li Fuchen said, of course, if anyone doesn't trust this alliance leader will not force you and will not make things difficult for you. Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen smiled and glanced at everyone. In the palace hall, there was silence. Everyone was thinking about the credibility of Li Fuchen's words. The White River Sect's Supreme Grand Elder took a glance at Mu Hanxin and the Earth-class low-tier gloves. He gritted his teeth and transmitted a message to Li Fuchen, Alliance Leader, my White River Sect is willing to contribute 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It didn't matter if Li Fuchen was a man of his words, he had to fight for it. His White River Sect was a first-rate sect. If he could have a low-tier Earth-grade weapon, it would be enough for him to gain a foothold among the top powerhouses. In other words, if Li Fuchen had deceived him, he would at most lose 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. To the White River Sect, it wasn't considered a huge loss. However, if he hadn't lied to him, then he would have profited greatly. Earth-level low-tier equipment, in the East Lin continent, cannot be bought with spirit stones, is a priceless treasure. Alright, I wonder what type of Earth-class low-tier equipment you require. Li Fuchen transmitted a message to the White River Sect's Supreme Grand Elder. The White River Sect's Supreme Grand Elder revealed a delighted expression. Since Li Fuchen asked in such detail, it meant that he was reliable. He quickly transmitted a message, I will definitely want a weapon for the first item. A great spear or a pike will do. No problem. Li Fuchen nodded. Leader, our flourishing school is willing to offer 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. My Thunderbolt sect is willing to offer 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. None of the top 10 factions spoke. The ones who spoke first were the first-rate sects or the few remaining second-rate sections. As for the third-rate sects, they had either been destroyed by the demonic path forces, surrendered to the demonic path forces, or became the vassals of the large sections. They were not qualified to participate in the Alliance Conference. Soon, the top 10 forces could no longer hold themselves back. Alliance Master, our 3 Absolute Palace is willing to pay 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Golden Absolute Palace is willing to pay 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. High Heaven Sword Sect bids 180,000 low-rank spirit stones. The Sky Dragon Sword Sect offers 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Eternal Spring Valley bids 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the voices echoed in his ears, the smile on Li Fuchen's face was getting brighter. He didn't expect these sects to be so rich. Just the low-grade spirit stones from a top-notch sect was enough for him to return to the 7-color continent. But thinking about it, it was normal. The East Unicorn continent might be barren and there weren't many spirit stone veins, but everyone here was a pinnacle existence that controlled a region. It was easy for them to take out 100,000 to 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the 7-color continent, a major clan in a city would be able to take out 10,000 to 20,000 low-grade spirit stones by clenching their teeth. The East Unicorn continent sect forces, if they clenched their teeth, they could probably take out 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for whether it would affect the operation of the sect, it was unknown. After all, every Heaven Dipper realm martial artist in the sect would be given out low-grade spirit stones. Reincarnation realm martial artists would also need low-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Apart from that, some of the places in the sect that were covered with arrays, especially the sect protection array, would require spirit stones to operate. If the array relied on thin heaven and earth chi, the effects of the array would be greatly reduced. My Thunder God sect is willing to pay 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Mystic Tools sect is willing to pay 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Finally, the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect each reported a number. These two sects had a feud with Li Fuchen, therefore, they were certain that Li Fuchen wouldn't give them Earth-class low-tier equipment. But they were afraid that Li Fuchen would settle the score later, therefore, they had no choice but to report a number that wasn't considered too much, but wasn't considered too little either. There was a total of 36 sects, and Li Fuqian calculated in his heart. The 36 sects had contributed a total of 4.08 million low-grade spirit stones. This was an extremely appalling number, and in the seven-color continent, most of the battle spirit realm masters weren't as wealthy as him. There was no other choice. Battle spirit realm masters had to rely on themselves to earn spirit stones, but Li Fuqian could rely on the entire continent to earn spirit stones. This was a profitable business. It was as if he had picked it up for free. Li Fuqian was bursting with joy in his heart. After everyone finished transmitting their messages, Li Fuqian said seriously, "For the first batch, I will offer 5 Earth-class low-tier equipment. The sects that will receive them are the Wind Snow Sect, Eternal Spring Valley, High Heaven Sword Sect, White River Sect, and the Thunderbolt Sect. Everyone, please wait for the good news. In addition, I will also gift some Earth-class low-tier elixirs to the rest of the sections. It will be helpful for your cultivation or the cultivation of the heart. As for the Earth-class low-tier equipment, all of you will have to wait a little longer." Li Fuqian wasn't going to satisfy everyone at once. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. He had to whet their appetites in order to make them obedient. If he was to satisfy everyone at once, there might be some other problems. In addition, the White River Sect and the Thunderbolt Sect might not be offering as many spirit stones as the other elite factions, but Li Fuqian intentionally placed them as the first batch. It was to stimulate the other factions, especially these elite factions. While speaking, Li Fuqian took out an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor from his storage bag and handed it to Mu Hanxin. "I just happen to have an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor here." On the seven-color continent, Li Fuqian had obtained plenty of Earth-class low-tier artifact armors and weapons, but he had basically sold them for low-grade spirit stones. This Earth-class low-tier artifact armor was from the Scarlet Fire Fist. The gloves that Li Fuqian gifted to Mu Hanxin were also from the Scarlet Fire Fist. Artifact armor? Mu Hanxin was delighted. With the gloves, even if his strength wasn't top 10 in the East Unicorn continent, he would at least be top 15. With this Earth-class low-tier artifact armor, his overall strength would at least be top 10. If he was to go against Xiahou Wu again, he would at least have a chance and wouldn't be easily injured. Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. Including Su Yuanhe and Xiahou Wu, everyone had envious expressions. They didn't even have Earth-class low-tier weapons, but Mu Hanxin had an artifact armor. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. But there was no other choice as Mu Hanxin was too close to Li Fuqian. "Congratulations, Elder Mu." The various sect supreme elders were looking at the artifact armor in Mu Hanxin's hands with passionate eyes. "Ha, same to you." Mu Hanxin grinned and laughed heartily. "Alright, the Alliance Conference has ended. Everyone, return and prepare the spirit stones." Li Fuqian waved his hand and ended the conference. For the next few days, he was going to make a trip back to the seven-color continent. Of course, before returning, he had to wait for the various sects to deliver the low-grade spirit stones. 1 week later, the various sects had all delivered their spirit stones over. Some of the sects changed their minds at the last minute and said that they wanted to contribute more low-grade spirit stones, hoping that Li Fuqian would put them in the second batch. Li Fuqian naturally wouldn't reject them. As such, the original 4.08 million low-grade spirit stones had turned into 4.6 million low-grade spirit stones. With so many low-grade spirit stones, I can make over 20 trips. After consuming 210,000 low-grade spirit stones, the teleportation board's energy pool was filled up. Li Fuqian activated the energy pool and turned into a stream of light that vanished from the East Unicorn continent. Seven-color continent, Violet Flower Kingdom, South Forest City. In a single day, more than half of the Earth-class low-tier equipment in the South Forest City had been bought. At the same time, half of the Earth-class elixirs in the Violet Flower Kingdom had been bought. With a massive amount of spirit stones, Li Fuqian bought whatever he saw that was useful. Some were for the various sects, some were for the Azure Water sect, some were for the Li clan. Of course, the most valuable items were naturally for himself. After a final calculation, just the Earth-class low-tier equipment had cost Li Fuchen 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. Because Li Fuchen had bought 150 items, 80 of them were weapons and 70 of them were artifact armors. Weren't the demonic 10 regions powerful and tyrannical evil Dao factions? For the next few years, once the 100 Sects Alliance was equipped with Earth-class low-tier equipment, they would be able to suppress the two major factions. As for the elite few, Li Fuchen would just need to delay them. One day later, Li Fuchen activated the teleportation board and returned to the East Unicorn continent again. Let's wait a little longer. I will give them the Earth-class low-tier equipment after a few more days. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to start the Second Alliance conference. The spirit stones used for the two teleportations and the spirit stones used to fill up the chi pool have cost a total of 630,000. With the addition of the spirit stones used for the purchases, I have spent a total of 2 million spirit stones. Spirit stones are truly used up quickly. Looking at the 6 million low-grade spirit stones piled up in the wrist guard spatial zone, this was the first time Li Fuchen felt that the teleportation board was a divine artifact and he could be considered a continent merchant. If he relied on himself, he didn't know when he would be able to accumulate a few million low-grade spirit stones. 200 Vajra elixirs and 200 body forging golden elixirs should be able to increase my body refinement by another level. 400 Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs had cost Li Fuchen 440,000 low-grade spirit stones. In fact, without relying on the body refinement elixirs, Li Fuchen's body refinement was also slowly increasing. After consuming the elixirs, Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power was increased to 25,000 strands. Right now, it was already 26,000 strands. Body refinement martial artists might consume resources, but they wouldn't consume resources as much as Li Fuchen. It was mainly because Li Fuchen's spirit soul was too powerful and his awareness was also powerful. He was able to control more chi power or extraordinary chi power. If it was other body refinement martial artists, even if they had sufficient resources, they wouldn't be able to progress so quickly. It was because they wouldn't be able to control their chi power. If they forcefully consumed a large number of body refinement elixirs, it would only cause their chi power to mutate and cause their body to explode. Li Fuchen didn't have so many restrictions. As long as he had a way to remove the impurities in his body, he would be able to constantly use body refinement elixirs to increase his body refinement. The unrestrained increase in speed allowed Li Fuchen to consume resources that were a few times or even 10 times more than others on the body refinement path. After consuming the Vajra elixirs, Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power was rapidly increasing. 28,000 strands. 30,000 strands. 35,000 strands. 40,000 strands. 50,000 strands. 55,000 strands. In just a few days, Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power had climbed to 55,000 strands. Chapter 442. There are too many impurities. I have to remove them. As the dragon elephant power was doubled, Li Fuchen's chi blood was filled with impurities and it made Li Fuchen feel uncomfortable. After consuming Earth-class mid-tier elixirs to temper impurities, the impurities in Li Fuchen's body were rapidly reduced. After a few more days, Li Fuchen's body was only left with less than 10% of the impurities. A portion of the impurities were from the Vajra elixirs and the body-forging golden elixirs. There were also some impurities from the tempering elixirs. If Li Fuchen wanted to refine all the impurities, he would have to rely on himself. Of course, if there were a few Earth-class high-tier elixirs or one Earth-class peak-tier elixir, he would be able to reduce the impurities. But Earth-class high-tier elixirs wouldn't even appear in the market and couldn't be purchased with spirit stones. In just 1 week, the elixirs consumed are worth 500,000 spirit stones. Even if the impurities are all removed, I reckon I will need more than 2 million low-grade spirit stones to increase my cultivation to the next level. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. If he wanted to shorten the cultivation time, he had to rely on resources. If he didn't rely on elixirs, his body refinement would also be at this level, but it would be delayed by at least 5 years or even more than 10 years. Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish. His spirit soul was his advantage, just like those heavenly prodigies with body refinement bone frames. Why would they slow down their cultivation just to save resources? But even heavenly prodigies with body refinement bone frames wouldn't be able to improve without restrictions like Li Fuchen. Firstly, they wouldn't be able to control the sudden increase in body refinement. Secondly, they didn't have the Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapters. The higher the grade of the body refinement technique, the faster the body refinement martial artist's cultivation speed. Elder Mu, inform everyone that I am going to convene the Second Alliance Conference. On this day, Li Fuchen's voice was transmitted to Mu Hanxin. Yes, Alliance leader. Mu Hanxin immediately sent out the reincarnation realm experts from the Wind Snow sect to relay the message to the various factions. 1 week later, the Second Alliance Conference was held at the White River region's White Cloud Mountain. Inside the palace, all of the faction's supreme grand elders were present. Swish! Li Fuchen took out 4 Earth-class low-tier weapons and tossed them on the stone table. This is my spear. The White River region's supreme grand elder Xian Wuyuan reached out and a black gold spear landed in his hand. Buzz! After pouring his chi into the spear instantly burst with an invincible and piercing spear light. Fuchen, Xian Wuyuan was ecstatic. He had never thought that he would be able to get his hands on an Earth-grade low-rank long spear in such a short time. Compared to this long spear, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones was nothing. High Heaven Sword Sect's Supreme Grand Elder Hua Jianqiu also reached out and pulled the only Earth-grade low-rank artifact sword over. It was a green treasured sword. Once the sword was pulled out, the sharp sword chi skyrocketed, causing the entire interior of the palace to be filled with cold air and numb scalps. Alliance Leader Long, Alliance Leader. His basic strength was about the same as Sky Dragon Sword Sect's Supreme Grand Elder Guifeng, but Guifeng had a low-grade Earth-grade treasured sword while he didn't, so he had always been suppressed by Guifeng. The Eternal Spring Valley's Su Yuanhe and the Thunderbolt Sect's Tang Yuan also obtained Earth-class low-tier weapons. Su Yuanhe's mood was better than everyone present. He, Su Yuanhe, had already cultivated the Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, 8 Desolate Eternal Spring Technique to the highest rank and had grasped the 8 Desolate Eternal Spring Technique intent. His strength was already comparable to Mu Hanxin. With the Earth-class low-tier whip, his strength had reached an extremely horrific level. Apart from Li Fuchen, the evil king, and the petrified queen, he didn't fear anyone. In fact, if the Black Sky Sect ruins didn't open, he was confident he could contest with the evil king. It was a pity that the evil king had a bountiful harvest in the Black Sky Sect ruins and was much stronger than before. If he wasn't injured in the Mystic Tools sect, he would have already attacked the 100 Sects Alliance. Alliance leader, I wonder where did these Earth-class equipment come from? Xiahou Wu asked with an unbearable itch. Everyone looked at Li Fuchen in response. They were also very curious as they didn't know where Li Fuchen obtained so many Earth-class low-tier equipment. Li Fuchen knocked on the stone table with his finger, this is my secret and it isn't convenient to divulge it. In response, Xiahou Wu was rather disappointed. In his opinion, Li Fuchen must have found an ancient hidden domain. In this ancient hidden domain, there were plenty of ruins. If Xiahou Wu could enter this hidden domain, he wouldn't need to look at Li Fuchen's face. But if Li Fuchen didn't say it, Xiahou Wu couldn't do anything either as he couldn't force Li Fuchen to say it. In the entire continent, there was probably no one who could force Li Fuchen. After staring at Xiahou Wu until Xiahou Wu's hair stood on end, Li Fuchen shifted his gaze, those who didn't obtain any Earth-class low-tier equipment don't have to be anxious. I have some Earth-class low-tier elixirs here, one for each of you. Li Fuchen took out bottles of elixirs and distributed them to everyone. Everyone was looking forward to these Earth-class, low-tier elixirs. The East Unicorn continent's generation gap was too severe. Earth-class equipment and elixirs were all things that could only be encountered and not sought. If there were sufficient resources, they wouldn't be stuck at the reincarnation realm and would have already progressed to the battle spirit realm. Of course, the restriction of heaven and earth chi was also a major factor. 10 days had passed since the Second Alliance Conference. Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern was finally comprehended to 49%. Li Fuchen had a strong premonition that once he comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern to 50%, he would definitely be able to awaken the blazing flame divine ability. This step is probably the most difficult. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and immersed himself in the world of blazing flames. In the bone frame spatial zone, as Li Fuchen comprehended more blazing flame patterns, the blazing flame started to burn from the root of the blazing flame bone frame. Right now, the blazing flame was only at 49% and was just one step away from 50%. Li Fuchen didn't know that when he was comprehending the blazing flame patterns, the blue spirit soul in his mind finally had a trace of change. In the center of the blue spirit soul, there was a trace of pale purple that was created out of nothing. This pale purple was so pure and flawless. After being affected by the pale purple, the blue spirit soul had become transparent and there were traces of pure purple electric currents that were flickering. Li Fuchen, who was comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern, hadn't noticed the changes in his spirit soul. He only knew that his perception seemed to have improved a lot and there was a trace of connection with the blazing flame law. 49%. 49%. 49%. 49%. There was a frenzied flash of spirit light and the blazing flame on the blazing flame bone frame had finally burned to 50%. Boom! In the next moment, Li Fuchen felt that the blazing flame bone frame was absorbing the blazing flame power at a speed that was 10 times faster. If when comprehending 10% of the blazing flame patterns, the absorption of the blazing flame power would be 10 times faster than the initial speed, then 49% would be 50 times faster, and 50% would be 500 times faster. In almost every blink of the eye, Li Fuchen would see the fireball in the bone frame spatial zone getting bigger, and this fireball was the blazing flame power. At the same moment, inside the fireball, a blazing flame crystal was being produced. The blazing flame crystal was very flawless, so flawless that it looked a little illusory. On the surface of the blazing flame crystal, blazing flame patterns were rapidly extending. These blazing flame patterns weren't as mystical and profound as the blazing flame bone frame pattern, but they were self-contained and were similar to array patterns and martial patterns. A power that made contact with the blazing flame law spread out. This is the blazing flame divine ability. Li Fuchen was extremely curious. The blazing flame crystal was gradually condensing and emitting a stronger blazing flame wave. Li Fuchen had a feeling that once this blazing flame wave burst out, it would explode and incinerate everything. Swish! Li Fuchen soared into the sky and left the wind snow sect before arriving above the clouds. I wonder how powerful this blazing flame divine ability is. Li Fuchen's awareness entered the blazing flame crystal and tried to activate it. Blaze! Li Fuchen's body was instantly ignited with ferocious flames. His hair had turned into flames, his eyebrows had turned into flames, even his eyes had flames. Even his clothes were burning, but the strange thing was that his hair, eyebrows, eyes, and clothes weren't burned into ashes. It seemed like there was a law protecting them and the flames were only burning outside of the law. Blazing flame divine ability. Heart of blazing flame. The moment Li Fuchen activated the blazing flame crystal, he knew the name of this blazing flame divine ability. Go! Clenching his right fist, Li Fuchen blasted a fist forward. Huff huff huff. Immediately after, a blazing flame fist was blasted out and evaporated a large portion of the sea of clouds. The blazing flame fist was extremely scorching and extremely condensed. Because this blazing flame fist was produced by the blazing flame power. It was just like the relationship between martial arts and qi. When chi was blasted out, it would produce massive lethality. But after being activated by martial arts, the lethality would increase drastically. The blazing flame power was much more terrifying than chi, and the blazing flame divine ability was much more terrifying than regular earth-class martial arts. When the two were combined, the burst of power was obviously superior to Li Fuchen's previous strength. After drawing the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen wielded it with both hands and slashed. Blaze! The giant blazing flame sword chi split the surging sea of clouds into two. Its power was even superior to the blazing flame fist. The heart of blazing flame allows me to freely control the blazing flame power. I can use the blazing flame power to replace chi and burst out with stronger strength. Li Fuchen was surging with emotions. Before this, he wasn't able to burst out with too much blazing flame power at once. Because the blazing flame power was too violent, and if he used too much, it would easily burn his meridians and destroy his flesh. But after awakening the heart of blazing flame, Li Fuchen was able to control the blazing flame power perfectly. With the enhancement of the heart of blazing flame, he would be able to burst out with even more terrifying power. In other words, only by awakening the divine ability, would he be able to control extraordinary power or special power perfectly. However, the blazing flame divine ability is unable to be combined with chi and martial arts. When executing the blazing flame divine ability, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to burst out with chi, execute martial arts, or use secret techniques. The blazing flame power could only be combined with the blazing flame divine ability. It would repel all other powers and methods. The blazing flame power is still too little. 2 attacks have exhausted half of the blazing flame power. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile while looking at the fireball that had shrunk to half its original size in the bone frame spatial zone. Chapter 443. That's right, I obviously felt that my perception had increased by a lot, therefore, I was able to awaken the blazing flame divine ability, Heart of Blazing Flame. What exactly is going on? Li Fuchen's awareness entered his mind. The instant he saw the spirit soul sphere, Li Fuchen finally understood why his perception had suddenly increased. At the start, his spirit soul was gray, then it turned into light green, green, light blue, blue. Right now, his blue spirit soul had a smear of pale purple. It meant that the next spirit soul color would be the purple element spirit soul. Is my spirit soul going to evolve? Li Fuchen's mood was even more excited than when he awakened the blazing flame divine ability. The blazing flame divine ability was ultimately an external power, while the spirit soul was the most fundamental existence. With a stronger spirit soul, all other aspects would be enhanced. When he had the blue spirit soul, his perception was already far beyond the 6-star bone frame and was at least a 7-star bone frame. Li Fuchen couldn't imagine what level his perception would be at with the pale purple spirit soul. If my spirit soul didn't have any changes, my comprehension of the blazing flame pattern would probably be stuck at 49%. I would at most be able to comprehend the fledgling form of the divine ability. The difference between the fledgling form and the divine ability was rather huge. If Xiahou Wu's fledgling form could evolve into a true divine ability, his strength would probably be comparable with the Petrified Queen. The Petrified Queen was so powerful because she had awakened a powerful innate ability, the Petrify technique. In fact, the mountain-shaking elephant's Battle Heaven Tyrant body should also be very powerful, but Li Fuchen reckoned that the Battle Heaven Tyrant body should only be at the fledgling form of the innate ability and was similar to the fledgling form of the divine ability. Of course, the mountain-shaking elephant possessed the bloodline of the demonic king, mountain-pulling elephant, therefore, his foundation strength was very powerful. Once his Reign of Needles and Battle Heaven Tyrant body evolved into true innate abilities, his strength might even surpass the Petrified Queen and be comparable with the evil king. When the pale purple spirit soul appeared, Li Fuchen's perception had greatly increased and his comprehension speed of the blazing flame pattern had also increased significantly. 51%. 52%. 55%. After the blazing flame pattern was comprehended to 50%, every additional 10% would increase the speed of absorbing the blazing flame power by 10 times. At 55%, it would be 550 times. But even with an increase in perception, it was still rather difficult to cultivate the Green Sun Sword intent and High Heaven Sword art to the trance stage within a short period of time. After all, these two sword arts were Earth-class mid-tier sword arts. Even a Battle Spirit Realm Master wouldn't be able to comprehend the intent within a short period of time. Evil Domain, Evil Fist Sect. Rumble. Above the dark sky, thunder and lightning crisscrossed and the wind howled. These lightning bolts were all purplish-black in color, as if they had been affected by something. Not long after, the wind became even more violent, and the sky became darker. The thick dark clouds converged to form a black shadow, and an indescribable demonic aura suddenly exploded, engulfing the entire Evil Fist sect. Welcome back, Sect Master. Everyone from the Evil Fist sect congratulated in unison, their voices suppressing the sound of thunder. Help me send a message. 1 month later, I will challenge Li Fuchen. The location will be the 100 Battle Region's 100 Battle Plains. The Evil King's voice was like a clap of thunder in the clear sky. Yes. An elder of the Evil Fist sect nodded. In less than a month, the news of the Evil King challenging Li Fuchen had spread throughout the continent. The Evil King was the #1 expert of the East Unicorn continent. With his strength alone, he had deterred the demonic 10 regions and the 100 Sects Alliance. Li Fuchen was the most outstanding heavenly prodigy in the history of the East Unicorn continent. Before the age of 30, he already had the strength to suppress everyone. The battle between the two of them was said to be the pinnacle battle in the East Unicorn continent for the past few centuries. Whoever won would be the supreme existence of the continent. Once this news was spread out, the continent was in an uproar. At the Wind Snow sect, Mu Hanshin had a worried expression. The Evil King wasn't easy to deal with. The Evil King didn't just cultivate an Earth-class low-tier Evil Dao cultivation technique, he also cultivated an Earth-class low-tier Evil Dao martial art. After the Black Sky sect ruins was opened, he even obtained an Earth-class glove and an Earth-class cloak. No one knew how strong he was. Had it not been for his carelessness when he barged into the Mystic Tools sect and was severely injured by the Array Pagoda on the dilapidated battleship, before Li Fuchen returned, the 100 Sects Alliance might have already been conquered. Alliance leader, this battle is extremely treacherous. You must be fully prepared. Mu Hanshin reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded lightly, this battle will happen sooner or later. It just so happens that I wish to know how strong the Evil King is now. He wasn't confident that he could defeat the Evil King. Back at the Black Sky sect ruins, he had personally witnessed the Evil King obtaining a glove and a cloak. His silver-scaled armor was an Earth-class mid-tier artifact armor, it meant that the Evil King's glove and cloak were also Earth-class mid-tier. Of course, he might not be confident that he could defeat the Evil King, but it wasn't that easy for the Evil King to defeat him either. Elder Mu, here are 6 sets of equipment. Distribute them to Matriarch Shi and the other Supreme Elders. Li Fuchen took out 6 Earth-class low-tier weapons and 6 Earth-class low-tier artifact armors from his storage bag. The Wind Snow sect had a total of 7 individuals that were above the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm. They were the 6 Supreme Elders and the Wind Snow sect Matriarch Shi Huawei. All 7 of them cultivated the Dark Cold Palm art and weren't considered weak. After equipping the artifact armors and weapons, they would be able to resolve plenty of matters during crucial moments. So many Earth-class equipment. Mu Hanshin was shocked. He thought that during the Second Alliance Conference, Li Fuchen had already taken out all the Earth-class equipment and didn't expect for Li Fuchen to be hiding something. After thinking about it, everyone in the Alliance had their own thoughts. If it was Mu Hanshin, he wouldn't allow everyone to obtain Earth-class equipment at once. Li Fuchen had taken out 6 sets of Earth-class equipment at once, and it was enough to show that Li Fuchen was confident in the Wind Snow sect and treated them as his own people. Alliance leader, are you worried that a war might break out? After keeping the Earth-class equipment, Mu Hanxin asked with hesitation. Li Fuchen replied, I have to be on guard. During the battle between him and the evil king, all the elite experts would definitely be present. If he didn't prepare for the worst, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Alliance leader doesn't have to worry. The Wind Snow sect will pledge our lives to follow you. With these 6 sets of Earth-class equipment, Mu Hanxin was extremely confident. As long as it wasn't the evil king, the petrified queen, or the blood devil king, there was nothing to fear. In the blink of the eye, 1 month was up. On this day, at the 100 battle region's 100 battle planes, multiple figures flew over from the sky. The 100 battle region was the most chaotic region in the East Unicorn continent. At the same time, it was also the largest region in the East Unicorn continent. Its surface area was dozens of times bigger than the Azure Water region. This region was an ungoverned region. After the Evil Tao, the 100 Sects Alliance, and the demonic 10 regions split the world into 3, this region became the border of the 3 major factions. 100 Battle Plains, the border of the 100 Battle region. It was once one of the battlefields of the absolute experts. No one knew how powerful those absolute experts were back then and how strong they were. They only knew that after the 100 battle planes suffered the devastation from those absolute experts, it had become extremely dangerous. There were some extremely dangerous places that even reincarnation realm experts would be in danger. Swish swish swish. There were continuous air-piercing sounds. The first to arrive were the experts from the demonic 10 regions. They were the Petrified Queen, Blood Devil King, Mountain Shaking Elephant, Devil Pattern Tiger, Power Devil King, Horn Devil King, Ground Rat King, Winged Devil King, Green Devil King, and Grey Devil King. Each of them brought along a different number of subordinates. It is best if the Evil King and Li Fuchen suffer severe injuries. A terrifying existence with a rat head and human body emerged from the surface of the ground and grinned sinisterly. The Ground Rat King was the ruler of the Ground Rat region of the demonic 10 regions. He wasn't strong, but his survivability was extremely strong. If he focused on escaping, no one would be able to kill him. It is not enough for both sides to suffer severe injuries. It is best if one perishes and the other is on the verge of death. The Grey Devil King, who had grey skin and a body size of 40 feet, spoke. The Grey Devil King's strength was similar to the Horn Devil King. In the demonic 10 regions, the strongest individual was naturally the Petrified Queen. The Blood Devil King and the Mountain Shaking Elephant were on the same level, while the Devil Pattern Tiger and the Power Devil King were on the same level. As for the rest, their strength was almost the same. Do not underestimate the Evil King. His strength is probably at another level. The Petrified Queen had a grave expression. Before obtaining the gloves and cloak, the Evil King's strength was already superior to her. Although they didn't use their full strength back then and were merely probing each other. That's right. The Evil King is more worthy of our attention. I hope that Li Fuchen is strong enough. The Blood Devil King also had a grave expression. They are here. Just as the Blood Devil King finished speaking, there were continuous air-piercing sounds. The experts from the Evil Tao and the 100 Sects Alliance had arrived. On the side of the demonic path forces, the golden-masked Evil King led the way, his aura like that of a king descending upon the world. To his left was a pale old man with cold and merciless eyes. To his right was a majestic old man with red hair and red eyes. The 2 elders were the Evil King's left and right hands, the Extreme Yin Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor. Behind the trio, there were plenty of high-leveled reincarnation realm experts. The one with the silver mask was the Evil Fist Sect's high-leveled reincarnation realm expert. The rest were the Extreme Yin Cult and 10,000 Blood Cult's high-leveled reincarnation realm experts. All of them were at least at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. On the other side, the 100 Sects Alliance's experts led by Li Fuchen had also flown over. Li Fuchen was wearing green robes and had a long sword at his waist. He looked exceptionally graceful. Mu Hanxin was in high spirits as he flew on the left side of Li Fuchen. The Eternal Spring Valley's Supreme Grand Elder, Su Yuanhe, was smiling as he flew on the right side of Li Fuchen. Behind him were Hua Jianqiu, Guifeng, Xiahou Wu, and the others. The Hundred Sects Alliance's Qi presence seems a little different. The Blood Devil King couldn't help but comment. How is it different? I feel that it is about the same. It might be because of Li Fuchen's existence that they are more confident. The mountain-shaking elephant said with disdain. Apart from Li Fuchen, he didn't even bother about anyone else. When his eyes landed on Su Yuanhe, the mountain-shaking elephant's eyes flickered with murderous intent. During the previous battle, he had lost a descendant, but with Su Yuanhe obstructing him, he wasn't able to take revenge. Li Fuchen, if you surrender now, you still have a chance. Otherwise, my evil fist sect will eradicate your entire clan. On the right side of the evil king, one of the silver-masked individuals shouted. Courting death. The joint heaven sword was instantly unsheathed as Li Fuchen slashed. Thousands of sword lights were like radiant sunlight that instantly penetrated the silver-masked individual's body. Chapter 444. Puff puff puff, like a sieve, the silver-masked man died instantly. So strong. Grandmaster Zenith Yin and the Blood Ancestor were startled and apprehension appeared on their faces. Just from this sword art, the duo knew that they weren't a match for Li Fuchen. This kid's luck is really heaven-defying. Damn it. Thinking of what happened in the ruins of the Black Sky sect, the Blood Ancestor was still angry. The golden masked Diablo snorted coldly. Sir, you're really domineering. You want to silence me with just one sentence? Li Fuchen said, if you threaten my family, I will naturally kill without mercy. There is no need to be tyrannical. My subordinate threatened your family and you want to kill him? Since you killed my subordinate, how should I deal with you? The evil king's eyes shone with a demonic light and his aura was terrifying. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile, if you have the capability, then do as you please. I'm just afraid you don't have the capability. How dare you? Evil King was so angry that he laughed. This was the first time someone spoke to him like this ever since he was born. He really didn't know if Li Fuchen was courageous due to his superior skills or if he didn't know his limits. Is this Li Fuchen really a young prodigy that isn't even 30 years old? The petrified queen was rather astonished. A person's ability could increase exponentially in a short period of time, but it was hard to achieve the same result with experience and imposing manner. Li Fuchen's relaxed manner didn't look like a young man at all, but more like a veteran general who had been through the battlefield for a long time. Even when facing a formidable foe, he could still talk and laugh freely. Evil King, let's cut the crap. Let's fight. Li Fuchen took a step forward and the surging sword qi started to converge. As you wish. The evil king took a step forward and blasted at Li Fuchen with his horrific evil Dao Qi presence. Kill. Both of them were swift and decisive people. Once the killing intent rose in their hearts, they immediately attacked. In the void, two figures crisscrossed and flashed. There was a massive qi wave that burst out. Behind the evil king, the ground was split open and the cut was smooth. Behind Li Fuchen, the ground was plowed by the horrific fist force that was a few miles long and a few feet deep. The battle has begun. Everyone retreated, giving the two of them a fighting space of more than 10 miles. Great sword technique. Take my demonic tempest shower. The evil king let out a long roar. Behind him, a shadow of a ferocious demon was born. In the next moment, the sky was filled with shadows of fists. Each shadow of the fists carried the force of a thunderbolt, and each shadow of the fists carried an unparalleled demonic fist intent. With a single punch, half of the sky darkened and fell into chaos. Earth-class low-tier Devil Dao cultivation method, Black Demon Tactics. Earth-grade low-rank Demonic Dao Fist Art, Extreme Demonic Fist. Good timing. You're like a fish in water. Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword drew across the sky and countless blue sword lights were shot out like a school of fish, intercepting the fist shadows. Bang 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 bang, the force of the explosion was terrifying. Devil sun in the sky. A black sun slowly rose up. In the next moment, the black sun was like a bullet that was instantly launched at Li Fuchen. The speed was so fast that it felt like it was teleporting. Li Fuchen's eyes were sharp as he raised the joint heaven sword above his head and cleaved. The brilliant sword light looked like it was going to cleave and slash everything. It flashed across the constantly expanding black sun. It was completely silent. The black sun was split into two halves and shot out from both sides of Li Fuchen. Boom boom. Behind Li Fuchen, there were two giant cracks that were just like two large canyons. If the reincarnation realm had 16 levels, the evil king's combat strength was almost at the regular 16th level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, but his chi quality was already at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. When complemented with the blazing flame power on the periphery of the fireball, he would be able to reach the 7th level of reincarnation realm. When complemented with the perfection stage green sun sword intent or the high heaven sword art, he would be able to reach the 10th level of reincarnation realm. With the enhancement from the earth class mid-tier joint heaven sword, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the 13th level of reincarnation realm. Lastly, it was the bronze sword essence secret technique. This secret technique would be able to increase Li Fuchen's strength by 3 levels. As such, Li Fuchen's combat strength was basically comparable with the evil king. If he didn't use his trump card, it wouldn't be easy to determine the victor. As for the core blazing flame power, Li Fuchen planned to use it sparingly. Different from regular blazing flame power, the core blazing flame power was the essence of the blazing flame power. If he used too much, it would affect the absorption of the blazing flame power. Otherwise, his strength would be able to increase by another level. But this increase was meaningless. Li Fuchen had a feeling that the evil king hadn't gone all out yet. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was confident that he could defeat anyone with the same combat strength. Because he had exceptional awareness. The ground cracked and chi waves engulfed the area. The duo's battle area was getting bigger. Unknowingly, the duo arrived at a barren mountain that was 2,000 feet in height. On one end of the barren mountain was the evil king and on the other end was Li Fuchen. The duo couldn't see each other, but their awareness could sense each other. Black lightning surged violently as the evil king's fist penetrated the barren mountain, leaving behind a deep hole in the center of the mountain. On the other side of the hole was Li Fuchen. It was a pity that it was just an illusion left behind by Li Fuchen. In the next moment, the barren mountain was split into two. A blue sword light that had heaven-defying willpower suddenly extended out and enveloped the evil king. The evil king frowned while the cloak on his back shook like a dark cloud. The strange thing was that the evil king's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Li Fuchen and blasted a fist over. The illusion was shattered while Li Fuchen dodged 100 feet away. He suddenly thrust his sword and thousands of green sword lights burst out from a single point. The cloak engulfed the dark cloud and the evil king vanished again. This time, Li Fuchen could clearly sense that the evil king's speed had suddenly increased by several times. Or it should be said that the air resistance had suddenly decreased by several times. Furthermore, the cloak obviously had the effect of eliminating the air-piercing sound. When the evil king moved, it wasn't just extremely fast, it felt as though he was teleporting. It was also silent and didn't have any movement. This cloak is mystical. It should be a cardinal artifact. Li Fuchen executed the Flying Flame 9 transformations and instantly dodged the evil king's attack. The Flying Flame 9 transformations was a mystic class peak-tier light body technique. In the 7-color continent, Li Fuchen might not be able to casually cultivate Earth-class martial arts, but it was still very easy for him to find a suitable mystic class peak-tier light body technique. After cultivating the Flying Flame 9 transformations to the trance stage, Li Fuchen's movement speed was shockingly fast within short distances. When complemented with his exceptional awareness, it was nearly impossible for the Evil King to sneak an attack on him. After all, the Evil King wasn't truly teleporting, and every time he moved at high speed, he would have to shake the cloak. The Evil King seemed to know that he couldn't sneak an attack on Li Fuchen. He flew up and stood in the sky. Li Fuchen, I have to admit that you are the strongest opponent that I have ever encountered. The golden mask covered the Evil King's face, but everyone could clearly hear the praise in the Evil King's tone. Li Fuchen's body had also flown up and was facing the Evil King from a few miles away. Evil King, show me your true ability. The probing had ended and it was time for the real battle. The Evil King didn't make a move immediately. Li Fuchen, I heard that you were originally a 1-star normal bone frame. I wonder when did you possess the Blazing Flame bone frame and can even activate the Blazing Flame power. Without the Blazing Flame power, you would already be dead earlier. Li Fuchen didn't comment. The Evil King continued, you have the Blazing Flame bone frame, but don't you know that I also have the Devil Thunder bone frame? I shall let you witness what is the Devil Thunder bone frame. The Devil Thunder bone frame was a mutated Thunderbolt bone frame. In this world, there were many types of bone frames. There were extraordinary bone frames, mutated extraordinary bone frames, and special bone frames. Mutated extraordinary bone frames were very rare and were almost as rare as the special bone frames. As for the strength of the bone frame, no one could say for sure if it was comparable to the special bone frames. After all, no matter how powerful the bone frame was, it depended on the owner. Crackle boom. The Evil King's body surged with purplish-black thunderbolts. When the purplish-black thunderbolts fused with the Black Devil Chi, it caused the Evil King's Chi presence to surge crazily. It was as though his entire body had become the source of the purplish-black thunderbolts. Countless purplish-black thunderbolts swept out and wreaked havoc in all directions. This is the Evil King's true strength. Everyone held their breaths and had unpleasant expressions. During the battle between the Evil King and Li Fuchen, the strength that he burst out was enough to suppress them. With the addition of the Devil Thunder bone frame's power, if the Evil King wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing chickens. It was impossible for them to resist. Devil Thunder bone frame, huh? Li Fuchen's expression had a slight change. He might not have heard of the Devil Thunder bone frame before, but just from the name, he knew that it was an extremely formidable Thunderbolt bone frame. Correspondingly, the Devil Thunder power was definitely superior to the Thunderbolt power. His Blazing Flame power was inferior to Yu Lai's Thunderbolt power. After all, his Blazing Flame bone frame was only 4-star while Yu Lai's Thunderbolt bone frame was 6-star. Devil Wind Shower. When executing a fist, a purplish-black thunderbolt fist shadow enveloped Li Fuchen. When facing such a large area of effect attack, Li Fuchen's Flying Flame 9 transformations couldn't dodge and had no choice but to resist. Crackle boom. Li Fuchen burst in retreat while his body was covered with purplish-black electric arcs. The Evil King's strength had actually increased by 1 or 2 levels. If Li Fuchen didn't dual cultivate and his body refinement was stronger than his chi cultivation, this fist would have severely injured him. I am fine. The Evil King took a deep breath and executed the finishing move of the extreme evil Devil Fist, Devil Sun in the sky. Like a bouncing star, a black sun that was mixed with purplish-black thunderbolts was shot out. When it approached Li Fuchen, it had already expanded to a few hundred meters in size. It was simply unavoidable and unavoidable. Bronze Sword Essence, Shadow of Scarlet. Circulating the 5-star secret technique, Shadow of Scarlet, the bronze sword chi in Li Fuchen's body was released in an extremely mystical way and formed into a bronze shadow. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, the bronze shadow sword shadow had also brandished its sword. In the next moment, there was a giant bronze sword light that had the willpower to go against the current and slashed on the black sun. The bronze sword light exploded while the black sun was still shooting over. But the power had already been reduced by half as it was shattered by a single palm strike from Li Fuchen. What? Stacking of secret technique? The evil king's vision was terrifying and he could clearly sense the changes in Li Fuchen's qi. Chapter 445. How could the evil king know that Li Fuchen's sword essence secret technique could be stacked with most of the secret techniques? Even the sect origin swords could be stacked, therefore, it could also be stacked with the Shadow of Scarlet that had both offense and defense. To be serious, the sword essence secret technique wasn't considered a regular secret technique, it was a secret technique that modified the bones. If it was a regular secret technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to execute two secret techniques at the same time. But when the two secret techniques were stacked, Li Fuchen felt that his qi consumption had increased significantly. Just executing the Shadow of Scarlet was already exhausting a lot of qi. After stacking with the bronze sword essence, the qi consumption had increased drastically. Li Fuchen was only at the third level of reincarnation realm after all. His strength might be formidable, but it couldn't conceal his lack of qi. Of course, no matter how little qi he had, it was still dozens or even 100 times more than the blazing flame power. He didn't have to worry about qi exhaustion for now, unless he used a sword move like the Green Sun Absolution that consumed a lot of qi. I would like to see how long you can last. The evil king spoke in a calm tone. Even though Li Fuchen's strength was beyond his imagination, it was still inferior to him. Furthermore, a battle was exhausting. Be it Li Fuchen's qi or extraordinary power, they were both lesser than the evil king. If the battle dragged on, the evil king would be the one to die. Li Fuchen naturally didn't wish to fight a protracted battle with the evil king. As of now, he had yet to execute the High Heaven Sword Art's third move, Soar into the Sky. It was time to execute it now. The Joint Heaven Sword was glowing as Li Fuchen executed an absolute sword move. This sword move didn't consume as much qi as the Green Sun Absolution, but the power wasn't inferior. It contained sword Dao laws and was extremely mystical. It could use 10% of the power to burst out with 30% of the lethality. Furthermore, this sword move might be straight, but it was too fast. It was so fast that the evil king didn't have time to use his full strength. Without a choice, the evil king could only burst out with the Devil Thunder core power. The purplish-black thunderbolts on the surface of his body turned into black thunderbolts that were even more powerful. It didn't just block Li Fuchen's sword light, it had also immediately extinguished the sword light. After the evil king burst out with the Devil Thunder core power, even if his strength wasn't at the regular 19th level of reincarnation realm, it wasn't too far off. Demon Hammer Strike. The core power of the Devil Thunder would affect the efficiency of absorbing the power of the Devil Thunder. The evil king did not intend to consume too much of the core power of the Devil Thunder. Therefore, the first thing he did was to display the most true qi-consuming and the most terrifying killing move of the extreme demonic fist, Demonic Hammer Strike. The evil king leaped into the sky and arrived above Li Fuchen. He clenched his fists tightly and two black spheres of light appeared on his fists. Buzz! Buzz! At a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, the evil king's left and right fists bombarded the void one after another. At this moment, there seemed to be ripples in the void. Patches of black ripples extended towards Li Fuchen. The speed at which the ripples spread was too fast, and the area it covered was also extremely wide. The ground beneath Li Fuchen was instantly dislocated, as though there was an earthquake. Crack! Sensing the terror of this fist, Li Fuchen quickly burst out with the core blazing flame power and slashed with his sword. The ripples were split apart layer by layer. Finally, Li Fuchen was shaken to the ground by the ripples and was shaken into the ground. What a terrifying move! The petrified queen believed that she wouldn't be able to block the evil king's fist. Of course, as the #1 expert of the demonic 10 regions, she wasn't a fool to forcefully resist the evil king's strongest kill move. Back then, Yu Lai's strength was much inferior to her, but with his superior speed, he was still able to escape. Even if she couldn't defeat the evil king, the petrified queen was confident that she could protect herself. How can he be so powerful? The mountain-shaking elephant's eyes contracted and had an appalled expression. Back when he exchanged moves with the evil king was already able to suppress him, but wasn't able to instantly kill him. Right now, the evil king was already able to instantly kill him. Even if the mountain-shaking elephant activated his innate ability, the Battle Heaven Tyrant body, he would still be turned into a blood mist without any suspense. As for Li Fuchen's strength, it had also shocked the mountain-shaking elephant. Previously, it was already very terrifying for Li Fuchen to fight against 4 people by himself. But as compared to the strength that he burst out with now, it was undoubtedly insignificant. The situation of the East Unicorn continent is changing too quickly. At this moment, even the Blood Devil King was trembling with fear. The Evil King and Li Fuchen were both existences that had broken the balance. With these 2 individuals around, how could the Blood Devil King stand out? He couldn't help but recall a saying that was passed down among the humans. The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. Previously, the demonic 10 regions were extremely awe-inspiring. But after the evil Tao emerged, the demonic 10 regions immediately quieted down. Right now, the 100 Sects Alliance had also caught up. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to live past today. Otherwise, the demonic 10 regions would be at the bottom. They wouldn't dare to offend the evil Tao, they wouldn't even dare to offend the 100 Sects Alliance. Seeing Li Fuchen being smashed into the ground, Mu Hanxin's heart tightened. He didn't expect the evil king to be so powerful. He knew Li Fuchen's strength better than anyone else. The other members of the 100 Sects Alliance didn't have great expressions either. They might not have submitted to Li Fuchen and were rather unconvinced and unwilling, but Li Fuchen was still the alliance leader of the 100 Sects Alliance. Once Li Fuchen died, the 100 Sects Alliance would be finished too. The current evil king was unstoppable. Everyone let out a breath of relief as Li Fuchen wasn't dead and wasn't even injured. The ground shook as Li Fuchen rushed out. The evil king's fist earlier was only 10% or 20% stronger than him. It wasn't even able to injure him. Frowning, the evil king's eyes burst with devilish light. Li Fuchen's defense was simply beyond his expectations. He didn't think that this fist would be able to kill Li Fuchen, but it should at least be able to injure Li Fuchen a little, right? But with the current situation, even if he executed dozens of fists, he might not be able to kill Li Fuchen. After dozens of fists, his Devil Thunder core power would be depleted by at least half. I cannot drag this on. The evil king made up his mind. He isn't even injured after that. The Extreme Yin Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor opened their mouths but couldn't make a sound. After forcefully letting out a turbid breath, the evil king sized up the silver scale armor inside Li Fuchen's damaged clothes and said slowly, "This armor of yours should be Earth-class mid-tier, right? Otherwise, that fist earlier would have severely injured you." "That's right." Li Fuchen didn't lie. It didn't matter what he said, as long as he was defeated or killed, he wouldn't have a good ending. But if he wasn't defeated, so what if he exposed the silver scale armor? No one would dare to snatch it and no one would be able to snatch it. Earth-class mid-tier armor. The Extreme Yin Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor revealed greedy expressions, but they were quickly disappointed. With the evil king around, if Li Fuchen died, they wouldn't have a chance to obtain this armor. On the 100 Sects Alliance's side, everyone had expressions of shock and jealousy. They didn't even have an entire set of Earth-class low-tier equipment, they didn't expect for Li Fuchen to have an Earth-class mid-tier armor. How profound was Li Fuchen's fated encounter? Why didn't they have such profound fated encounters? Your artifact sword should also be Earth-class mid-tier. The evil king continued. Right now, everyone was numb. This Li Fuchen was simply a heavenly prodigy, a favored child of the heavens. His equipment was Earth-class mid-tier, while they were still struggling at the Earth-class low-tier. Your fated encounter is heaven-defying. If you are given time, the entire East Unicorn continent will be under your rule. It is a pity that you encountered me." While speaking, the evil king withdrew the black devil chi in his body. In the next moment, the horrific and violent devil thunder power replaced the chi and filled the body. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. In normal situations, extraordinary power wouldn't be able to fill the body and would only burst out together with the chi. Furthermore, the amount of extraordinary power that burst out wouldn't be too much, as it might destroy the meridians and flesh. But right now, the evil king's body was obviously filled with devil thunder power and his body wasn't damaged at all. This meant that the evil king had awakened a devil thunder divine ability. "Is this your true trump card?" Li Fuchen was moved. The evil king let out a light smile while his body suddenly released a purplish-black thunder light. The violent chi prowess had caused the sky to change. The ground couldn't withstand the pressure and started to crack. Pieces of rocks and soil rose into the air and floated there. "You are very unfortunate. During my seclusion, I have already awakened a devil thunder divine ability. Just by relying on this divine ability, I am confident that I can fight against a regular first-level battle spirit realm expert." The evil king's voice was extremely cold. A battle spirit realm expert must have cultivated an earth-class cultivation technique. But without the extraordinary bone frame and divine ability, one would only be a regular first-level battle spirit realm martial artist. If it was a first-level battle spirit realm martial artist that cultivated an earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, the evil king was confident to contest with him. This was because of his confidence in the devil thunder divine ability. As for a first-level battle spirit realm martial artist that cultivated a mystic class peak-tier cultivation technique, it was almost impossible. The evil king knew clearly that if one didn't cultivate an earth-class cultivation technique, it was impossible to progress to the battle spirit realm. "Let's fight." Li Fuchen took a deep breath. He had indeed underestimated the evil king, but it wasn't as if he didn't have a trump card. Supreme Black Devil Thunder. The evil king made a move. The instant he made his move, the thunder light on his body was blazing to the extreme. Thunder patterns were swimming in the thunder light and they were divine ability patterns. When the evil king opened his right hand, a massive purple-black thunder sphere was produced. The evil king swung his hand and the thunder sphere was blasted at Li Fuchen. The thunder sphere was expanding at an extreme speed and the power was at the extreme. The horrific thunder power had electrocuted all the rocks and soil into dust. The wandering thunder power had also affected everyone, causing their bodies to feel numb and forcing them to retreat frantically. Too terrifying. Is this the power of a divine ability? Everyone was terrified. It was recorded in the ancient records that a martial artist that awakened a divine ability would be invincible in the same realm. This statement wasn't just for show. Clear Sky Sword Art. Li Fuchen activated the Clear Sky Sword Art martial pattern on his wrist and clashed with the evil king's Devil Thunder divine ability. A resplendent and boundless sword light burst out and was also in the shape of a sphere. Boom! The world lost its color and the only thing that could be seen was the devastating purple-black thunder and the resplendent sword light. It was obvious that the evil king's Devil Thunder divine ability had its own circulation system. The Devil Thunder power was circulating and was able to maintain a complete state. As for Li Fuchen's Clear Sky Sword Art, it was ultimately inferior by one level and quickly crumbled. Chapter 446. It is over. The evil king felt that it was a pity. Killing an unrivaled prodigy would definitely make one sigh. It was just like destroying a priceless artwork. But this sigh was only for an instant. The path of the martial Tao had always been the survival of the fittest. After killing Li Fuchen's chief fate would more or less be absorbed by the evil king. Impossible. Mu Hanxin had a painful expression and a trace of fear. Hee, so what if he is an unrivaled prodigy? A dead prodigy is just a wild dog. The blood ancestor grinned. At the side, the extreme Yin ancestor nodded. Is he still a stepping stone for the evil king? The petrified queen sighed. She wasn't just sighing for Li Fuqian, she was also sighing for the future of the demonic 10 regions. With the evil king around, the demonic 10 regions would probably be the same as before. They could only hide in a corner and wait for an opportunity. It was fortunate that demonic beasts and demons had a lifespan that far surpassed humans. As long as the evil king didn't progress to the battle spirit realm, he would eventually die of old age. The spectators all had different thoughts. TSS. After wreaking havoc, the thunder sphere had expanded to the size of a few miles. Immediately after, the circulation system collapsed and it suddenly exploded. Countless purplish-black thunderbolts wandered in the air and plowed the ground over and over again. The dense electric arcs had even filled the space over a dozen miles. Just this divine ability was probably enough to kill thousands of Heaven Dipper realm martial artists. Finally, the thunderbolts dispersed and the electric arcs were extinguished. At the place where Li Fuqian was, a giant pit appeared in everyone's vision. This pit was too big and was able to contain a small city. The center of the pit was over 1,000 feet deep, and when looking down from the sky, it was extremely shocking. The evil king's expression suddenly changed. It was as though he saw something unbelievable. Soon enough, the others also noticed something strange. In the center of the pit, a figure gradually became clear. Normally, the evil king's divine ability was enough to shatter a person's body and bones. At most, the person would only be able to preserve their equipment. But Li Fuqian was actually able to preserve his body, and it was truly a miracle. Immediately after, an even greater miracle happened. Li Fuqian, who was supposed to be dead, actually moved. Swish! Bending his knee, Li Fuqian flew into the sky. Evil monarch, your divine ability isn't powerful enough. At this moment, apart from a few scorch marks on his body, he was not injured at all, and his aura was not weak in the slightest. How did you do it? Evil King's voice was deep. I did it just like that. Li Fuqian replied. The Alliance Master isn't dead. Mu Hanxin was on the verge of collapsing. He felt as though he had just experienced life and death. He's still alive. Everyone was speechless and didn't know what to say. This was especially true for Grandmaster Zenith Yin and the Blood Ancestor. The two of them looked as if they had eaten filth, their complexions extremely unsightly. After sizing up Li Fuqian carefully, the evil monarch finally saw something. Li Fuqian's body was emitting a layer of pale golden halo. This halo contained qi blood waves, but it was several times stronger than qi blood. It was obviously the extraordinary qi power that was produced when the body refinement reached a certain level. His body also had extraordinary qi power, but it wasn't as powerful as Li Fuqian. It wasn't as simple as just 1 or 2 levels lower. Evil King, what skills do you have? Bring them all out. The reason why Li Fuqian had the confidence to return to the East Unicorn continent wasn't because of his strength, but because of his superior defense. Class 5 demons had extremely tough defenses and were extremely hard to kill, unless one's strength was far superior. Li Fuqian's physical defense was much stronger than Class 5 demons. Back at the Black Sky Sect ruins, Li Fuqian's physical defense was already at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn continent. It was fine if it was just that, but Li Fuqian's qi defense wasn't to be underestimated either. After all, it was enhanced by the silver scale armor. After the qi defense weakened, the lethal power that actually landed on Li Fuqian's body was already reduced by half. Therefore, the Evil King's Devil Thunder divine ability was only able to put Li Fuqian in a miserable state, but it wasn't able to truly injure Li Fuqian. Supreme Black Devil Thunder. The Evil King didn't say anything as he didn't believe that Li Fuqian could withstand 2 rounds of Supreme Black Devil Thunder. The horrific Supreme Black Devil Thunder burst out and engulfed Li Fuqian again. This time, Li Fuqian didn't even execute the Clear Sky Sword art and used the High Heaven Sword art to eliminate a portion of the Supreme Black Devil Thunder's power. As for the remaining power, Li Fuchen would forcefully resist it. There was another giant pit on the ground. Li Fuchen was still standing in the pit and his body was still unscathed. Die! The evil king was enraged and blasted the third round of Supreme Black Devil Thunder at Li Fuchen. The Devil Thunder power in the evil king's body had been accumulated for over a dozen years and it was far more vigorous than Li Fuchen's blazing flame power. Therefore, even if the evil king executed the Supreme Black Devil Thunder over a dozen times, he would still be able to withstand it. 4 rounds. 5 rounds. 6 rounds. The evil king had released 4 rounds of Supreme Black Devil Thunder in a single breath. That giant pit had increased from 1,000 feet to a few thousand feet in depth. Even the underground undercurrents had been blasted out before they were vaporized by the thunderbolts and rose into the sky. But Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. Evil king, you cannot kill me. Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power was extremely vigorous. With 55,000 strands of dragon elephant power protecting his body, Li Fuchen's body was watertight. Unless the evil king was able to destroy the dragon elephant power, it was impossible to injure Li Fuchen. On the contrary, Li Fuchen's chi was extremely chaotic. The 5-star secret technique, Shadow of Scarlet, had already been dispersed by the first round of Supreme Black Devil Thunder. Subsequently, Li Fuchen had to rely on the Silver Scale Armor's barrier as the first layer of defense. Every time the barrier was destroyed, Li Fuchen's body would suffer a chi impact. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's body refinement was tough enough. Just a portion of the dragon elephant power was enough to suppress the chaotic chi. If it was someone else, their body would have exploded and died. This is impossible. The evil king was panting slightly. Even if the Devil Thunder power in his body was very vigorous, after executing the Supreme Black Devil Thunder so many times, it felt like it was being emptied. But what about Li Fuchen? Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. How could the evil king remain calm? Evil king, you have a divine ability. I, Li Fuchen, also have a divine ability. Taking a beating wasn't Li Fuchen's style. The violent blazing flame power surged into Li Fuchen's body from the bone frame spatial zone. In an instant, Li Fuchen turned into a flaming man and a chi presence that wasn't inferior to the evil king burst into the sky. Li Fuchen's blazing flame power might be inferior to the evil king's devil thunder power, but Li Fuchen had a higher utilization rate. This was mainly because Li Fuchen cultivated the Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, Ardent Sun Divine Technique. The higher the grade of the cultivation technique, the more meridians would be opened up. There were some meridians that could only be found by following the cultivation technique. Otherwise, it would be hard to find them even with the awareness scan. The blazing flame power was the same as chi, it had to be burst through the meridians. The more meridians there were, the more blazing flame power that could be burst out in an instant. Blazing flame patterns were circulating on the surface of Li Fuchen's body. Immediately after, Li Fuchen raised the joint heaven sword and slashed at the evil king. Swish! The ferocious blazing flame sword chi felt like it was going to explode the void as it cleaved at the evil king. The heart of blazing flame divine ability was very unique. It wasn't like the Supreme Black Devil Thunder which could only be released in one way. The heart of blazing flame could be released in any form because it had completed the final transformation inside Li Fuchen's body. If the Supreme Black Devil Thunder was a martial art, then the heart of blazing flame was a cultivation technique. One was transforming on the outside, while the other was transforming on the inside. Blazing flame divine ability. The evil king's expression changed as he quickly released the Supreme Black Devil Thunder. Rumble. The radius of a few miles was split up by the Sea of Thunder and the Sea of Flames. The horrific prowess made everyone speechless. The divine ability duel was too horrific. If one had to describe it, it was as though two individuals were using Earth-class high-tier martial arts to duel. Ultimately, the blazing flame sword chi was still slightly inferior and was extinguished by the Supreme Black Devil Thunder. However, the Supreme Black Devil Thunder had lost most of its power and its circulation system had collapsed. It was unable to deal with Li Fuchen. How is this possible? His Blazing Flame divine ability is actually able to contest with my Supreme Black Devil Thunder. The evil king had an extremely gloomy expression. All of a sudden, he thought of something. Extraordinary power also required meridians to burst out. The reason why Li Fuchen's Blazing Flame divine ability was able to contest with his Supreme Black Devil Thunder was because Li Fuchen's cultivation technique's grade was higher than his. Therefore, Li Fuchen's meridians were naturally more developed. Boom! Boom! The two's divine abilities collided again and again. After releasing 4 Blazing Flame divine abilities, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile in his heart. The Blazing Flame power in his body was only enough to execute the Heart of Blazing Flame 6 times. It was merely 2 more times than when he just awakened the Heart of Blazing Flame. Li Fuchen's Devil Thunder power was definitely much more than his. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had already used up 6 divine abilities. With the addition of these 4 divine abilities, Li Fuchen's Devil Thunder power probably wouldn't be able to last much longer. Li Fuchen, you are not bad. You are actually able to contest with me to this extent. The evil king didn't execute any more divine abilities. So what if he used up Li Fuchen's Blazing Flame power? With Li Fuchen's defenses, the evil king wouldn't be able to kill Li Fuchen within a short period of time. Once the battle dragged on, even if the evil king killed Li Fuchen, he would exhaust a lot of his energy, giving others the opportunity to kill him. If he wanted to kill Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be able to rely on himself. He had to rely on everyone to work together. After all, no matter how tough the defense was, there was a limit. As long as the attacks were frequent enough, even a piece of wood could be smashed into pieces. Of course, if Li Fuchen could rely on his physical defense to resist the evil king's attacks, the evil king wouldn't hesitate and would immediately leave. But Li Fuchen's physical defense obviously wasn't at this level. He had to rely on his chi defense to act as the first layer of defense. Li Fuchen felt it was rather strange and got vigilant. Petrified Queen, if you don't make a move now, when are you going to do it? The evil king suddenly looked towards the Petrified Queen's direction and yelled out. I will naturally make a move. It was unknown when the Petrified Queen had already appeared a few miles behind Li Fuchen. She slapped at Li Fuchen with both hands and an overwhelming white radiance enveloped Li Fuchen. Innate ability. Petrification technique. The petrification technique was lacking in terms of offense, but even the evil king wasn't willing to be enveloped by the petrification technique. Back then, Yu Lai was only touched by a little bit of the petrification technique and was instantly injured. Chapter 447. Once the Petrified Queen made her move, the demonic beasts and demons of the Monster and Demon 10 territories also made their moves. Kill. Without waiting for the evil king's order, the Zenithine Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor had already charged towards the 100 Sect Alliance experts. With his aura exploding, Mu Hanxin roared, the demonic Tao and the demonic 10 regions have gone too far. Kill as many as you can and raise the prestige of our 100 Sect Alliance. Crackle. Su Yuanhe took out a long green whip and whipped a silver-masked man to death. The green treasured sword in Hua Jianqiu's hand stabbed out wildly, and streams of tyrannical sword chi shot out. At this juncture, not a single person from the 100 Sect Alliance took a step back. If they did, they would face annihilation. As compared to the 100 Sects Alliance, Li Fuchen had to face a much more severe situation. He had 3 opponents, the Evil King, the Petrified Queen, and the Blood Devil King. Needless to say, the Evil King was stronger than him. The Petrified Queen's petrification technique was an extremely powerful innate ability, and the Blood Demon King had also grasped an innate ability, the Blood Lightning technique. But for the trio to kill Li Fuchen, it was still very difficult. After withdrawing the Blazing Flame power, Li Fuchen's body was filled with ardent sun chi again. In order to weaken the petrify art, using the ardent sun field power was definitely the best. After all, the petrify art contained the petrification Tao laws and the ardent sun field power also contained the ardent sun Tao laws. After weakening a portion of the petrify art, Li Fuchen was confident he could resist the remaining petrify art. But to release the ardent sun field power, it required the support of the ardent sun qi. As such, Li Fuchen's combat strength would be greatly reduced. After all, Li Fuchen's strongest qi was the bronze sword qi and not the ardent sun qi. The ardent sun true qi passed through the bronze sword essence and instantly transformed into bronze sword qi. In the next moment, Li Fuchen placed the joint heaven sword horizontally in front of him. A resplendent green radiance burst out and enveloped Li Fuchen. The green sun sword intent had no concept of moves. Every move was the green sun sword intent and could be used for both offense and defense. Ka ka ka. The moment the green light enveloped Li Fuchen, the white light had already engulfed him. Visible to the naked eye, the earth began to petrify, the dust in the air began to petrify, and even the heaven-earth yuan qi began to petrify. The petrify technique could petrify anything. It was rumored that the best petrify technique could even petrify the void. Azure Sun sword intent was eroded by the white light, and part of it was petrified. After a while, Li Fuchen was wrapped in a huge white stone ball. Blood lightning art. A blood-colored ball of light condensed in the Blood Demon King's hand. Blood-colored lightning surged on the blood-colored ball of light as it smashed towards the white stone ball. The white stone ball exploded and Li Fuchen who was within it staggered backwards. The petrified queen's petrification technique was very mystical. It forcefully sealed his green sun sword intent and brittle his defense. Fortunately, it could only brittle his true qi defense and not his physical defense. Supreme Black Demon Thunder. The evil king followed closely behind and blasted at Li Fuchen with the Supreme Black Devil Thunder. This time, Li Fuchen suffered serious injuries. His skin was lacerated and there were scorch marks everywhere. After all, his true qi defense had been destroyed by the Blood Demon King's Blood Thunder spell. The silver scale armor itself could only weaken a small part of the Supreme Black Demon Thunder's power. The rest had to be resisted by the Dragon Elephant Force and Qi Force. Injured. Blood Demon King is happy, he is really afraid that Li Fuchen will not be injured. Li Fuchen, today is the day you die. Evil King's gaze was cold and callous. Li Fuchen, surrender. The petrified queen persuaded. Li Fuchen grinned, do you think you have me for sure? Li Fuchen executed the Flying Flame 9 transformations to dodge the Blood Demon King's Blood Thunder spell. Thousands of green sword lights were shot at the Blood Demon King. PFFF PFFF PFFF, the Blood Demon King's body was penetrated repeatedly. The Blood Demon King's strength was only equivalent to a regular 14th level reincarnation realm expert. How could he resist Li Fuchen's attack? It was fortunate that the Blood Demon King's greatest trump card was his tenacious vitality. It was 10 times more tenacious than the Horn Devil King and the other Class 5 demons. This was also the reason why he was able to sit firmly on the number 2 seat of the demonic 10 regions. Li Fuchen's sword lights weren't just targeting the Blood Demon King, the petrified queen was also within the sword light's attack range. But the petrified queen was indeed the petrified queen. She took out a shield and there was a burst of white radiance on the shield. It instantly turned into a thick rock wall that blocked in front of her. The rock wall naturally couldn't withstand the sword light's penetration, but it had eliminated most of the power. The remaining power wasn't enough to threaten the petrified queen. Everything was done while flying at a high speed. In a split second, Li Fuchen was already close to the Blood Demon King. When facing the trio's alliance, Li Fuchen could only stall one of them. Otherwise, when facing the trio's continuous attacks, Li Fuchen would be exhausted to death sooner or later. The evil king naturally saw through Li Fuchen's thoughts. He didn't bother about the Devil Thunder's power consumption and blasted the Supreme Black Devil Thunder at Li Fuchen who was flying in the sky. Bang bang. No matter how fast Li Fuchen's flying speed was, it wasn't comparable to the speed of the thunder. He was immediately struck and his chi defense collapsed, causing him to be blasted to the ground. Ha! Blood thunder technique. The Blood Demon King tossed a blood thunder which exploded on Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen's mouth was bleeding. His defense was divided into 2 layers, and with both layers, no one in the East Unicorn continent could injure him. But if one layer was destroyed, there were still a few people that could injure him, and the Blood Demon King was definitely one of them. The evil king knew that this opportunity couldn't be missed and executed the 12th Supreme Black Devil Thunder. Immediately after, the Petrified Queen's Petrify technique had also enveloped Li Fuchen. Even if he doesn't die now, he should be close. The Blood Demon King opened up his palm and continued to condense blood thunder. Li Fuchen's injuries were indeed severe. He might have executed the Green Sun Sword intent to defend at the first moment, but he was still severely injured by the Supreme Black Devil Thunder. The Petrified Queen's Petrify technique had solidified his wounds into rocks, and the Petrify power was trying to invade Li Fuchen's body through the wounds. Once it invaded, Li Fuchen would definitely turn into a stone statue. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen burst out with blazing flame power again. With the burst of blazing flame power, the Petrify power was dispersed and the rocks on the surface of the wounds had exploded. Li Fuchen's injuries were even more severe. But it was better to get the pain over with. After doing everything, Li Fuchen activated the healing ring. Under the cover of the green halo, Li Fuchen's injuries were recovering at a visible speed. As such, when the Blood Demon King's blood thunder was blasted over, Li Fuchen had already recovered and slashed at the blood thunder. PFFF. The blood thunder was split open and the remaining blazing flame sword chi made the Blood Demon King scream miserably. His body felt as though it was on fire and was emitting green smoke. What? His injuries have recovered? The Petrified Queen took a deep cold breath. Even if the Blood Demon King wanted to recover from such injuries, he would need a certain amount of time. How did Li Fuchen do it? The evil king's expression turned gloomy again. Li Fuchen had too many tricks and it wasn't something a young man should have. It was more like an old monster that had lived for many years and had plenty of trump cards. No one would know how many trump cards Li Fuchen had until the very end. When Li Fuchen was tangling with the 3 experts, the 100 Sects Alliance, the Evil Dao, and the demonic 10 regions were in full swing. Damn it, where did they get so many Earth-class low-tier equipment? The Blood Ancestor cursed loudly. The one fighting with the Blood Ancestor was the High Heaven Sword Sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Hua Jianqiu. Originally, Hua Jianqiu wasn't a match for the Blood Ancestor, but it was unknown when Hua Jianqiu obtained an Earth-class low-tier artifact sword and even an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. The Blood Ancestor's various sinister methods weren't able to deal with Hua Jianqiu and was instead forced into a miserable state. If the Blood Ancestor didn't carry a large number of blood corpses, he would already be injured. The Extreme Yin Ancestor was also very gloomy. His strength was stronger than the Blood Ancestor, but his opponent was even stronger than Hua Jianqiu. It was the originally unremarkable Wind Snow Sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Mu Hanxin. When being suppressed by Hua Jianqiu's cold underworld palm intent, the Extreme Yin Ancestor could only defend. The Evil Dao was gloomy, but the demonic 10 regions were even more gloomy. The mountain-shaking elephant originally wanted to take revenge and immediately went to look for the Eternal Spring Valley's Supreme Grand Elder, Su Yuanhe. As a result, he was stunned by Su Yuanhe's slap. That's right, he had awakened 2 fledgling innate abilities and had a drastic increase in strength. Logically, he should be able to suppress Su Yuanhe. However, Su Yuanhe actually had an Earth-class low-tier whip and an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. When the whip struck, even his Battle Heaven Tyrant body couldn't withstand it. Furthermore, Su Yuanhe's whip art was at the acme stage and would always be able to wrap around him, restricting his movements and preventing him from exhibiting his pinnacle combat strength. The Devil Pattern Tiger, Power Devil King, Horn Devil King, Ground Rat King, Winged Devil King, Green Devil King, and Grey Devil King were all extremely sullen. Their opponents had excellent equipment, and with the enhancement of the equipment, the strength they could exhibit would only be stronger than them. After taking a glance at the battlefield, Mu Hanxin sneered. The current 100 Sects Alliance was no longer the 100 Sects Alliance of the past. The high-level reincarnation realm experts that came this time were all equipped with Earth-class low-tier weapons and armors. Their overall strength was instantly superior to the demonic 10 regions and the evil Dao. Even if they were to face the alliance of the two major factions, they wouldn't be fearful. All of these changes were brought about by Li Fuchen. To be honest, Mu Hanxin also wished to know where did Li Fuchen obtain so many Earth-class low-tier equipment. After all, there were too many, and it was enough to fully equip all the high-level reincarnation realm experts of the 100 Sects Alliance. This wasn't just increasing the individual strength, it was increasing the overall strength. Of course, Mu Hanxin knew that this was Li Fuchen's secret, and even if he was going to die, he wouldn't casually ask about it. Li Fuchen was still in battle with the Evil King and the other experts. Before coming, Mu Hanxin had already made ample preparations. He originally didn't intend to distribute the Earth-class low-tier equipment, but he had distributed them one by one. He was afraid of any accidents. In any case, Li Fuchen had as many Earth-class low-tier equipment as he wanted, he was just distributing them in advance. Seeing that the 100 Sects Alliance was in a great situation, Li Fuchen had less worries. The Evil King, Petrified Queen, and the Blood Devil King were also observing the situation on the battlefield. When they saw that the 100 Sects Alliance was suppressing the evil Dao and the demonic 10 regions, the trio looked at each other with unpleasant expressions. This wasn't just a simple change, it was obviously a reversal of the situation. The situation of the East Unicorn continent had instantly reversed. If they didn't guess wrongly, everything was because of Li Fuchen. We must kill him. Chapter 448. Immediately after, the Evil King, the Petrified Queen, and the Blood Devil King's attacks were even more ferocious. As long as Li Fuchen was eliminated, the 100 Sects Alliance would just be a group of small fries for them to crush. 13th strike. 14th strike. 15th strike. Unknowingly, the Evil King had already activated the Supreme Black Devil Thunder for 15 times. The Devil Thunder power in his body was almost depleted. The Evil King didn't plan to use the remaining Devil Thunder power, after all, it was his foundation. Once the Devil Thunder power was depleted, it would be 10 times or even 100 times more difficult to accumulate Devil Thunder power. He wouldn't be able to recover to his peak condition within 1 or 2 years. Furthermore, so what if the remaining Devil Thunder power was depleted? Li Fuchen's healing cardinal artifact could obviously support a few more rounds of healing. 1 or 2 attacks wouldn't be able to kill the Evil King. Li Fuchen's healing ring indeed couldn't last for a few more rounds. The green crystal on the ring had dimmed significantly. But he was already very satisfied that he could last until now. After losing the restraints of the Supreme Black Devil Thunder, Li Fuchen continued to approach the Blood Devil King. Among the 3 experts, the Blood Devil King was the weakest and the easiest to cripple. The Blood Devil King retreated, and his subconscious told him not to engage in close combat with Li Fuchen. However, Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent was extremely fast. Thousands of sword lights shot out, and the Blood Devil King's body was filled with holes, making it impossible for him to increase his speed. Devil Sun in the sky. Even without the Supreme Black Devil Thunder, the Evil King was still the Evil King, and his strength wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen, unless Li Fuchen used his Blazing Flame divine ability. With a shake of the cloak, the Evil King instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen and blasted a black sun at Li Fuchen. I have been waiting for you. The moment the Evil King appeared, Li Fuchen had already used the Flying Flame 9 transformation to dodge, leaving behind only an afterimage. The Evil King's reaction was extremely fast, but he was still a step too slow. Evil King, this is my gift to you. On the left side of the evil king, Li Fuchen produced a dark red metal bullet and shot it at the evil king. By the time the evil king reacted, the metal bullet was already 10 feet away from him. No matter how stupid evil king was, he knew that this metal bullet was not simple. Hence, he immediately activated his phantom cloak and planned to leave. Boom! The iron bomb exploded, and its explosive power was even greater than that of the evil king's supreme black demon thunder. The terrifying fireball rose into the sky and turned into a fire dragon that wreaked havoc. The evil king did not even have the time to take a breath before he was severely injured. His skin and flesh cracked open, and there were flames coming out of it. Even though the evil king instantly unleashed the power of the demon thunder to protect his body, it was still too late. What is this? Evil king was a little dumbfounded. He was stunned by the explosion. The might of this metal bullet was clearly not inferior to the formation pagoda on Mystic Tools sect's damaged battleship. Evil king was stunned. Petrified queen and blood devil king were also stunned. The power of this iron bullet was too great. Even the evil king was heavily injured in an instant. If it landed beside the two of them, the petrified queen would barely be able to keep her life, but the blood devil king would definitely die. After all, no matter how much vitality he still had to preserve a large portion of his body. If even his body was blown up, what was the use of having more vitality? As expected of a quasi-level 6 firearm, Dragonfire Bullet. This Dragonfire Bullet was Li Fuchen's strongest trump card. On the East Unicorn continent, the Thunderbolt sect was the best at refining firearms. But on the Seven Color continent, there were too many formidable firearms refiners. A mere Thunderbolt sect wouldn't even be presentable on the Seven Color continent. This Dragonfire Bullet had cost Li Fuchen 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there was only one of it. If it was used properly, it would be enough to injure a regular first-level battle spirit realm master. Taking advantage of the weakness, Li Fuchen seized the opportunity to blast the High Heaven Sword Art's third move, Soar into the Sky at the evil king. PFFF. Blood sprayed out. At the crucial moment, the evil king shook his cloak and distanced himself from this place. It was a pity that half of his body was still slashed by the sword and his left arm was turned into a blood mist. Not good. The petrified queen and blood devil king turned pale with fright while feeling bitter in their hearts. The trio had worked together and Li Fuchen had actually turned the tables. Evil king, don't think about leaving. Li Fuchen chased after the evil king. As long as he killed the evil king, even if the others worked together, he would still be able to defeat them. Hateful. The evil king activated the ghost cloak and fled far away. As for the extreme Een ancestor, the blood ancestor, and the others, he couldn't be bothered anymore. Retreat. The petrified queen and blood devil king didn't dare to fight with Li Fuchen anymore. They quickly gave the order to retreat. Die. Li Fuchen executed the green sun sword intent to the extremity. Thousands of sword lights were shot out in the air. A large number of Class 5 peak-tier demonic beasts and a few Class 5 demons were pierced by the sword lights and burst into blood mist. Sect Origin Swords. This wasn't the end yet. 100,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords Chi appeared around Li Fuchen and blasted at the Blood Devil King. The petrified queen's defense was too incredible and 100,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords Chi wouldn't be able to kill her. Damn it. The Blood Devil King's scalp turned numb. He turned around and executed the Blood Thunder technique to blast tens of thousands of Sect Origin Bronze Swords Chi, but even more sword Chi enveloped him. PFFF PFFF PFFF. The blood mist exploded violently and the Blood Devil King couldn't even maintain his human form. Hurry up and leave. The petrified queen executed the petrify technique and petrified half of the sword Chi before urging the Blood Devil King to leave. Swish. The Blood Devil King, who was only left with a blood shadow, fled frantically with extreme speed. A pity. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. He might have the Flying Flame 9 transformations, but the Flying Flame 9 transformations could only increase his speed within a short distance. Long-distance speed wasn't comparable to these people. After all, speed was related to cultivation level and chi quality. But after such severe injuries, it was impossible for the Blood Devil King to recover without 1 or 2 years. Ultimately, more than half of the evil Tao forces had perished and even the extreme Yin ancestor had perished. The Blood ancestor was rather lucky, mainly because his survivability was too tough. Even if he wasn't as good as the Blood Devil King, he wasn't too far off. Half of the demonic 10 regions had also been slaughtered. Among them, the Horn Devil King, Green Devil King, Grey Devil King, and a few of the weaker demonic region lords had perished. Of course, Li Fuchen was the main reason why they were able to kill these elite existences. Apart from the Evil King and the others, there weren't many that could withstand a single sword from Li Fuchen. After a single sword, these people basically didn't have any combat strength. They were swarmed by the 100 Sex Alliance's experts and slaughtered like vegetables. After the battle ended, Su Yuanhe, Xiahou Wu, and Mu Hanxin led the 100 Sex Alliance's experts and bowed with cupped fists. Alliance leader has unparalleled strength and overwhelming martial strength. We are willing to follow until death. This battle didn't just scare the evil Tao and demonic 10 regions, the 100 Sex Alliance was also trembling with fear. Li Fuchen's combat strength was too heaven-defying and he had endless methods. Let alone the fact that their strength was far inferior to Li Fuchen, even if they were stronger than Li Fuchen, they would still be apprehensive. The evil king was severely injured by Li Fuchen and had to flee miserably. In their opinion, even if there were 2 evil kings, Li Fuchen would still be able to deal with them. However, Li Fuchen wouldn't use those methods unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, they didn't have any other thoughts right now. They were afraid that if they didn't react proactively, they would become the next Thunder God sect or Mystic Tools sect. Everyone has contributed greatly in obtaining complete victory in this battle. I, Li Fuchen, am not a ruthless person. As long as everyone knows their place, I will not mistreat everyone. Li Fuchen swept a glance at Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu was the most quick-witted person among everyone. Xiahou Wu was shocked and quickly said, Alliance leader doesn't have to worry. Our Dolin clan will definitely obey the Alliance leader's decree. That is good. Li Fuchen nodded. He didn't think of ruling the entire East Unicorn continent by himself as it was too tiring. It was enough to restrain these people. After all, his journey wasn't just the East Unicorn continent. The East Unicorn continent was just his starting point. After taking inventory of the spoils, everyone left the battlefield. Before they came, everyone was apprehensive. Before they left, everyone was feeling contented. This battle was too satisfying. For the past few years, the 100 Sex Alliance had been extremely sullen. They had close to 100 regions and had lost more than half of them. Everyone had lost face and couldn't lift their heads. Even though they were able to defeat the evil Tao and the demonic 10 regions because of Li Fuchen and not the 100 Sex Alliance, everyone had put in effort. Even if they didn't make any contributions, they still put in hard work. In the blink of the eye, 1 week had passed. 20% of the blue spirit soul in Li Fuchen's mind had turned pale purple. When the spirit soul started to transform, the transformation speed would be extremely fast. This time, it was already considered slow. As the spirit soul gradually changed color, Li Fuchen's perception had increased by an unknown amount. The blazing flame bone frame pattern had been comprehended from 55% to 58%. After awakening the first divine ability, the difficulty of comprehending the extraordinary pattern on the bone frame would increase by several times. This was mainly because the higher the level of the extraordinary pattern, the closer it was to the great Tao laws. If Li Fuchen's perception didn't increase by several times, the time required to comprehend the extraordinary pattern would increase by several times or even dozens of times. After all, there was a limit to a person's perception. If one couldn't comprehend it, it was normal to not be able to comprehend it for the rest of one's life. It was the same logic for regular martial artists. Even if they lived for a few hundred years, they wouldn't be able to cultivate a high-class martial art to the trance stage. Li Fuchen's perception was already heaven-defying, but now, it was even more heaven-defying. Apart from the increased speed of comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern, Li Fuchen's speed of comprehending the green sun sword intent and the high heaven sword art was also increasing. I have already used up the dragon fire bomb. With my current strength, it will be a little forceful to face the evil king again. It is a good idea to return to the 7-color continent to search for trump cards that are similar to the dragon fire bomb. But in comparison, increasing my strength is the best way. External items were ultimately external items. They could only help him for a moment and not forever. Comprehending the Earth-class mid-tier sword intent was much harder than Li Fuchen imagined. After half a month, the high heaven sword art was just one step away from the trance stage. However, he wasn't able to take this step and it felt as though there was a shackle that was restricting him. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry either. He knew that the Earth-class mid-tier sword intent wasn't a trivial matter. If the Earth-class low-tier sword intent had only made contact with the sword Dao Law, then the Earth-class mid-tier sword intent had already grasped a trace of the sword Dao Law. Once Li Fuchen grasped the Earth-class mid-tier sword intent, he didn't even need to rely on the Heart of Blazing Flame to contest with the evil king. Furthermore, he could fight for a long time. Chapter 449. Monster and Demon 10 Territories, Stone Domain. Other than the Petrified Queen, the other demon region lords were also gathered in the 10,000 Snakes Stone Palace. This time, the Monster and Demon 10 regions were too miserable. Although only 3 of the 10 Monster and Demon region lords died, and most of their top combat power was retained, half of the level 5 fiendish demons and peak level 5 demonic beasts they brought with them died. This Li Fuchen is too formidable. We aren't a match for him. The mountain-shaking elephant still had a lingering fear in his heart. On the battlefield, he had almost died. If he hadn't made a prompt decision to ignite his blood essence to erupt with battle strength, how could he be sitting here and talking right now? Is there a need for you to say that? This child's growth trajectory is unpredictable. It isn't an exaggeration to say that he is the #1 prodigy of the East Unicorn continent in the past millennium. In a few more years, I really don't know to what extent he will grow. Compared to the mountain-shaking elephant, the Blood Devil King was even more terrified. He had experienced life and death, and if it wasn't for the Petrified Queen's help, he would definitely be dead. In my opinion, we should head to the Myriad Demon Island and the Chaos Demon Island in the North Sea to seek support. The Gopher King suddenly said. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and their expressions darkened indeterminately. The experts among the demonic beasts and demons weren't just the 10 of them. In fact, the demonic beasts and demons on the Myriad Demon Island and the Disordered Devil Island were even more terrifying. There were even Class 6 demonic beasts and demons. But ever since the East Unicorn continent had a great change in heaven and earth, there were restrictions on any Class 6 demonic beasts and demons. As long as they broke through to the Class 6, they would be constantly suppressed by heaven and earth. Furthermore, as time passed, the suppression would become more and more terrifying until they were crushed into pieces. Therefore, in the demonic 10 regions, as long as anyone broke through to the Class 6, they would immediately head for the Myriad Demon Island or the Disordered Devil Island. But the Myriad Demon Island or the Disordered Devil Island was separated from the East Unicorn continent by a small ocean, and this small ocean was too dangerous. The reason why it was so dangerous was that there were sea beasts living in the ocean. Sea beasts were also demonic beasts, but they were demonic beasts that lived in the sea. Although they were both demonic beasts, the sea beasts would not give face to the demonic beasts on land. They would eat whatever they wanted. Just like the demonic beasts on land, if there was no stronger demonic beast to rule over them, they would actually kill each other and devour each other's demonic cores. Of course, While the sea beasts were cruel to demonic beasts, the sea beasts were even more cruel to humans. As long as they saw humans, they would madly hunt them down. The myriad demon island and the chaotic demon island are not easy to go to. The petrified queen said. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she really did not want to leave her fate in the hands of the ocean. The Gopher King said, actually, it isn't impossible to communicate with sea beasts. My Gopher region is close to the Northern Sea, and we have befriended a powerful Class 5 peak grade sea beast. Oh, how strong is the other party? What authority does he have in the coastal waters of the North Sea? The Blood Demon King's eyes lit up and he quickly asked. They were both Class 5 peak demonic beasts, but the difference in strength was huge. Excluding the mutated demon beasts, those who have comprehended the innate ability are undoubtedly the truly powerful peak level 5 demon beasts. For example, the mountain-shaking elephant and the magic pattern tiger can only be regarded as slightly more powerful peak level 5 demon beasts, because both have not awakened the true innate ability, only awakened the embryonic form of the innate ability. However, the mountain-shaking elephant has the bloodline of the Demon King mountain-pulling elephant, so its strength is a little stronger, but it is still a little worse than the truly powerful peak level 5 demon beasts, and the magic pattern tiger has swallowed the demon treasure, at the same time has the demon chi and demon chi, so its strength is also relatively strong. Meanwhile, the petrified queen is a truly powerful peak level 5 demon beast. This peak level 5 sea beast is a member of the sea rat race, and he has comprehended a type of innate ability, water seismic wave. In the sea, he can release a seismic wave to attack the enemy. On land, the power might be slightly weaker, but it should be about the same as the Blood Demon King. The Gopher King glanced at the Blood Demon King and said, Sea rat race? The petrified queen's eyes lit up. She had heard of the sea rat race before. This sea beast race has a huge population, and they are the hegemon of the coastal waters of the North Sea. The Gopher King continued, his status in the sea rat race isn't low, just like the Elephant King, who has the bloodline of the Demon King. He promised that as long as we give him 1,000 storage bags and 5 million inferior-grade spirit stones, he will help us cross the sea. 5 million inferior-grade spirit stones, his appetite is really huge. The mountain-shaking elephant couldn't help but comment. Martial artists needed to use spirit stones to cultivate, demonic beasts and demons also needed spirit stones to cultivate. Be it heaven and earth chi or chi from spirit stones, they actually contained great Tao laws. When martial artists absorbed the chi, they would also absorb the corresponding great Tao laws and convert them into their own chi. Demonic beasts would also absorb the corresponding great Tao laws and convert them into their own demonic chi. As for why demonic beasts and demons could devour humans to increase their strength, it was because the human bloodline could perfect their bloodline and increase their wisdom. 5 million low-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. After all, they didn't occupy a large territory in the East Unicorn continent and they needed spirit stones to cultivate. Under the situation where their cultivation levels were similar, they would consume spirit stones at a rate that was 10 times faster than humans. 5 million it is then. Since we can continue to dig in the future. The petrified queen nodded in agreement. As for 1,000 storage bags, it was a small matter. They had killed more than 1,000 Heaven Dipper realm martial artists and basically, every Heaven Dipper realm martial artist would have one storage bag. At the same time, the Evil King and the Blood Ancestor were also having a discussion. After recuperating for a period of time, the Evil King's severed left arm had recovered a little. Of course, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to fully recover. He wasn't Li Fuchen and didn't have any healing cardinal artifacts or Earth-class elixirs. The Blood Ancestor's injuries weren't light either. At the final juncture, he had to burn his essence blood to escape. Evil King, this child is an anomaly. We are unable to rule the East Unicorn continent by ourselves. We have to contact the Evil Ancestor Island and ask the Evil Ancestor to send a group of experts over. Those that the Blood Ancestor addressed as the Evil Ancestor were naturally Battle Spirit Realm Evil Dao Masters. After the world changed, the East Unicorn continent wasn't suitable for Battle Spirit Realm Masters to survive. Those Evil Dao Masters that survived brought plenty of people to leave the East Unicorn continent and found an island group in the Western Sea as a shelter. The lifespan of a Battle Spirit Realm Master was 500 years. After so many years of reproduction, the Evil Ancestor Island had plenty of people, and there might be reincarnation realm existences that were stronger than the Evil King. But to be honest, the Evil King and the Blood Ancestor had never been to the Evil Ancestor Island. They had only seen the people that came to the East Unicorn continent from the Evil Ancestor Island and had received some aid. Furthermore, they found out from those people that there were still surviving Evil Dao Masters on the Evil Ancestor Island, and there wasn't just one. The Evil King stayed silent for a moment before saying, "Let's talk after my injuries are more or less recovered." He was an ambitious person, and even if the Evil Ancestor Island sent people, he still wished to be in the highest position and not be ordered around. Therefore, he would only seek help from the Evil Ancestor Island after his injuries were more or less recovered. The Blood Ancestor nodded as he naturally knew what the Evil King was thinking. Of course, he was just saying it casually. It was still unknown if the Evil Ancestor Island would send anyone over. After all, the Evil Ancestor Island and the East Unicorn continent were separated by a small coastal sea. It wasn't that easy to come over alive. When 40% of the blue spirit soul turned pale purple, Li Fuchen finally comprehended the High Heaven Sword art to the trance stage. High Heaven Sword. Above the sea of clouds, Li Fuchen rushed into the sky and brandished his sword. This sword was an extremely terrifying sword. When the sword was brandished, the surging sword Dao Law was emitted. With the support of the sword Dao Law, the sword seemed to ignore space and distance. There was a flash of blinding blue light and a hole appeared in the sea of clouds. It was so fast that it felt like it was already there. Such a powerful High Heaven Sword intent. Li Fuchen lamented. Sword intent was the materialization of sword Dao Law. The stronger the sword intent, the stronger the sword Dao Law contained. If it was a heaven-class sword intent, it could even interfere with the operation of heaven and earth. If it was just this, the High Heaven Sword intent wasn't considered powerful. In that instant earlier, Li Fuchen could clearly feel that the High Heaven Sword field released by the sword had already suppressed the void. Only a sword field that contains sword intent is considered a true sword field. Li Fuchen had a feeling that even if he encountered someone stronger than him, as long as the opponent couldn't contest with the High Heaven Sword field, the opponent would be at his mercy. Unless the opponent's defense was at a level where Li Fuchen couldn't break through. Of course, this was an Earth-class mid-tier sword intent. If it was an Earth-class low-tier sword intent, it would be a different story. Like the Evil King's field power, it didn't affect Li Fuchen. But it was mainly because Li Fuchen's cultivation technique and martial arts were all at the Earth-class mid-tier. Even if he didn't cultivate them to the extremity, the field power produced was already extraordinary and was enough to neutralize the opponent's field power. Earth-class intent can be separated from martial arts and exist independently. I wonder what the exact situation is. Li Fuchen raised his right index and middle finger and drew a line. PFFFTSS. A formless and immaterial sword intent burst out. Along the way, it constantly absorbed heaven and earth chi to strengthen itself. It then split the sea of clouds into two halves before crashing onto the ground ruthlessly. There was a crack in the ground and the sword intent hadn't dispersed yet. It was emitting a horrific murderous and sharp chi presence. I see. Li Fuchen understood. After cultivating the High Heaven Sword art to the trance stage, Li Fuchen's body was branded with the High Heaven Sword intent. In the future, even if he lost his memories, he wouldn't forget how to execute the High Heaven Sword art as it had already become his instinct. Mystic class sword arts weren't able to do this. This was mainly because when a mystic class sword art was cultivated to the extremity stage, after producing the mystic class sword intent, the sword Dao law contained would be too weak and wouldn't be enough to brand it in the depths of the body. The path of the martial Dao is truly mystical. Perhaps, there will be a day when I grasp the complete law and I will truly be able to change the world. Li Fuqian recalled about the 100 battle regions, 100 battle plains. The 100 battle plains was so dangerous because of the aftermath of the battle between the battle spirit realm masters. The intents contained in the battle would be intertwined and form all sorts of perilous situations. As a result, the laws of the 100 battle plains had changed. It was a kind of chain reaction and it wasn't possible for a single person to do it. Of course, as time elapsed, everything would probably be restored, unless the opponent's intents were at the state of eternity. Chapter 450. His high heaven sword art had reached the trance stage and he had comprehended sword intent. However, his green sun sword intent had not made any progress. Li Fuqian knew that the green sun sword intent was rather special. With sword intent as its name, one could imagine how terrifying the power would be once the true green sun sword intent was comprehended. Furthermore, the green sun sword intent did not have any moves. It could be used for both offense and defense. After comprehending the high heaven sword intent, Li Fuqian might be able to cover his entire body with sword intent, but the defensive effects weren't great. It was mainly because the Ling Tian sword intent was a pure offensive sword intent. It was originally meant to be used for attacking. Perhaps my Azure Sun sword intent has not been completely perfected? Li Fuqian thought of a possibility. The power of the Azure Sun sword intent depended on the martial artist's own perception. The stronger the perception, the more terrifying the Azure Sun sword intent that was comprehended. If one's perception wasn't too high, being able to comprehend the low-grade Earth-level Azure Sun sword intent was already not bad. Of course, the lowest power of the Azure Sun sword intent was the Earth-level low rank. It was impossible to comprehend the profound level Azure Sun sword intent. Thinking of this, Li Fuqian's mind became active. He felt that he might have gone astray, but he still had a chance to correct it. The cultivation picture of Azure Yang sword intent emerged in his mind, and Li Fuqian started from the first picture and slowly sorted it out. The more Li Fuqian sorted out, the more certain that his green Yang sword intent was indeed not perfect. Perhaps the starting point was right, but the path after that was crooked. And the starting point often determined the final level of the green sun sword intent. For example, if the starting point was low, the final level of the green sun sword intent would naturally be Earth class low tier. If the starting point was slightly higher, the final level of the green sun sword intent could be Earth level intermediate. Li Fuqian's starting point was undoubtedly very high, but it was a pity that it was crooked and wasn't perfect. However, this was mainly because the time he spent comprehending the Azure Yang sword intent was too short. As time passed, his Azure Yang sword intent would gradually be perfected, but the time spent would increase by several times. Now that Li Fuqian's perception has greatly increased, and he has woken up in advance, there is no doubt that there is a chance to perfect the Green Sun sword intent in a short time. Perfecting the Green Sun sword intent wasn't something that could be done in a day. When comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern, there would be changes every day. During this period of time, Li Fuqian's blazing flame pattern had already been comprehended to the 65% mark. For the blazing flame bone frame pattern, the further one progressed, the harder it would be to comprehend. There was no reason for Li Fuqian to comprehend it to the 65% mark so quickly. However, Li Fuqian's perception was also changing every day. Even if he wasn't able to keep up with the increasing difficulty of the blazing flame bone frame pattern, he wouldn't be left behind. As the blazing flame pattern was comprehended to 65%, Li Fuqian's heart of blazing flame had been enhanced by one level. If he were to face the evil king now, his heart of flame would be able to suppress the evil king's supreme black devil thunder. After the great victory, the 100 Sect Alliance began to reclaim their lost territories. Actually, even without the 100 Sect Alliance, the demonic Tao and demonic 10 regions had already retreated. What a joke! If they didn't withdraw and provoke Li Fuchen to start a massacre, they wouldn't even have the time to recuperate. For now, every second counted. The former Heaven Fiend sect was now the Heaven Fiend Hall. Because of the defeat of the Fiend Tao forces, a storm was brewing in the Heaven Fiend Hall. Some wanted to return to the 100 Sect Alliance, such as the Yen clan. Some didn't, such as the Heaven Fiend Hall's hall head Li Xietian. Li Xietian wasn't willing to return to the 100 Sects Alliance because he was afraid of being punished by the 100 Sects Alliance. They might have betrayed the 100 Sects Alliance and surrendered to the Fiend Tao, which was a great crime. But back then, they either surrendered or were annihilated. There wasn't a third choice. Even if the 100 Sects Alliance punished them, they wouldn't punish them to death. Li Xietian was afraid of Li Fuchen. After all the calculations, he didn't expect that Li Fuchen would actually stand at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn continent and nearly rule over the entire East Unicorn continent. Back then, Li Xietian had tried to kill Li Fuchen multiple times and there was a huge grudge. Therefore, he would never return to the 100 Sects Alliance as it would be courting death. However, the Yen clan wanted to return to the 100 Sects Alliance, and with the Yen clan taking the lead, many of the clans in the Heaven Fiend Hall had thoughts. As compared to the Fiend Tao, the 100 Sects Alliance was too bright and didn't need to be afraid. Who would be willing to be on tenterhooks every day? In the Heaven Fiend Hall's Grand Hall, Li Xietian said coldly, "Yen Baitian, we have betrayed the 100 Sects Alliance. Do you think we will have good days if we return?" Yen clan head Yen Baitian said, "Not having good days is better than having no hope. Furthermore, we had no other choice back then. Are you really going to return to the 100 Sects Alliance?" Li Xietian glared at Yen Baitian. Yen Baitian replied, "Yes." He naturally knew why Li Xietian didn't want to return to the 100 Sects Alliance. It was a pity that Li Xietian was the one who offended Li Fuchen and not his Yen clan. "Do it." Li Xietian gave an eye signal to a few of the Heaven Fiend Hall's supreme elders. Among them was the #1 expert of the Heaven Fiend Hall, Li Feihe, who was at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. Rumble. When their chi presences burst out, the Heaven Fiend Hall's Grand Hall immediately collapsed. Yen Baitian sneered and didn't make a move. Beside him, the peerlessly beautiful Yen Qinggu stood out. "Die." Yen Qinggu drew her curved saber and casually slashed a few times. In the void, the black saber lights interweaved like a net and looked like black threads. Walala! Li Xietian and the others didn't even have time to scream and were split into pieces. "You progressed to the reincarnation realm?" Li Feihe's body was covered in black lines as he stared at Yen Qinggu. Li Feihe had concealed himself too deeply. He was obviously at the reincarnation realm but had restricted his chi presence to the Heaven Dipper realm. Yen Qinggu didn't say anything and had an indifferent expression. Crash! Li Feihe's body split open and he died with everlasting regret. "Qinggu, your strength has improved again." Yen Baitian looked at his familiar yet unfamiliar daughter and sighed. Ever since the Stars ranking tournament ended, he noticed that Yen Qinggu had some changes. Subsequently, she told him that she had already progressed to the reincarnation realm and didn't need to consider Li Xietian's opinion. Even though he couldn't believe it emotionally, his rationality told him that his daughter wasn't the same as before. Fortunately, apart from being a little unfamiliar, she didn't change at all. "Qinggu, do you want to return to the 100 Sects Alliance with us?" Yen Baitian asked. Yen Qinggu shook her head, "It's fine. I still have some things to do." "All right then. Be careful." Yen Baitian nodded. "Father, don't worry. I am still Yen Qinggu and your daughter. It's just that there are some things in my mind." Yen Qinggu suddenly said. "All right." Yen Baitian revealed a smile. He believed that Yen Qinggu didn't lie to him and he could feel her emotions. To be serious, he had always felt that Yan Qingwu's feelings towards him and the Yan clan hadn't changed. It was just in a different way. Li Fuchen, I wonder if you are the same as my daughter and have encountered a great fated encounter. Yan Baitian thought of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's growth trajectory was too strange, and it was the same as Yan Qingwu. Eternal Spring Region, 2 Seasons Mountain. The Eternal Spring region could be said to be the most beautiful region in the East Unicorn continent. The mountains here were definitely the most beautiful mountains in the East Unicorn continent. The 2 Seasons Mountain might not be the Eternal Spring Valley's mountain gate, but it was a mountain peak that was heavily protected by the Eternal Spring Valley, and no one was allowed to damage it. Today, there was a tea party being held on the 2 Seasons Mountain. The host of the tea party was Li Fuchen. In addition, Su Muyu, Fan Qiansong, Fan Qianyu, and some of the heavenly prodigies that Li Fuchen knew were all here. There were also plenty of heavenly prodigies that Li Fuchen didn't know. Li Fuchen's current identity was the alliance leader of the 100 Sects Alliance, and he was the most fearsome heavenly prodigy in history. Everyone wanted to pay respects to him, and Li Fuchen wasn't a cold and emotionless person. Be it Su Muyu or the Fan siblings, they were all his friends, and it was reasonable for him to meet them and interact with them. He also wanted to support these heavenly prodigies and allow them to become the pillars of the East Unicorn continent as soon as possible. It wasn't that Li Fuchen was kind, but he felt that it was a pity. These heavenly prodigies were considered first-rate prodigies in the 7-color continent's Violet Flower Kingdom. However, the East Unicorn continent's resources were too barren. If they wanted to achieve something, they would have to put in 10 times or dozens of times more effort. Since Li Fuchen had the capability, he didn't mind helping them. It is my honor for everyone to participate in this tea party. These are Earth-class heart cultivation elixirs and should be useful for everyone. In addition, I will also reward the top 10 rankers of the tea party with Earth-class elixirs. During the tea party, Li Fuchen waved his hand and there was an additional sparkling and translucent elixir in front of everyone. After smelling the fragrance of the elixir, the heavenly prodigies were shocked and delighted. This was an Earth-class heart cultivation elixir, and it was enough for them to have a drastic increase in their mental state within a short period of time. With a drastic increase in their mental state, they would naturally be able to increase their cultivation rapidly. It wasn't exaggerating to say that this one heart cultivation elixir was enough for them to save a few years of bitter cultivation. After hearing that there would be rewards for the top 10 rankers of the spars, everyone was eager to try. When the tea party started, everyone drank tea while watching the spars. In the pavilion that Li Fuchen was in, Fan Qiansong laughed and said, Li Fuchen, you are now the alliance leader of the 100 Sects Alliance. You won't be bored when you are with us. Li Fuchen said, this world is very big and I am just walking a little ahead. He was only at the reincarnation realm now. After the reincarnation realm, there was still the battle spirit realm and the primary sea realm. There were even higher realms above the primary sea realm. The saint that the joint heaven sword spirit mentioned was obviously an existence that was far superior to the primary sea realm monarchs. In the eyes of these experts, Li Fuchen was probably no different from Su Muyu and the others, as they were all very weak. Su Muyu said, it is a pity that the East Unicorn continent has restricted us. It is said that once a martial artist progresses to the battle spirit realm, they will be expelled from the East Unicorn continent. That's right. I also found out from an ancient book that there are actually battle spirit realm experts living on the islands around the East Unicorn continent. But they are unable to enter the East Unicorn continent. Fan Qianyu nodded. Li Fuchen said, this is too far away from us. It is better not to talk about it. Chapter 451. After the tea party ended, Li Fuchen rewarded the top 10 participants with some pills. Before he left, he gave each of the siblings Su Muyu and Fan Qiansong a storage bag. Other than pills, there were also Earth-class equipment and other good stuff. It is time to tour the East Unicorn continent. In the entire East Unicorn continent, Li Fuqian had been to very few places. In the past, he didn't have the strength. Now that he had the strength, he naturally wanted to explore. Li Fuqian's speed was extremely fast. It would normally only take a few days to travel from one region to another. This was after he stayed for a while to admire the beautiful scenery. Of course, it was just a cursory glance. If he wanted to see every beautiful scenery, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. He didn't have so much time to waste. Unknowingly, Li Fuqian had already traveled through dozens of regions. During the journey, Li Fuqian found that his body and mind were much more joyful and his mind was much more broad-minded. He felt that the world had never been so vast before. Traveling is also a way to cultivate the mind. On the path of martial arts, apart from cultivation, there are times when you need to relax. Unknowingly, Li Fuqian arrived at the demonic 10 regions. The monster and demon 10 territories were much more barbaric than the human territory. It was very primitive, but this kind of primitive was sometimes a kind of beauty. Li Fuqian sighed in secret. It was reasonable to exist. Demonic beasts and demons may be savage, but they also sharpened humans. If there were no external enemies, humans would still have internal strife. Of course, the premise was that it was within a controllable range. Previously, the monster and demon 10 regions were somewhat out of control, and they were too harmful to humans. Along the way, Li Fuqian didn't kill a lot of demonic beasts and demons. To him, as long as he eliminated the demonic 10 regions masters, he didn't have to worry about the rest. Of course, when he was in a bad mood, Li Fuqian would go on a killing spree. Take for example, in the Horn Devil region, Li Fuqian saw many human prisons. In these human prisons, there were more than 10 million humans imprisoned. Even if Li Fuqian was a fool, he would know that these humans were the demon's rations and would be eaten at every turn. Kill. The Ardent Sun domain expanded to its limit. Under the Ardent Sun domain, as long as it was not a level 5 fiendish demon, it would burn to death. The doors of the prisons were melted by Li Fuqian's Ardent Sun field power. Countless humans walked out of the prisons while trembling with fear. You're free. Li Fuqian shouted. Damned human, this is the territory of my monster and demon 10 territories. A few class 5 demons flew into the sky. They had never seen Li Fuqian before. Even if the demonic 10 regions were defeated, they thought that the demonic 10 regions were very safe. Die. Without even drawing his sword, Li Fuqian brandished his finger and burst out with the high heaven sword intent. Puff puff puff, the 5th grade demons were instantly shredded into a mist of blood by the sword chi. I am the alliance leader of the 100 Sects Alliance, Li Fuqian. The demonic 10 regions have been defeated. Everyone can return home in peace. Li Fuqian's voice echoed in everyone's ears. 100 Sects Alliance leader Li Fuqian. These humans had been imprisoned for too long. Even if they were newly imprisoned, it was before the demonic 10 regions defeat. How could they have heard of the 100 Sects Alliance leader, Li Fuqian's name? But they knew that Li Fuqian was definitely an absolute expert, otherwise, he wouldn't have barged into the Horn Devil region alone and killed demons like slaughtering chickens. I know who he is. He is the human race's absolute prodigy, Li Fuqian. There were people who had heard of Li Fuqian's name, although they didn't know that Li Fuqian was so powerful. Every time Li Fuqian arrived at a region, he would definitely release the humans that were imprisoned. He had killed so many humans that the demonic 10 regions were trembling with fear. This was also the reason why Li Fuqian didn't start a massacre. Li Fuqian found it strange that the rulers of the demonic 10 regions had vanished. Li Fuqian guessed that they had either gone to look for reinforcements or had hidden themselves. This journey took Li Fuqian 3 months and half of the time was wasted in the demonic 10 regions. During the later stages, the 100 Sects Alliance didn't need Li Fuqian's orders and had already sent people to the demonic 10 regions to search for the human prisons. They would also go on a killing spree, turning the demonic 10 regions into a river of blood. If the rulers of the demonic 10 regions didn't appear, the demonic 10 regions would probably become history. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the border of the Northern Sea and was near the coast of the Western Sea. There were countless humans living here, and a few hundred miles away, there were cities. This place was the intersection between the evil Tao and the demonic 10 regions. Due to the strength of the evil Tao, the demonic 10 regions weren't willing to provoke them. Therefore, these humans were able to survive. The evil Tao might be inhumane, but they wouldn't massacre humans wantonly. Only the blood ancestor would frequently massacre humans to refine blood corpses to condense the myriad blood pearl. But he would normally do it in places with a lot of humans. There were too few humans here, and if they were all killed, this place would truly become a land of death. Of course, even if there were few humans, Li Fuchen reckoned that there were at least 10 million humans here. There was no choice, as humans were reproducing too quickly. If a couple was willing, it wouldn't be a problem for them to have 3 or 4 children. Those who weren't willing were mainly because they couldn't afford to raise them. On a barren and short mountain, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and comprehended the green sun sword intent. In front of him was a white beach and surging waves. In the sky, there was a blazing sun that was emitting boundless light and heat. During the past 3 months, 70% of his spirit soul had turned pale purple. With his powerful perception, he finally corrected the green sun sword intent. The corrected green sun sword intent was actually an Earth-class high-tier sword art. In terms of lethality, it was even superior to the high heaven sword art. But Li Fuchen knew that the perfection stage of the green sun sword intent wasn't comparable to the trance stage of the high heaven sword art. When martial artists fought, it wasn't the one with the stronger attack that would win. It depended on various factors. The high heaven sword art's lethality might not be comparable to the green sun sword intent, but the high heaven sword field was able to suppress the opponent. As long as the opponent couldn't resist the high heaven sword field, they would be at Li Fuchen's mercy. This was something that the green sun sword intent couldn't compare with. Therefore, in order to make the green sun sword intent a true killer move, Li Fuchen had to comprehend the sword intent. Before comprehending the sword intent, the green sun sword intent contained sword Tao laws that were rather scattered and didn't have a core. After comprehending the sword intent, the sword Tao laws would form a closed loop and form an independent body. It was a pity that even if Li Fuchen's spirit soul was 70% pale purple, it wasn't a simple task to cultivate the green sun sword intent to the trance stage. Earth-class high-tier sword arts were considered elite sword arts in the 7-color continent. As for Earth-class peak-tier sword arts, only monarch sects would have them. Sitting cross-legged on the short mountain, Li Fuchen's body was emitting green light. He was like a green blazing sun and was resonating with the blazing sun in the sky. Apart from correcting the green sun sword intent, during these 3 months, Li Fuchen had comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern to the 70% mark. After comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern to the 70% mark, even Li Fuchen found it extremely strenuous to comprehend it. It was fortunate that the more he comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern, the deeper Li Fuchen felt his comprehension of the green sun sword intent. The green sun sword intent didn't just contain the sword Tao laws, it also contained the blazing flame laws. Or rather, it was the blazing flame sword Tao laws. As the days passed by, Li Fuchen continued to sit on the short mountain. Be it the wind, rain, lightning, or thunder, nothing was able to shake Li Fuchen's body. There were times when the green light expanded and even the dark clouds would disperse. It was just like a blazing sun that was rising from the ground. But later on, the green light on Li Fuchen's body was gradually withdrawn until there wasn't a single anomaly. Rumble. It was unknown when the sea waves got bigger. The surging tide was like a magnificent army, creating waves that were dozens of meters tall. Hurry up and leave, the sea beasts are here. On the beach, some of the fishermen were frantically fleeing. These fishermen might be Qi realm martial artists, and there were even Origin realm martial artists, but how could they compare to the speed of the tide? All of them were swept into the tide. Ha, young ones, kill your way over and capture more humans back. In the tide, a giant shark appeared. This giant shark was too big and it was at least 2,000 feet in length. It was several times bigger than the largest mountain-shaking elephant in the East Unicorn continent. When it emerged from the water, it was like a long and narrow island. It had a pair of giant eyes that were emitting icy cold and brutal chilling light. Yes, Lord Bai. Sea beasts appeared one after another. These sea beasts were all massive in size and at the same tier, they were at least twice the size of the demonic beasts on land. Having a large size meant that they were harder to kill. The sea beasts' target wasn't the fishermen as they weren't even enough to fill the gaps of their teeth. Their target was the human cities that were a few hundred miles away. Sea beasts. The foot of the short mountain was already submerged by the tide. Li Fuchen woke up from his cultivation state. Seeing this scene, Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. This was his first time encountering sea beasts. Sea beasts were considered one of the natural barriers between continents. The endless sea beasts were enough to terrorize any human and they wouldn't dare to cross the sea easily. Li Fuchen released his ardent sun field power and incinerated groups of sea beasts. Sea beasts didn't like fire to begin with. All of them were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves after being incinerated. We are saved. Most of the fishermen climbed up the short mountain and looked at the sea beasts on the beach with lingering fear. Many thanks to my lord for saving our lives. The leader of the fishermen knelt on one knee and expressed his gratitude. Li Fuchen asked, do sea beasts frequently come ashore near the coast? As compared to the demonic beasts on land, sea beasts were definitely more dangerous. Once the endless sea beasts came ashore, it would be a disaster and even he wouldn't be able to stop them. One of the fishermen nodded and said, sea beasts are the same as demonic beasts and love to devour humans. But not all sea beasts can come ashore. Only sea beasts that are class 5 and below can casually enter the East Unicorn continent. As for class 5 demonic beasts, once they come ashore, they will immediately be dehydrated. The deeper they go, the more dehydrated they will be until they die. We don't know the reason either. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. The East Unicorn continent obviously had its own rules. Any demonic beast that reached class 6 would be banished by the rules. If they didn't leave, they would die. The restrictions on sea beasts were even stricter and class 5 sea beasts couldn't even move around in the East Unicorn continent. My lord, this great demonic beast is a class 5 peak-tier demonic beast, Megalodon. It is called Baigula and it is extremely powerful. It is rumored that even the evil king isn't a match for it. An old fisherman said. So incredible. I would like to meet him. Chapter 452. Baigula was a prodigy of the Megalodon race and the Megalodon race was a dominant force in the coastal seas that could contest with the sea rat race. When Baigula saw Li Fuchen slaughtering his subordinates, he was extremely infuriated, but he was helpless. He could reach Li Fuchen, but in a dehydrated state, he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. In the past, he was able to defeat the evil king because the evil king thought highly of himself and flew above the sea. Just as Baigula was about to provoke Li Fuchen, he suddenly saw Li Fuchen arriving above the sea. Splash! Baigula transformed into a 20 feet tall creature with a shark head and a human body. Water control technique. Baigula grasped the air with his right hand and the tide behind Li Fuchen rapidly gathered together to form a giant water wall. The water wall was crystal clear and looked extremely dense. Let's see where you can escape to now. Baigula grinned. The water control technique was one of his innate abilities. As long as he was willing, he could make the seawater harder than steel. If Li Fuchen wanted to break through the water wall, it would be impossible without a lot of effort. If Li Fuchen used all his effort, Baigula would have already killed Li Fuchen. If I want to leave, can you stop me? Li Fuchen sneered. Courting death, water control arrow. The water control technique was a jack-of-all-trades innate ability and didn't have a specific form. With a wave of Baigula's hand, countless seawater condensed into water arrows and shot at Li Fuchen. There were at least 10,000 of them, and each of the water arrows had powerful kinetic energy. Back then, Li Fuchen had only used this move to force the evil king to flee miserably and even suffer minor injuries. You have some skill, but it is a pity that it isn't enough. Li Fuchen wasn't being arrogant, but these water arrows couldn't even break his defense. Of course, he wasn't so bored to tangle with the opposition. The High Heaven Sword art was executed and the sword field expanded. In the next moment, the water arrows had a drastic decrease in speed as though they had sunk into glue. What? Baigula's eyes contracted. Before he could do anything, the sword field had already enveloped him. Pfff. The sword light penetrated Baigula's body and caused a large splash of fresh blood. Bloodthirst technique. Baigula was anxious. Li Fuchen's sword light was too powerful, and it didn't just penetrate his body, the remnant sword chi was also destroying his vitality. Blood-red light blossomed, and a blood-red halo appeared on the surface of Baigula's body. His eyes also turned blood-red. Under the effect of the blood-red halo, his wounds healed quickly, and the sword chi in his body dissipated. Bloodlust could greatly increase his recovery speed and strength. However, when the effects of bloodlust dissipated, he would be in a period of weakness. The longer he used bloodlust, the longer he would be in a state of weakness. The longer he used bloodlust, the longer he would be in a state of weakness. Whoosh! Turning into a blood light, Baigula suddenly lunged at Li Fuchen. Is it useful? With a swing of the sword, Baigula, who had turned into a bloody light, froze for a moment. Then, rays of sword light that resembled fish pierced through Baigula's body. The sharp sword intent destroyed Baigula's life force wantonly. Even the bloodlust art could not extinguish it instantly. After comprehending the High Heaven Sword intent, Li Fuchen's strength had increased tremendously. Especially the High Heaven Sword field, it was simply a killer weapon. Putting aside the fact that Baigula wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, even if Baigula's attack power was superior to Li Fuchen, as long as he was suppressed by the High Heaven Sword field for an instant, Li Fuchen's sword would be able to penetrate his body. Unless, his defense was immune to Li Fuchen's attack, but it was obviously impossible. Flee. Baigula was afraid and couldn't be bothered to repair his damaged body. He immediately dove into the sea. As long as he escaped into the sea, even if Li Fuchen was stronger than him, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to kill him. It just so happens that I also wish to know the true power of the Green Sun Sword intent. If Li Fuchen wanted to kill Baigula, there were a few methods, and the High Heaven Sword art could kill him too. But Li Fuchen wanted to test the power of the Green Sun Sword intent. The Joint Heaven Sword released a resplendent green radiance as Li Fuchen brandished the sword at the sea. The dazzling green radiance was like a blazing sun. A green pillar of light that was over a dozen meters in thickness was suddenly shot out. The seawater was instantly penetrated while the green pillar of light didn't slow down and devoured Baigula. Without any sound or presence, Baigula's body was annihilated and there wasn't even a drop of blood. Because this sword had already incinerated Baigula into ashes and turned him into nothingness. This sword was a little similar to the Green Sun Absolution, but it was several times stronger than the Green Sun Absolution. No wonder it is an Earth-class high-tier sword intent. The power is peerless. A few days ago, Li Fuchen pushed the Green Sun Sword intent to the trance stage, but he had been comprehending it in silence and didn't practice it. After 70% of his spirit soul turned pale purple, he was able to deduce sword arts in his mind, and the efficiency was much higher than practicing sword arts in real life. Because there were plenty of factors that would disturb him in real life, but in his mind, he could practice and verify it multiple times with a single thought. Of course, the prerequisite was that the spirit soul was powerful enough and the perception was high enough. Otherwise, it would be easy for one's spirit soul to weaken. After the green sun sword intent reached the trance stage and comprehended the sword intent, a casual slash from Li Fuchen would be several times stronger than the green sun absolution. Furthermore, the consumption of qi wasn't a lot and it contained the complete green sun sword Dao law. A trace of sword qi would be able to expand into a sword qi pillar, unlike the green sun absolution which had to compress a large amount of sword qi to form a sword qi pillar. You can change to another place to fish in the future. This place isn't very safe. After killing Bai Gula, Li Fuchen flew back to the short mountain and said to the fisherman, "My lord, aren't you leaving?" A young fisherman asked curiously. Li Fuchen said, "I still have some matters to attend to." The green sun sword intent might be at the trance stage, but it wasn't perfect. After all, the green sun sword intent was different from the high heaven sword art. The latter had moves, while the former relied on self-comprehension and there would always be flaws. Furthermore, Li Fuchen wanted to know how powerful a Class 6 demonic beast was. As a member of the Megalodon race, Bai Gula reckoned that his status wasn't ordinary. There might be a Class 6 Megalodon that would stand up for him. Since Li Fuchen was on the shore, even if he wasn't a match for the Class 6 Megalodon, he would still be able to escape unscathed. After the fisherman left, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the green sun sword intent. As time elapsed, the blazing sun was gradually setting in the west. Splash splash. The sea that had calmed down was now surging with waves again. This time, the undulation of the sea was extremely terrifying and it gave off the feeling that the entire sea was moving. If a regular person were to take a glance, they would be dumbfounded and their limbs would go soft. Who killed my son, Bai Gula? A boundless murderous aura burst out from the sea and turned the entire place bleak. Rumble. In the next moment, a shark sea beast that was over 10,000 feet in length emerged from the sea. Its scarlet eyes were like two small lakes that shot out scarlet beams of light. Is it here? Li Fuchen opened his eyes and looked at the shark sea beast. Is it you? The shark sea beast's eyes were locked onto Li Fuchen. The horrific murderous aura was like a substance that caused the air to solidify. The sea waves were getting more turbulent and surged, creating waves that were 100 meters tall. Chapter 453. No wonder it is a Class 6 sea beast. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. At the same class, sea beasts were much stronger than land demonic beasts. A Class 6 land demonic beast's strength was equivalent to a battle spirit realm master that cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. It also meant to say that without an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, one wouldn't be a match for a Class 6 demonic beast and would be immediately suppressed, let alone a Class 6 sea beast. This Class 6 Megalodon had a murderous aura that felt like a substance. Its danger level was more than 10 times or 100 times more than Bai Gula. You killed my son, Bai Gula. Pay with your life. The Class 6 Megalodon didn't turn into a human form. It opened its mouth and spat out a water sphere that was 1,000 feet in size. The water sphere might only be 1,000 feet in size, but it gave Li Fuchen the feeling that it was condensed from a lake's water. It was extremely heavy and condensed. The moment it appeared, the void seemed to be trembling and crackling. The surface of the water sphere burst out with countless horrific thunderbolts and blasted at Li Fuchen with a speed that was almost instantaneous. Li Fuchen retreated rapidly in the air. While retreating, the green sun sword intent burst out and a giant sword chi pillar welcomed the water sphere that was filled with thunderbolts. PFFF. As though a flame had been extinguished, the water sphere instantly extinguished the sword chi pillar and continued to blast at Li Fuchen. Such terrifying power. Li Fuchen was moved. His green sun sword intent was at the trance stage and contained the complete green sun sword Dao law. But it couldn't even resist for a moment and was immediately extinguished. Li Fuchen retreated extremely quickly, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun the water sphere. It was fortunate that the East Unicorn Continent's law suppressed Class 6 sea beasts' attacks. As the water sphere penetrated deep into the East Unicorn Continent, the water sphere's power started to diminish. When approaching Li Fuchen, the water sphere's power was only left with less than 10%. Bang! Li Fuchen's chi defense instantly collapsed and the remaining power poured onto Li Fuchen's body. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen retreated even faster. Less than 10% of the power is able to injure me. If it is 100%, even 10 of me would be blasted into smithereens. Li Fuchen realized that he was too careless. If he retreated a little slower, he wouldn't just be injured, he would at least be severely injured. Damn it! The Class 6 Megalodon roared with rage and set off layers of waves. With the continent's law suppression, he couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Human, come out and fight if you are capable. The Class 6 Megalodon was overflowing with murderous aura. The Class 6 Megalodon said with murderous aura. Li Fuchen left. After witnessing the power of a Class 6 sea beast, he was already satisfied. Human, one day I will kill you. One day. The level 6 Megalodon sank back into the ocean unwillingly. Megalodon, now that the Green Sun Sword intent was at the trance stage, the only thing Li Fuchen could do now was to comprehend the Blazing Flame pattern and the Joint Heaven Sword pattern. The Blazing Flame Bone Frame pattern was closely related to the power of the divine ability. The more Blazing Flame Bone Frame patterns one comprehended, the stronger the divine ability. Currently, Li Fuchen's strongest trump card was still the Heart of Blazing Flame and not the Green Sun Sword intent. Beast, God, God, Megalodon, Beast, God, Beast, Beast, Demon, Demonic Beast. As for the Joint Heaven Sword, it was closely related to unlocking the second seal. Once Li Fuchen unlocked the second seal, he would be able to upgrade the Joint Heaven Sword to Earth Class Peak Tier or even Heaven Class Low Tier. By then, he would definitely be able to learn an Earth Class Peak Tier Sword Art or Heaven Class Low Tier Sword Art. By then, let alone lower cultivation realms, even higher cultivation realms would be a piece of cake. Wind Snow Sect, Elder Mu, our White River Sect requires 5 Earth Class Low Tier equipment. They are the Battle Saber, Spear, Artifact Sword, and 2 Artifact Armors. Here are 350,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. In the Wind Snow Sect's Grand Hall, the White River Sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Xian Wuyuan, handed a storage bag to Mu Hanxin and said respectfully. Sure, once we have the goods, I will inform you immediately. Mu Hanxin smiled with squinted eyes. The 100 Sects Alliance's experts that participated in the previous war were each equipped with an Earth-class low-tier weapon and an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. But no one would complain about having too many Earth-class low-tier equipment. After defeating the evil Dao and the demonic 10 regions, Li Fuchen decided to sell the Earth-class low-tier equipment at a fixed price. Earth-class low-tier weapons were priced at 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, while Earth-class low-tier armors were priced at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This price was very fraudulent. After all, in the 7-color continent, Earth-class low-tier weapons rarely cost more than 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Earth-class low-tier armors would only cost around 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and Li Fuchen had increased the price by more than 20 times. But this was the East Unicorn Continent after all. In the East Unicorn Continent, Earth-class low-tier equipment were considered priceless treasures. Let alone 50,000 or 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, even if it was more expensive, everyone would still buy it, just that they would buy less. If you didn't buy it, others would buy it. When the gap was too huge, it wouldn't be easy to make up for it. Furthermore, everyone had a spirit stone or vein. Even if the spirit stones were depleted, they could excavate more. At most, they would look for a new spirit stone or vein. The East Unicorn Continent might be lacking in resources, but it wasn't to the point where they couldn't find a spirit stone or vein. Due to their good relationship with Li Fuchen, the Wind Snow Sect didn't have to spend spirit stones to purchase Earth-class low-tier equipment. Li Fuchen promised that all the Wind Snow sect's martial artists that were above the third level of reincarnation realm could have a weapon and an artifact armor. After sending off Xan Wuyuan, Li Fuchen returned. Alliance leader. Mu Hanxin quickly went forward to welcome. Li Fuchen nodded. How is the sale of Earth-class low-tier equipment? Mu Hanxin replied with excitement, we have received a total of 12 million low-grade spirit stones. So much? Li Fuchen was shocked. Mu Hanxin said, actually, it isn't a lot. Like the Doling clan, they spent 600,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase Earth-class low-tier equipment. Most of the other sects have also spent a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, after those sects that were attached to the major sects became independent, they had also purchased some Earth-class low-tier equipment. At the peak of the 100 Sects Alliance, there were over 90 sections. After the war, less than 20 sects were destroyed. The rest had either surrendered to the evil Tao or attached themselves to the major sections. Now that the war was over, all the surrendered evil Tao factions had returned, while those attached themselves to the major sects had also become independent. As such, the 100 Sects Alliance now had around 70 sects and had an average of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. 70 sects would have 14 million low-grade spirit stones. What about mid-grade spirit stones? Li Fuchen was rather expectant. On the seven-color continent, a single mid-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. In order to encourage everyone, Li Fuchen decided that a single mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. As such, one mid-grade spirit stone would be enough to purchase an Earth-class low-tier weapon. Everyone rarely used mid-grade spirit stones. After all, only Battle Spirit Realm Masters would choose to use mid-grade spirit stones. It was too extravagant for Reincarnation Realm experts to use mid-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Mu Hanxin said, there aren't a lot of mid-grade spirit stones, but there are 105, 105, not bad. Chapter 454. With the addition of over 12 million low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen's low-grade spirit stones had reached an astounding 15 million. This number was massive and probably only the pinnacle Battle Spirit Realm Masters would be able to compare with it. Even a wealthy alchemy grandmaster like Grandmaster Ever Youth would probably only have a few million low-grade spirit stones. It was already not bad for regular low-level Battle Spirit Realm Masters to have a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Elder Mu, can you make an announcement? Whoever can find me a herb that can upgrade a 4-star bone frame, I will use an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique or something of equivalent value to exchange for it. Herbs that could upgrade a 4-star bone frame were extremely rare and only Earth-class peak-tier herbs would be able to do it. Earth-class low-tier herbs were hard to come by in the 7-color continent, let alone the East Unicorn continent. But nothing was absolute. The East Unicorn continent wasn't considered small, and even if it was barren, Li Fuchen didn't believe that there wasn't a single stock of Earth-class peak-tier herb. There might be some hidden domains that had yet to be discovered. If Li Fuchen relied on himself, it would definitely be hard to find them. But if he gathered the strength of the entire continent, there was still some hope. Yes, Alliance Master. Mu Hanxin felt his breathing getting a little hurried. His Wind Snow sect was also lacking an Earth-class low-tier technique. If he could cultivate this Earth-class low-tier technique to the extreme, his strength would reach a whole new level, and he would become the number 2 expert in the 100 Sect Alliance. Noticing Mu Hanxin's change in expression, Li Fuchen smiled and said, Elder Mu doesn't have to be anxious. There will be a chance. He didn't have a low-rank Earth Realm cultivation method now, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't have one in the future. In the 7-color continent, Earth-level middle-rank cultivation techniques would basically not leak out, but Earth-level low-rank cultivation techniques could often be seen in major auctions. With enough spirit stones, he didn't have to worry about not being able to get it. Kanglin Peak. On this day, an aura that could burn the heavens soared into the sky and melted the snow. The Great Elder has broken through. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. With sufficient elixirs and spirit stones, Zhao Wujin recovered his cultivation a week ago, and with the shedding body rebirth pill, he naturally advanced to the shedding body realm. The first level of reincarnation realm might not be considered much in the East Unicorn continent, but the lifespan was doubled. If one took good care of themselves, they could live for more than 200 years. Congratulations to Elder Zhao for advancing to the reincarnation realm. Everyone from the Azure Water sect came to congratulate, so did Wind Snow sects Mu Hanxin and the other upper echelons. Zhao Wujin smiled and cupped his fists from time to time. Advancing to the reincarnation realm was his greatest wish in this life. Now that this wish had been fulfilled, with his current age, he could live for at least another 100 years in the future, which was enough for him to pursue higher ideals. Great Elder, congratulations. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived. Fuchen, thanks to you, this old one has been reborn. Zhao Wujin is grateful and emotional. Who would have thought that the Azure Billow sect disciple he favored more than a decade ago has not only become the ruler of the East Lin continent, but also helped him break through to the shedding body realm. Li Fuchen laughed, Grand Elder is blessed by the heavens. Even without my help, he will definitely break through to the reincarnation realm one day. Alliance leader is right. Elder Zhao has a firm will. If he doesn't progress to the reincarnation realm, it will be the East Unicorn continent's loss. This is heaven's will. Elder Zhao doesn't have to be modest. Elder Zhao, let's drink together when we have time. We shedding body realm have twice the lifespan of ordinary people. We should enjoy it. Everyone knew that Zhao Wujin and Li Fuchen had a close relationship, hence, they were all sucking up to Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin knew that these people were sucking up to him because of Li Fuchen, but he was too happy today and didn't mind it at all as he greeted them passionately. Li Fuchen, when do you think I can progress to the reincarnation realm? Zhao Mingyue asked from the side. Li Fuchen replied, there is no hurry. You will definitely reach the reincarnation realm. I feel that you should expand your target, at least the battle spirit realm. Zhao Mingyue might only be a 4-star bone frame, but her bone frame was extremely rare. It was the 1 in a million purine bone frame. The purine bone frame was also a special bone frame and was blessed by the heavens in cultivation. In terms of pure cultivation talent, the 4-star purine bone frame was comparable with the 5-star bone frame. If she reached the 7-color continent, there was a chance for her to progress to the battle spirit realm. After experiencing multiple upgrades to the bone frame, Li Fuchen had a feeling that the star grade of the bone frame wasn't the most important in the eyes of absolute experts. Because the star grade of the bone frame could be upgraded, the attribute of the bone frame was the most important. Extraordinary attributes were fine, but special attributes could only be innately possessed. Li Fuchen decided that if there was an opportunity, he would search for more herbs that could upgrade the bone frame star grade to upgrade his and Zhao Mingyue's bone frames. Once a special bone frame matured, it would truly be an invincible existence and must not be wasted. East Unicorn Continent's northern sea, a group of demonic beasts and demons were escorted by the sea beasts below. Among the group of demonic beasts and demons, there were 6 that were the most striking, and one of them was the Petrified Queen. The current Petrified Queen had more similarities to a human. Previously, her upper body might be a female human, but it was just the appearance. Right now, her upper body had completely turned into a female human. Her green hair was like a waterfall, her eyes were deep, and her chi presence was condensed. When she landed on the ground, even the soft beach was petrified. This was a phenomenon caused by an overly powerful chi presence that wasn't completely reserved. The second one was the Blood Devil King. Similar to the Petrified Queen, the Blood Devil King's chi presence had also increased greatly. He stood there like a blood-colored lake, and the surging chi presence had spread out, causing the air to be filled with a bloody and murderous chi presence. The third one was the mountain-shaking elephant. The mountain-shaking elephant's chi presence wasn't inferior to the petrified queen and was much stronger than the Blood Devil King. If the Blood Devil King was a blood-colored lake, then the mountain-shaking elephant was like a tall mountain. The heavy and oppressive chi presence had spread out and suppressed the air, causing the beach to sink. Let alone fighting with the mountain-shaking elephant, a regular person would probably have to endure the unbearable pressure. The fourth one was a Class 5 petrified demonic beast with an eagle head and a human body. This demonic beast looked extremely terrifying and had a pair of eyes that were bright like lightning, as though they could penetrate the soul spirit. The fifth one was a Class 5 petrified demonic beast with a dog head and a human body. This demonic beast looked ordinary, but only the petrified queen and the others knew that this howling moon hound was the strongest existence among the demonic beasts. Its body had the bloodline of the Demon King, Dark Moon Hound, and the concentration of the bloodline was even higher than the mountain-shaking elephant's bloodline. The last one was a demon. This demon had a silver horn on its head, and its chi presence was even stronger than the Howling Moon Hound. Its status was extremely noble and far surpassed the Blood Devil King because its body contained the bloodline of the silver-horned Great Demon King. The so-called Great Demon King was an existence that was at the pinnacle of the Demon King. It wasn't something that an ordinary Demon King could compare to. Demon Kings were the same as Demon Kings, they were both Class 7 existences. Other than these six, the Devil Pattern Tiger, Power Devil King, and the other existences had a huge increase in chi presence. It was as though they had eaten some great nourishment and were reborn. Black Boss, many thanks for this. The Gopher King cupped his fists towards the sea rat demonic beast in the sea. This sea rat demonic beast didn't have a huge body. As compared to the Class 5 petrified demonic beasts that were over 100 feet or 1,000 feet in length, it was only a few dozen feet in length. Its body was covered with black and hard fur that were like steel needles. It had a pair of eyes that were much smaller compared to its body, but it was emitting an ominous glint that caused one to shiver. The sea rat demonic beast grinned and said, "If there is any business in the future, call me again. With me, Haegu around, I guarantee that you will have a smooth journey." Definitely, definitely. The Gopher King nodded repeatedly. The Howling Moon Hound and the Silver-Horned Demon also squeezed out a trace of a smile. They who lived on the Multitude Demon Island or the Disordered Devil Island knew how terrifying the sea rat race was. If they offended them, they could forget about going out to sea in the future. The massive sea rat race was able to force you into a corner. Even if their strength was superior to Haegu, the Howling Moon Hound and the Silver-Horned Demon didn't dare to put on airs and had to smile along. After Haegu and the sea rat race's demonic beasts left, the group of demonic beasts and demons flew towards the East Unicorn Continent's demonic 10 regions. After arriving at the demonic 10 regions and finding out that Li Fuqin and the 100 Sex Alliance had cleansed this place with blood, the Petrified Queen, Blood Devil King, Mountain Shaking Elephant, and the others had cold expressions. The eagle-headed demonic beast spoke viciously, "If he dares to cleanse my demonic beast lineage with blood, I, the fierce wind eagle, will deal with him." He, the fierce wind eagle, was the number 2 prodigy on the Multitude Demon Island and was just inferior to the Azure Moon Hound. He didn't think highly of the East Unicorn Continent. The Petrified Queen said, "Do not underestimate this child. He isn't just extremely powerful, he also has plenty of trump cards." Is his strength really that powerful? The fierce wind eagle didn't believe it. The Petrified Queen said, "His strength is still stronger than the current me. If we fight alone, perhaps only Brother Howling Moon and Brother Silver Horned can deal with him." Li Fuqin gave her a deep impression. Not only did he have formidable strength, but his defense was also invincible. With those incredible trump cards, he was simply a killer god. If he is too weak, it will be too boring. Silver-Horned, don't you think so? The Howling Moon Hound laughed. The Silver-Horned Demon nodded, "It is best if he is stronger so that I can enjoy myself." After pausing for a moment, the Silver-Horned Demon revealed a bloodthirsty expression, "There is no time like the present. Let's go to the human territory now. All right. The petrified queen nodded. With the howling moon hound and the silver-horned demon around, she believed that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do anything. The howling moon hound and the silver-horned demon were much stronger than the evil king. A single one of them would be able to deal with Li Fuchen. If the two of them worked together, unless Li Fuchen still had that incredible firearm, he would definitely perish. Moreover, they had gained plenty from the Multitude Demon Island and the Disorder Devil Island, causing their strength to increase drastically. If they worked together, even 2 or 3 Li Fuchen wouldn't be enough. The group of demonic beasts and demons didn't stop for a moment and headed straight for the 100 Sects Alliance's Wind-Snow region. At the Wind-Snow sect, it was snowing heavily and there was a vast expanse of whiteness. The Wind-Snow sect's elder that was observing the external environment through the array was drinking a mouthful of tea and was preparing to change shifts. All of a sudden, his eyes contracted as there was an additional black dot in the light screen formed by the array power. The black dot was rushing over at an astounding speed. In the blink of the eye, the black dot revealed its true form and it was a group of demonic beasts and demons. The Petrified Queen, Blood Devil King, Mountain-Shaking Elephant, Devil Pattern Tiger Power Devil King, and others were all here. Apart from them, there were a few unfamiliar demonic beasts and demons that seemed to be stronger than the Petrified Queen. Enemy attack. Chapter 455. Outside the Wind-Snow sect's grand formation, the sky had darkened without anyone noticing. Terrifying demonic chi and fiendish demon chi covered the sun and moon, forming a dense dark cloud phenomenon. Within a radius of several hundred miles, it was pitch black and violent, as though it was the end of the world. Li Fuchen, come out and die. Blood Demon King roared. He was beaten too badly by Li Fuchen last time and almost died. This time he must take revenge. The array split open and Li Fuchen flew out unhurriedly. As for Mu Hanxin, Li Fuchen didn't ask him to come out. It was mainly because Mu Hanxin wouldn't be of any use and would only distract Li Fuchen. There are a few more people. Why? Do you want to die together? Li Fuchen wasn't afraid at all. With his current strength, he wasn't someone that could be defeated with numbers. Arrogant. The fierce Gale Eagle still didn't believe the Petrified Queen's words. He felt that Li Fuchen wasn't that strong and that he alone was enough to deal with Li Fuchen. Which Tom, Dick, or Harry are you? Li Fuchen looked down at his opponent. Courting death. The fierce Gale Eagle was furious. He ignored the Petrified Queen's reminder and directly used his innate ability. He flapped his wings and a crescent-shaped green wind blade was formed. The crescent-shaped wind blade was extremely violent and felt as though it was going to tear open the void as it slashed at Li Fuchen. Innate ability, Crescent Wind Blade. With this innate ability, the fierce Wind Eagle was confident that he could severely injure Li Fuchen. You dare to show off your insignificant skills? Li Fuchen sneered and thrust with his sword. The horrific sword field froze the crescent-shaped wind blade. The glaring blue sword light penetrated the fierce Wind Eagle's body and burst out from the back. Puff! A bloody hole appeared on the body of the Gale Eagle, and its aura immediately weakened. How can he be so strong? The Gale Eagle was horrified, and he hurriedly circulated his demonic chi to attack the sword chi in his body. Otherwise, his life force would be completely destroyed by this terrifying sword chi. He's gotten stronger. Everyone, let's attack together. The Petrified Queen, the Blood Devil King, and the others were also shocked. Li Fuchen's sword move had stunned them. The fierce Wind Eagle's strength was almost on par with the Evil King, but it was actually severely injured by Li Fuchen in a single sword move. Li Fuchen's improvement speed was simply appalling and it was even greater than their improvements on the Multitude Demon Island and the Disorder Devil Island. Petrification. Blood Lightning. Rain of Needles. Roar of the Tiger Demon. The Petrification Queen's innate ability, Petrification, was a top-notch innate ability. Under the envelopment of the petrification laws, if one didn't have the corresponding laws to resist, no matter how strong one would be instantly petrified. Li Fuqian naturally wouldn't underestimate the petrification technique. When he thrust with his sword field filled the entire place. When the petrification queen's petrification technique encountered the sword field, it immediately crumbled and didn't have a trace of power. He broke my petrification spell so easily. The petrified queen's pupils shrank. Previously, when she worked together with the evil king, Li Fuqian could only forcefully resist the petrify art. This time, he was actually able to break the petrify art. How could she not be shocked? Almost at the same time, the Blood Demon King's Blood Lightning technique and the mountain-shaking elephant's Rain of Needles clashed with the sword domain. Once the Blood Lightning technique that contained blood-colored lightning made contact with the sword domain, it instantly slowed down and was constantly weakening. When it entered the strongest region of the sword domain, there was a pfff sound, and it was like a fireball that encountered the ocean. It was immediately extinguished. The mountain-shaking elephant's Rain of Needles wasn't any better. When enveloped by the sword domain, those elephant hairs that could penetrate metal would lose 10% of their power for every inch they advanced. After advancing for 10 minutes, they would lose all their power and would be crushed into nothingness by the sword domain. As for the devil pattern tiger's tiger demon roar, it was even worse. It was smashed into smithereens by the sword domain and wasn't of any use at all. As for the attacks from the Power Devil King, Gopher King, and Winged Devil King, it was like using an egg to smash a rock. Li Fuqian's current High Heaven Sword domain wasn't the half-baked High Heaven Sword domain from a few months ago. The current High Heaven Sword domain contained the complete High Heaven Sword Dao Law, which was also the High Heaven Sword intent. With the support of the High Heaven Sword intent, the sword domain's power was terrifying and could easily freeze the enemy's attack. The petrified queen's petrify technique wasn't able to resist the sword domain's attack as the petrify law was disrupted and automatically disintegrated. As the sword domain expanded, the blue sword lights were like fish that shuttled through the void and interweaved like a net. High Heaven Sword Art's first move, fish back in water. Pfff. All the demonic beasts and demons wanted to retreat, but when enveloped by the sword domain, they felt as though they were in a swamp and their speed was more than 10 times slower. The first to perish was the Winged Devil King, followed by the Power Devil King, then the Devil Pattern Tiger. The Gopher King's combat strength wasn't considered powerful, but his survivability was exceptional. It was unknown what kind of innate ability he used as he turned into a phantom and burrowed into the ground. But it wasn't without a price. Half of his body had been destroyed by the sword lights. Even if he didn't die, he would need many years to recover. The mountain-shaking elephant quickly activated the Battle Heaven Tyrant body to protect himself and was barely able to resist. But from the looks of the situation, the Battle Heaven Tyrant body wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Once the Battle Heaven Tyrant body vanished, it would still be hard for him to escape death. As compared to the mountain-shaking elephant, the Blood Devil King was in a much more miserable state. He had tenacious vitality and was constantly expending Blood Devil Chi and vitality to recover his injuries. But the blue sword lights were too ferocious and would drill in and out of his body. As time passed, he would definitely die. Among the demonic beasts and demons, only the Petrified Queen, Howling Moonhound, and the Silver Horn Demon could resist. The Petrified Queen took out a shield which burst out with white radiance. When the blue sword lights slashed over, stone shards were scattered while the white radiance was shaking. It has only been a few months and the Alliance leader's strength has actually reached such a terrifying level. Mu Hanxin originally thought that this was going to be a tough battle, but he didn't expect for a single sword from Li Fuqian to inflict severe casualties on the enemies. The Alliance leader is invincible. Everyone in the Wind Snow sect burst out with cheers. Previously, their hearts were in their throats as they were worried for Li Fuqian and also worried for the Wind Snow sect's fate. Once Li Fuqian was defeated and perished, the Wind Snow sect would definitely be eradicated. But the situation was out of their expectations. The enemies were very powerful, but Li Fuchen was even stronger. He was already so powerful that he could suppress them. If the time was rewound to a few months ago, Li Fuchen would probably be able to eliminate the demonic 10 regions and the evil Tao by himself. Overwhelming martial strength, this is true overwhelming martial strength. The Wind Snow Sect's supreme elders muttered. On the mountain peak where the Li clan was located, the Li clansmen were also able to see the scene outside through the light screen formed by the array power. When they saw Li Fuchen severely injuring the enemies with a single sword move, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan let out a deep breath. Li Xiaodai spoke with admiration, "Big brother Fuchen is too incredible." Li Tianhan laughed heartily, "No matter how incredible he is still my son. Look at how beautiful you are." Shen Yuyan rolled her eyes at Li Tianhan, but the smile on the corner of her mouth had betrayed her expression. Outside the Wind Snow Sect's array, "Human, you are very strong. You are qualified for me to go all out." The Howling Moon Hound let out a long howl. A slender and snow-white hound shadow rushed into the sky and howled at the sky. It was unknown if it was an illusion or a shadow, but there was actually an additional bright moon in the sky. A hound and a moon formed a beautiful yet horrific scene. The beautiful scene didn't last for too long. That bright moon instantly fused with the large dog's shadow. The large dog's shadow let out a long howl again, and a terrifying force was released. The blue sword lights that were shuttling back and forth in the void were all destroyed, and the High Heaven Sword domain was also forced back. Innate ability. Howling Moon. The Howling Moon Hound possessed the bloodline of the demonic beast king, the Dark Moon Hound. The Dark Moon Hound was adept at using the Dark Moon power. It was said that a single howl from the Dark Moon Hound could cause the spirit's soul to crumble and the body to rot. The Howling Moon Hound might not have inherited such powerful power, but it had inherited a portion of the Dark Moon power. Such a powerful innate ability. Li Fuchen's eyes narrowed slightly. The Howling Moon Hound's innate ability obviously contained powerful laws, and these laws seemed to be related to the bright moon. The blue sword lights were extinguished and the Blood Devil King was finally able to keep his life. He had a lingering fear in his heart and was gnashing his teeth with hatred. When did the Blood Devil King become so weak and was almost killed so easily? Shooting Star. After neutralizing Li Fuchen's sword art, the Howling Moon Hound started to execute its second innate ability. The second innate ability was actually one with the first innate ability. The large hound shadow that was much clearer opened its mouth and shot out a bright pillar of light at Li Fuchen. Just in time. High Heaven Sword. It was also a High Heaven Sword move, but the fourth move, High Heaven Sword, was definitely the strongest move. It was also the move with the most intense High Heaven Sword intent. When the sword was brandished, the High Heaven Sword field burst out again. But this time, the range was much smaller and it was fanned out at the Howling Moon Hound. In the next moment, the glaring sword light seemed like it was going to distort the void and extinguish the spirit soul. PFFF. There was a sound like a piece of cloth being torn. The bright pillar of light was split open and a sharp sword intent was aimed at the Howling Moon Hound's forehead. Not good. The Howling Moon Hound realized that it still underestimated Li Fuchen. It wanted to retreat, but there was no time. Extinguish. At the side, the Silver Horn Demon pulled out the silver horn on its head and shattered the sword light. The Silver Horn Demon was rather similar to the Horn Devil King, even their attack methods were very similar. In fact, both of them were from the Horn Demon race, but the Horn Devil King was just a regular Horn Demon, while the Silver Horn Demon was a royal race of the Horn Demon race. Its bloodline was much more noble than the Horn Devil King. The silver horn on its head naturally contained the power of law and was able to shatter anything that was tangible or intangible. Interesting, I can use this to enhance the High Heaven Sword art. Comprehending the High Heaven Sword intent didn't mean that Li Fuchen's High Heaven Sword art was at the perfection rank. He had only comprehended the High Heaven Sword intent at the initial stage and had yet to utilize the High Heaven Sword intent to the limits. One man and one sword, Li Fuchen fought with the Howling Moon Hound and the Silver Horn Demon. As for the Petrified Queen and the others, they had all backed off. This level of battle wasn't something they could participate in. After a few dozen moves, the Howling Moon Hound's body started to be stained with blood. Li Fuchen's High Heaven Sword art was too sharp and would always stab from unimaginable angles. The Howling Moon Hound couldn't even dodge and could only try to avoid the vital parts. Chapter 456. Shooting Star, Combo. Beams of pure light blasted at Li Fuchen. The Howling Moon Dog was going all out. Seeming to understand that this was the most crucial moment, the Petrified Queen and the other existences also launched their attacks. The Petrified Queen raised her tail and shot out a white ray of light from the tip of her tail. This was also a type of petrification called Petrification Ray. As compared to the regular Petrify technique, the Petrify Ray was more concentrated and had greater power. It was enough to penetrate Li Fuchen's sword field. The mountain-shaking elephant's body was covered in a layer of dark yellow halo. Its long trunk was like a whip that lashed at Li Fuchen with prowess and dominance. The Blood Devil King's hands each formed a blood-colored ball of light that was emitting lightning and blasted at Li Fuchen. The Gale Eagle also slashed out with its innate ability, Crescent Wind Blade. At the same time, many sharp awls soared into the sky from underground. It was the Gopher King's attack. Of course, the biggest threat was still the Silver Horn Demon. The silver horn in his hands suddenly enlarged and was like a heavenly pillar that cleaved at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. A massive and horrific power of law was used on Li Fuchen's body, causing Li Fuchen's movements to be much slower. His chi defense had even collapsed and exploded in the air. Are you risking your life? Li Fuchen's eyes flickered with cold light and overflowed with murderous aura. It's time to end this. Li Fuchen changed his sword intent and executed the Green Sun sword intent. Compared to the High Heaven sword art, the Green Sun sword intent was undoubtedly much more terrifying and harder to defend against. After all, the High Heaven sword art had moves to speak of and there were signs to follow. However, the Green Sun sword intent had no moves at all and there were no signs to follow. As Li Fuchen brandished the Joint Heaven sword, a boundless green light suddenly burst out. Like a green sun, the green light filled the entire place. Within a radius of a few dozen miles, every inch of space was filled with the green light. Ah! The first to scream was the Gopher King. His entire body melted like a candle. Because the green radiance came too suddenly and violently, he didn't even have time to dig into the ground before he was turned into ashes. The second to fall was the Blood Devil King. With his tenacious vitality, he could no longer hold on. In just 2 breaths of time, he was turned into ashes. The third to fall was the Gale Eagle. With his strength, he shouldn't have fallen so quickly. But who asked him to be the first to jump out and was severely injured by Li Fuchen? Before he died, he spread his wings and tried to fly, but in the end, he turned into a pile of ashes. The fourth to fall was the mountain-shaking elephant. His Battle Heaven Tyrant body might be a true innate ability, but it was still too shallow. How could it resist against Li Fuchen's Green Sun sword intent? At this point, only the Petrified Queen, the Howling Moon Hound, and the Silver Horned Demon were left. However, the 3 of them did not have it easy either. They were constantly being corroded by the green light. The sword domain and the sword light are one. The Petrified Queen was experienced and knowledgeable, so she was extremely shocked. Li Fuchen's High Heaven sword art's sword field and sword light weren't a single entity and were merely complementing each other. But for the Green Sun sword intent, the sword field and sword light were actually fused together. How was Li Fuchen going to fight? As long as the target was enveloped by the sword field, it would be a frontal attack from Li Fuchen. It was simply confusing the boundaries between area of effect attacks and single target attacks. There was no longer any difference between the two. The protective white light was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The petrified queen's eyes flashed with a trace of bitterness. The demonic 10 regions had truly perished this time. Of the 10 original demonic 10 regions lords, she was the only survivor. Furthermore, from today onwards, she had to conceal herself and avoid being discovered by humans. Otherwise, if she faced Li Fuchen alone, she would definitely perish. An innate ability that was different from the petrify technique was brewing. The petrified queen had a deep intention to retreat. The wider the range of the green sun sword intent, the weaker the power. Earlier on, the large area of effect attack's power is only comparable to the high heaven sword art. It might even be inferior. Li Fuchen started to shrink the green sun sword intent. When the green sun sword intent had shrunk by half, the petrified queen and the howling moon hound couldn't withstand it anymore. The petrified queen's body surged with white light. In the next moment, an illusory white figure flew out, and in the blink of the eye, it was already dozens of miles away. After a few flashes, it vanished without a trace. In the original spot, there was a stone statue of the petrified queen. Under the attack of the green sun sword intent, the stone statue was rapidly disintegrated. Escape innate ability, huh? Li Fuchen frowned. The petrified queen's escape innate ability was extremely powerful, but it was mainly because he was careless. If he went all out, he was certain he could kill the petrified queen in an instant. Forget it, it is just a petrified queen and she won't be able to create any waves. If she dares to show herself, I will just need a single sword to kill her. Li Fuchen turned his eyes to the howling moon hound and the silver horn demon. The howling moon hound and the silver horn demon had the intention to retreat too. But why would Li Fuchen give them the chance? The green sun sword intent was rapidly shrinking. Ah! The howling moon hound's body was emitting green smoke. Within the green smoke, the large hound's shadow was struggling violently as though it was trying to tear open the cage and escape. The large hound's shadow contained traces of the dark moon power, and the dark moon power contained traces of the great Yin power and time power. Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent might be powerful, but it was still hard to extinguish the dark moon power on the large hound's shadow. As compared to the howling moon hound, the silver horn demon looked much better. He inserted the silver horn back into his head and a valiant power of law protected him. Interesting. Li Fuchen felt that he had underestimated the howling moon hound and the silver horn demon. The two of them weren't considered especially powerful and were only slightly stronger than the Megalodon races by Gula. But as compared to the Megalodon, their innate bloodlines were too powerful. Die! The green sun sword intent shrunk and Li Fuchen slashed at the howling moon hound. This time, the howling moon hound couldn't resist the green sun sword intent anymore. The large hound's shadow turned into green smoke and vanished before the howling moon hound crumbled. Flee! The silver horn demon took advantage of the instant when Li Fuchen killed the howling moon hound to flee. I will let you escape. Li Fuchen brandished the joint heaven sword and a sword chi pillar caught up to the silver horn demon. The silver horn demon's defense wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen, but it was a pity that even Li Fuchen believed that he wouldn't be able to block a single slash from the green sun sword intent. There was a crackling sound as the silver horn demon was split into two by the sword chi pillar. Human, you cannot kill me. I am from the silver horn royal clan of the horn demon race. The silver horn demon forcefully closed his body and roared out in a threatening manner. Die! Li Fuchen didn't bother and executed another slash. Bang! This time, the silver horn demon's body exploded and was turned into nothingness by the sword chi. Li Fuchen extended his hand and sucked the silver horn demon's silver horn over. This silver horn was very mystical and didn't suffer any damage from the green sun sword intense attack. Li Fuchen's awareness entered the horn and saw plenty of natural patterns. These patterns contained the charm of laws and were extremely tyrannical. I heard that he is from the Silver Horn royal clan of the Horn Demon race. It seems like he is indeed extraordinary. Withdrawing the silver horn, Li Fuchen looked around and sighed in his heart. From today onwards, the demonic 10 regions would become history and he would be the person that changed history. It might sound glorious, but it was also a little melancholic. After all, days without opponents were always lonely. Soon enough, Li Fuchen got excited again. Chapter 457. As the demonic 10 regions became history, the East Unicorn continent gradually calmed down. But it was only peaceful life. Everything that happened in the East Unicorn continent had become a topic of conversation. There were even people who recorded these events into novels and books. A few hundred years later, these books might become ancient records of history. The two most important figures in the books were the Evil King and Li Fuchen. The former had dominated the East Unicorn continent for several years, causing the 100 Sects Alliance and the demonic 10 regions to tremble with fear. But because of the Evil King's existence, the East Unicorn continent was relatively peaceful and there weren't any large-scale wars. The Evil King was naturally evil, but without the Evil King, the East Unicorn continent would probably be in a worse state. Without the Evil King's shackles, the demonic 10 regions wouldn't let go of the 100 Sects Alliance and would have already invaded. If the Evil King was said to be the prologue to the turbulent times in the East Unicorn continent, then Li Fuchen was the one who ended the darkness of the East Unicorn continent. Since ancient times, it was hard to find a legendary figure that was comparable to Li Fuchen. It wasn't to say that Li Fuchen's strength was formidable. After all, no matter how formidable Li Fuchen was, he wouldn't be comparable to Battle Spirit Realm Masters or Primary Sea Realm Monarchs. But Li Fuchen's experiences and development were definitely the most legendary. During the initial phase, he was just a normal bone frame and wasn't valued by anyone. After entering the Azure Water sect, he started his legendary life. Origin Realm at the age of 16. Earth Realm at the age of 19. Heaven Realm at the age of 21. Third level of Reincarnation Realm at the age of 27. To be honest, Li Fuchen's age of entering the Origin Realm and Earth Realm wasn't considered top-notch. The East Unicorn continent's elite prodigies with 6-star bone frames would be able to reach the Origin Realm at the age of 13 and the Earth Realm at the age of 16. But reaching the Heaven Realm at the age of 21 was already the standard of an elite prodigy. Furthermore, he was considered to be outstanding among the elite prodigies. As for reaching the third level of Reincarnation Realm at the age of 27, it was something that had never happened in the history of the East Unicorn continent. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was getting faster and more ridiculous. For others, the further they progressed, the longer it would take for them to break through. However, he maintained a constant pace and would usually break through a realm in a few years. Be it the Origin Realm, the Earth Realm, or the Heaven Realm, it was the same. It was fine if it was just his cultivation talent, but Li Fuchen's life path was even more legendary. The Azure Water Sect's Outer Sect No. 1 Disciple, Inner Sect No. 1 Disciple, suppressed the Heaven Fiend Sect's Inner Sect prodigies in the 100 Herbs Hidden Domain, then became the Azure Water Sect's No. 1 Direct Disciple, followed by the Stars Rankings No. 1 and the Continent's No. 1 Prodigy. In his entire life, he had never been defeated among the younger generation. There was not a single Heaven's Chosen who could pose a threat to him. As long as he appeared, he would be the most eye-catching existence, the most invincible one. According to the normal development trajectory, Li Fuchen would need at least another few decades before he could compete with the older generation. But Li Fuchen broke this rule. After disappearing for close to 2 years, Li Fuchen returned domineeringly and suppressed the 100 Sects Alliance to become the alliance leader. He eradicated the demonic 10 regions, eliminated the evil Dao, and ruled the East Unicorn continent. The people who wrote the legend of Li Fuchen used an idiom to describe Li Fuchen. This idiom is unprecedented. He meant that there was no such person in ancient times, and he was afraid that there would be no such person in the future. The appearance of such a person was a legend, a myth that couldn't be repeated. As Li Fuqin had too many halos and was too dazzling, there were countless storytellers in the major teahouses and restaurants of the East Unicorn continent that would exaggerate Li Fuqin's deeds. They would start from the Cloud Mist City until Li Fuqin ruled the East Unicorn continent and became the supreme existence of the East Unicorn continent. Due to personal hobbies and unknown details, everyone had their own version. Some of the martial artists who liked to travel would hear different versions of Li Fuqin in different cities. But no one would delve into this problem as it wasn't important anymore. Li Fuqin became a legendary figure and his birthplace, the Cloud Mist City, had naturally become a legendary city. Countless martial artists would basically head to the Cloud Mist City for sightseeing every day. They treated this place as a sacred city in their hearts and hoped to get some of the legendary aura from this place. Just as the entire continent was pursuing Li Fuqin had already returned to the Seven-Color Continent. Before this, he had returned to the Seven-Color Continent a few times and brought a large number of Earth-class, low-tier equipment for everyone. But this time, he probably wouldn't be back for a short period of time. South Forest Martial Institution's Inner Institute, Li Fuqin, where did you go? Why did you disappear for such a long time? Inner Institute's Class 9, and Xinmei asked curiously. Li Fuqin replied, I was delayed by some matters. Then you sure delayed for a long time. And Xinmei laughed. Li Fuqin didn't just delay for 1 or 2 months, he was delayed for half a year. During this half a year, Li Fuqin was nowhere to be seen. Li Fuqin asked, did anything happen in the South Forest Martial Institution recently? He had left for too long and he might have returned a few times, but he had been rushing around the major cities to purchase large quantities of Earth-class, low-tier equipment. He didn't have the time to pay attention to the South Forest Martial Institution. Half a year isn't a short period of time and it is natural for many things to happen. Just like you, the Dean's in-room cadet, Wang Heilong. He is now the number 3 ranker of the power rankings and has awakened the fledgling form of the darkness divine ability. His strength is astounding and even senior Zhao Han isn't a match. Wang Heilong. Li Fuqin's expression didn't change. Li Fuqin was clear about Zhao Han's strength and he was around the strength of a regular 11th or 12th level reincarnation realm. After half a year, even if Zhao Han had rapid progress, he probably wouldn't exceed the 13th level. From the looks of it, Wang Heilong's strength was probably at the 12th or 13th level of reincarnation realm and wasn't considered weak. In the Seven-Color Continent, Li Fuqin couldn't expose the 6-star secret technique, Bronze Sword Essence, within a short period of time. Therefore, his strength was 3 levels lower than in the East Unicorn continent. Losing 3 levels of strength was rather significant. Of course, even if Li Fuqin didn't use the Bronze Sword Essence, with his current strength, he didn't need to bother about the rankers on the power rankings. Seeing that Li Fuqin's expression didn't change, and Xinmei was even more curious. After not seeing him for a period of time, Li Fuqin's chi presence had a huge change. It seemed like he had a huge improvement, but she didn't know what stage he had reached and how would he compare with the top 3 rankers of the power rankings. Also, Senior Situ Tao, who is number 1 on the power rankings, has already awakened the true soft water divine ability. He used a single move to severely injure an Inner Institute mentor. When talking about Situ Tao, and Xinmei couldn't help but have traces of worship on her face. Situ Tao was the number 1 of the South Forest Martial Institution's Inner Institute's power rankings. He was at the 6th level of Reincarnation Realm and had awakened the powerful soft water divine ability. Regardless of which aspect, he was considered top-notch. The South Forest Martial Institution's Inner Institute mentors might only be at the high level of Reincarnation Realm, but as compared to the high-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists in the outside world, they were at least 2 times stronger. The Inner Institute mentor that fought with Situ Tao didn't just cultivate an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, he also cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier martial art. His strength was formidable enough to instantly kill a bunch of high-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists in the outside world. It was a pity that he was still inferior to Situ Tao and was severely injured in a single move. Situ Tao, huh? He seems rather formidable. Li Fuchen nodded. Li Fuchen knew that Situ Tao was the same as him and also cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. Furthermore, Situ Tao's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Li Fuchen and was considered a worthy opponent. He isn't just formidable. The South Forest martial institution's upper echelons have already appointed senior Situ Tao as the seeded contestant for the 24 martial institutions rankings tournament. And Xinmei rolled her eyes at Li Fuchen. Chapter 458. Li Fuchen's return didn't cause any commotion. There was still 1 more year before the 24 martial institutions rankings tournament would begin. Many inner institute cadets who had hidden themselves well would start to show their strength. Almost every other month, the rankings and characters on the power rankings would change. In comparison, Li Fuchen's return didn't attract much attention. Only the dean came over to inquire and instructed Li Fuchen to work hard and make sufficient preparations for the 24 martial institutions rankings tournament. Li Fuchen didn't mind. Even if his strength didn't have any changes after 1 year, he was still confident he could obtain a good ranking in the rankings tournament. Of course, just because he didn't mind didn't mean that Li Fuchen wouldn't cultivate diligently. The path of the martial Dao was endless and he couldn't afford to slack off now. Arriving at the Inner Institute's mission plaza, Li Fuchen started to search for suitable missions. He had already cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 25th rank. If he wanted to cultivate the 26th and 27th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique, he would need sufficient contribution points. Contribution points could only be obtained by completing missions or participating in tournaments for the martial institutions. For example, in the 24 martial institutions rankings tournament, as long as one could enter the top 100, there would be a large amount of contribution points. The higher the ranking, the more contribution points. But there was still 1 year before the rankings tournament and Li Fuchen couldn't wait. There were plenty of people at the mission plaza. Unlike Li Fuchen, most of the Inner Institute cadets would need to accumulate contribution points if they wanted to cultivate Earth-class mid-tier martial arts or cultivation techniques. Li Fuchen was able to learn the first 25 ranks of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique for free because he was the Dean's in-room cadet. Submit a Class 5 high-tier demonic beast, Scarlet Mist Beast's Demon Core. 500 contribution points. Only 500 contribution points. Li Fuchen shook his head. Redeeming the 26th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique required 20,000 contribution points. The 27th rank required 50,000 contribution points. 500 contribution points was definitely inadequate. Changing to another mission panel, Li Fuchen continued to search. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found a mission that was suitable for him. Head to the Black King Hidden Domain to collect the Black King True Water. 500 contribution points per 500 G, no upper limit. Black King Hidden Domain. Li Fuchen unintentionally heard of it from a few of the Inner Institute cadets. A long time ago, the 7-color continent wasn't ruled by the current 7 monarch class factions. Back then, there were plenty of sects and the rise of tyrants. This Black King Hidden Domain was occupied by a monarch class faction, the Black King sect. Hence, it was renamed as the Black King Hidden Domain. According to the records, only those below the Battle Spirit Realm and below the age of 40 could enter the Black King Hidden Domain. The Black King Hidden Domain would automatically condense a type of black true water. It was extremely beneficial to the cultivation of Battle Spirit Realm masters and was extremely valuable. However, it was extremely difficult to collect the Black King True Water. Putting aside the intense competition for the Black King True Water, just collecting the Black King True Water wasn't an easy task. The Black King True Water was extremely corrosive and could easily corrode a reincarnation realm martial artist into clear water. 1 caddy is 500. 10 caddies would be 5,000. Let's go take a look first. Li Fuqian looked around and felt that harvesting the Black King True Water at the Black King Hidden Domain was the fastest way to earn contribution points. As for the other missions, the highest reward was only around 1,000 contribution points. Furthermore, the mission difficulty was extremely high and it was very time-consuming. Li Fuqian, are you going to the Black King Hidden Domain? Not far away, and Xin Mei walked over. This mission board had been stuck with the mission of gathering Black King True Water all year round, therefore, she knew of Li Fuqian's choice. What, you want to go too? Li Fuqian asked in return. And Xin Mei said, I have already been there several times. It is a pity that the competition is too intense and the difficulty of collecting the Black King True Water is too high. I have only collected a total of 5 caddies of Black King True Water. The 24 martial institutions rankings tournament was going to be held in 1 year. She was still lacking a little more contribution points to redeem an Earth-class mid-tier martial arts lower section. Without the lower section, she would need to spend a longer time to have any accomplishments. It was just like how Li Fuqian's High Heaven Sword art had 4 moves. If he could only learn 2 moves, he would need several times more time to push the High Heaven Sword art to the trance stage. If Li Fuqian had all 4 moves, he would be able to cultivate it much faster. As long as he could master the 4th move, the High Heaven Sword art would naturally reach the trance stage and comprehend the High Heaven Sword intent. Is it so difficult to collect? And Xin Mei was at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. From her tone, it seemed like she wouldn't even be able to collect 500 G at a time. Li Fuqian's target wasn't just a mere 10 caddies, he even felt that 15 caddies was too little. But he didn't have any experience and didn't know how much Black King True Water he could gather on his first try. Then we shall follow Li Fuqian's plan to divide the Black King True Water. And Xin Mei started to distribute the perception tokens. Perception tokens were very common on the 7-color continent. As long as one poured qi into the other party's perception token, they would be able to sense each other. The range of the perception token would be different according to the grade of the token. And Xin Mei's perception token had a range of 1,000 miles and was considered rather ordinary. After distributing the perception tokens, the 5 split up and Li Fuqian chose the basin in front of him. The basin was already occupied by dozens of inner yard cadets. They weren't too far away from each other and weren't too close either. Furthermore, their distances were almost the same. If Li Fuqian rashly entered, it would definitely cause disharmony. Li Fuqian didn't know if the spring in this basin would produce the Black King True Water. Li Fuqian sat cross-legged at the edge of the basin. Time elapsed slowly. Li Fuqian realized that his qi and qi were getting heavier. The Black King Hidden Domain's Heaven and Earth qi had an extreme penetration ability. Li Fuqian had a feeling that even if he used his qi protection, he wouldn't be able to stop the Heaven and Earth qi from seeping in. It seems like I can only stay in the Black King Hidden Domain for around a month. Li Fuqian estimated and said to himself. East Unicorn Continent, 100 Battle Region. This region was the East Unicorn Continent's region of wind and cloud. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many absolute experts had fallen in this place. Therefore, this region had the most secrets and the most dangerous places. Unless one's cultivation was at the Battle Spirit Realm, it wouldn't be easy to explore the secrets of the 100 Battle Region. On this day, an absolutely beautiful figure appeared in the 100 Battle Region. It was Yan Qinggu. It was unknown how she cultivated. Previously, when she made a move, she was only at the 1st level of Reincarnation Realm. Right now, she was already at the 2nd level of Reincarnation Realm. If this cultivation speed was made known, it would be enough to shock the world. The East Unicorn Continent's laws are too weak. It is already very rare for Battle Spirit Realm Masters to be born, it is impossible for Primary Sea Realm Monarchs to be born. Those primary sea realm monarchs from ancient times should have come from other continents, or they left this continent to cultivate to the primary sea realm. It also means to say that the East Unicorn continent must have a continent's teleportation array. Yan Qinggu wanted to leave the East Unicorn continent. If she didn't leave the East Unicorn continent, her limit would be the peak level of Battle Spirit Realm. It was impossible for her to reach the primary sea realm, let alone the Great Emperor realm. Because the continent's laws didn't allow it. A vertical eye pattern appeared on Yan Qingwu's glabella. Yan Qingwu looked for a direction and gradually ventured deeper into the 100 battle region. Half a day later, Yan Qingwu arrived at the Land of Fog that Li Fuchen visited previously. The Land of Fog was massive, and for thousands of years, no one was able to truly explore the secrets of the Land of Fog. Back then, Li Fuchen and the others merely used a map of the tomb to find the location of the tomb in the Land of Fog. But as compared to the entire Land of Fog, the tomb was just one of the secrets and could only be considered the tip of the iceberg of the Land of Fog. Different from Li Fuchen and the others, Yan Qingwu seemed to be able to see through the fog, and it was related to the vertical eye pattern on her glabella. Another half a day later, Yan Qingwu arrived at a small valley. This valley looked very ordinary and didn't seem to be special. The spatial wave is coming from here. If I didn't sense it wrongly, this valley either has spatial crystals or a teleportation array. Yan Qingwu muttered to herself. Without any hesitation, Yan Qingwu walked into the valley. Just as Yan Qingwu stepped into the small valley, a gust of black wind suddenly blew over. This black wind was very unusual and had a chilling sensation that could freeze the soul spirit. But everywhere it passed through, there wasn't any frost on the ground. Yan Qingwu's eyes burst out with radiance as she drew her black curved saber and slashed in the air. Void slash. A black halo spread out, and within the halo, there were countless black saber lights. PFFF. The black wind was formless, and it was a pity that in the face of the black halo, it was instantly dispersed. What saber art is this? A sharp voice echoed. In the next moment, a weasel that was as tall as a human appeared in front of Yan Qingwu. This weasel had intelligent eyes and looked gentle and polite. But Yan Qingwu could see the craftiness and cruelty in the depths of its eyes. I didn't think that there would be an existence like you in the Land of Fog. With Yan Qingwu's eyes, how could she not see that the weasel's strength wasn't weak among the 10 demonic region lords? Human, what is the meaning of you barging into my territory without any reason? The weasel cupped its fist and lowered its head while its eyes flashed with a cold light. You are courting death. Yan Qingwu didn't even turn around as she thrust her black curved saber backwards. PFFF. Fresh blood splattered as the other weasel was sent flying. There was a saber wound on its chest. At the same moment, the weasel in front of Yan Qingwu suddenly vanished. It was just an illusion. Enchant. The injured weasel's eyes were fierce and cruel. A massive weasel head illusion enveloped Yan Qingwu. The weasel head illusion opened its eyes. Its emotionless eyes released a light that could confuse one's soul. They were like two evil gems. Quite a powerful innate ability. Unfortunately, it is useless against me. The vertical eye on Yan Qingwu's forehead shot out a beam of light and instantly tore apart the weasel head illusion. The weasel panicked. Its innate ability, enchant, was its greatest trump card. Yet, it couldn't do anything to Yan Qingwu. Die. The black curved saber in Yan Qingwu's hand surged with saber light as she slashed at the weasel. This saber contained powerful saber Dao laws. Once the saber was unleashed, the weasel was immediately frozen in place. With a swooshing sound, the void seemed to have been slashed apart. The weasel was split into two from head to toe and was immediately shredded into nothingness by the saber chi. After killing the weasel, Yan Qingwu's expression didn't change. At her peak, she had killed countless emperor-rank existences. A mere class 5 peak tier demonic beast wasn't enough to move her. Sheathing the black curved saber, Yan Qinggu entered the small valley. In the center of the small valley, Yan Qinggu noticed an ancient teleportation platform. The spatial wave was emitted from the teleportation platform. On the teleportation platform, there were hundreds of grooves. Yan Qinggu took out hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones and placed them evenly in the grooves. In just a short moment, the teleportation platform that hadn't been activated for countless years emitted a dreamy radiance. It is fortunate that it can be used. Yan Qinggu turned around and took a glance. This glance felt as though she had seen her hazy early years and her worries. It was unknown why, but Li Fuchen's figure had also flashed by. Exhaling forcefully, Yan Qinggu stepped onto the teleportation platform. Buzz! Chapter 460. In just one day, the response token on Li Fuchen's body trembled a little. The Black King True Water has appeared. Li Fuchen stood up and was preparing to leave. With a glance, he noticed that there were plenty of people standing up in the basin. It seemed like they were the same as him and had response tokens. As long as their companions discovered the Black King True Water in another basin, they would activate the response token to notify them. Apart from them, those who didn't receive the notification could simply follow others. After all, no one would leave for no reason, and the reason must be because their companions discovered the Black King True Water. As such, the competition is indeed intense. Li Fuchen flew towards the direction of the response. A large group of people followed behind him. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of another basin. When Hu Ling saw Li Fuchen, she quickly welcomed him. "Senior Fuchen, the Black King True Water has appeared here. It looks like there is a lot of it and it is around a dozen kg. A dozen kg, huh?" Li Fuchen looked at the basin and it was already a complete mess. There were at least 100 individuals contesting for the Black King True Water. At this moment, no one would pursue the matter even if they were killed. After all, the battle was too chaotic, and if they were afraid of being killed, they could simply not join in. If they joined and were killed, they deserved it. At almost the same time, Xinmei and the others had also arrived. "The four of you don't need to join in. I will go alone." Li Fuchen was afraid the four of them would be killed and said, "You alone?" And Xinmei hesitated. Li Fuchen waved his hand, "I know my limits." While speaking, Li Fuchen burst out and executed the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. Rumble. The Ardent Sun Palm that was a few feet in size was like a palm-shaped sun. Not only was the palm force astounding, but the blazing and violent field power was also extremely astounding. With one palm strike, at least 20 people were sent flying. They opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of hot blood. The Ardent Sun Divine Palm had reached the trance stage and its power wasn't inferior to the High Heaven Sword Art. The Ardent Sun Palm field that contained the Ardent Sun Palm intent was enough to suppress and destroy everything. Even those with attack power comparable to Li Fuchen would be captured by the Ardent Sun Palm field and wouldn't be able to put up a fight. The strength of the field power would almost determine the victor. "Who is it?" "Ah!" With Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Divine Palm, most of the people in the basin were chased out. If Li Fuchen didn't show mercy, it was unknown if these people would still be alive. Standing in the center of the basin, Li Fuchen said, "I want half of this Black King True Water." "You?" There were experts among the crowd too, such as the two standing opposite of Li Fuchen. These two individuals were at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. When Li Fuchen executed a palm strike earlier, it was easily neutralized by the two of them. "Li Fuchen, I know the one on the left. He is the number 3 ranker of the Battle Saber Martial Institution, Lu Heng." And Xinmei's voice transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. After hearing Xinmei's transmitted message, Li Fuchen nodded. He knew of the Battle Saber Martial Institution and it was ranked 14th among the 24 martial institutions. It was one rank higher than the South Forest Martial Institution. This martial institution might be called the Battle Saber Martial Institution, but not everyone was a saber wielder. Of course, this Lu Heng was definitely a saber wielder and his saber art was rather good. The saber art that he executed earlier should be an Earth-class mid-tier saber art and had reached the perfection stage. His strength was probably around the strength of a regular 13th level reincarnation realm expert and was comparable with Li Fuchen when he executed the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. But Lu Heng's field power wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen. Just me. How about it? Li Fuchen took a glance at the mouth of the spring in the center of the basin. The mouth of the spring was the size of a fist and there was a huge amount of spring water. The spring water was a lump of ink-like liquid and it didn't disperse. It was squirming slightly as though it was alive. Even if Li Fuchen was a fool, he would know that this ink-like liquid was the Black King True Water. Li Fuchen extended his hand and drew a trace of Black King True Water from the spring water into his hand. TSS TSS TSS, the spring water dispersed and the Black King True Water made contact with Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Qi. In an instant, black smoke was emitted and the Ardent Sun Qi was being corroded at a visible speed. Splash! A drop of Black King True Water landed on Li Fuchen's finger. Li Fuchen felt a burning pain on his finger as though it was branded by a red-hot iron. The Ardent Sun Qi surged again and Li Fuchen tossed the Black King True Water into the spring water. No wonder it was so difficult to collect the Black King True Water. With his qi intensity, he could only absorb a trace of the Black King True Water at a time. It was impossible to collect all the Black King True Water in an instant, unless his cultivation was at the Battle Spirit Realm. Battle Spirit Realm masters weren't able to enter the Black King hidden domain. The Black King True Water is actually unable to corrode his body. Lu Heng's eyes contracted. Even if it was him, if the Black King True Water touched his palm would be crippled, but Li Fuchen was obviously fine. Lu Heng wasn't a fool and he knew that Li Fuchen's body refinement level should be extremely high. It was at least above the qi cultivation level and was much higher. I agree to your request, but I don't care about the others. Lu Heng's eyes changed a few times before he finally said slowly. If Li Fuchen's body refinement level wasn't high, Lu Heng wouldn't give in no matter what. But after knowing that Li Fuchen had astounding body refinement level, Lu Heng knew that he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. A dual cultivator of qi and body cultivation wasn't easy to deal with. Lu Heng, when did you become so timid? Isn't it just dual cultivation? I, Zhang He, am not afraid. The youth beside Lu Heng licked his lips. He knew that dual cultivators of qi and body cultivation had extremely tough defenses, but it just so happened that he was also a dual cultivator of qi and body cultivation. It was just that his body refinement wasn't as strong as his qi cultivation. Do you wish to try? Li Fuchen withdrew his Ardent Sun Qi and filled his body with Dragon Elephant power. His body refinement was almost equivalent to the regular 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. With the addition of the body refinement gloves and the Tiger Soul Fist that had recently broken through to the trance stage, his body refinement strength had already reached the 17th level of Reincarnation Realm. A single Tiger Soul Fist had increased his strength by 8 levels. One must know that the trance stage of the High Heaven Swordsmanship only increased his qi strength by 5 levels. Li Fuchen knew clearly that the body refinement Dao and the qi cultivation Dao were two different systems and two different paths. The body refinement Dao emphasized on burst power, therefore, body refinement martial arts were all methods with extreme burst power. Within a certain distance, the power was far superior to qi cultivation martial arts. But once the distance was further, the power would rapidly weaken and the attack wouldn't be able to reach far. It could be said that the body refinement Dao was the king of close combat and no one could match it. Even if the opponent awakened a divine ability, they might not be able to deal with the body refinement martial artist. But in normal situations, unless one possessed the body refinement bone frame, otherwise, no one would be able to increase their body refinement to the qi cultivation level. Li Fuchen was considered an anomaly. So what if I try? Zhang He yelled out and blasted his gloved right fist at Li Fuchen with thunderous prowess. The air was filled with electric snakes, especially Zhang He's right fist, which was glowing like a thunderbolt fist. Get lost! Li Fuchen raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist before launching a light punch. Roar! There was a tiger roar. The ferocious and malevolent black tiger spirit rose up, and Zhang He felt his qi and blood getting heavier by 1,000 times. He couldn't circulate them at all. At the same moment, a powerful force was acting on his body. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Zhang He was sent flying. His speed was as fast as possible, and he couldn't even withstand a single blow. For this fist, Li Fuchen didn't even use 20% of his strength. The Tiger Soul Fist had reached the trance stage, and after comprehending the Tiger Soul Fist intent, be it the Qi spirit or the fist force, they were extremely condensed. Within the range of the fist force, the air felt as though it was being compressed. Such power! Lu Heng's eyes contracted as he realized that he had still underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was obviously superior to his Qi cultivation strength. It was a pity that Lu Heng didn't know that Li Fuchen was a swordsman. If Li Fuchen used the Green Sun sword intent, his Qi cultivation strength would be far superior to his body refinement strength. Does anyone else have any objections? Li Fuchen surveyed the surroundings. Everyone remained silent. Li Fuchen's strength had already reached a level that could suppress them. Even if they swarmed over, it would be useless. Since no one has any objections, then I shall take half of the Black King True Water. Li Fuchen said to Mei and the others, come over and collect the Black King True Water. Mei and the others were already stunned. This was the first time they saw someone snatching the Black King True Water in such a manner. It was obvious that the stronger one was, the more convenient it was. The Black King True Water had to be collected using a special container. In just a short moment, the 5 of them had collected half of the Black King True Water, and it was around 3 kilograms. According to the distribution ratio that Li Fuchen mentioned, Li Fuchen would get 30% of the Black King True Water and the rest would split the remaining 70%. Each of them would get slightly more than 1 kilogram, and it was more than what they would get in a month. Once Li Fuchen and the others left, the remaining half of the Black King True Water caused an intense contest again. At this moment, every trace of the Black King True Water was better. After a month of accumulation, they would still be able to collect plenty of Black King True Water. After this trip, I should be able to gather enough contribution points to redeem the lower part of the Earth class mid-tier martial art. And Mei was in a great mood and couldn't help but take another glance at Li Fuchen. In the South Forest Martial Institution, the number 1 and number 2 cadets of the power rankings, Situ Tao and Gu Heng, were also able to do the same. But the duo had been Inner Institute cadets for many years, while Li Fuchen was only an Inner Institute cadet. His innate potential was the most horrific that Mei had ever seen. For the next half a month, Li Fuchen made multiple attempts and collected a total of 38 kilograms of Black King True Water. According to the distribution ratio, the total harvest was more than 15 kilograms, and he would get 70%, which was close to 27 kilograms. If it was converted into contribution points, it would be 13,500. This was much easier than Li Fuchen imagined. Of course, Li Fuchen knew that it was mainly because those truly incredible individuals had already gathered enough contribution points and were working hard in seclusion to prepare for the rankings tournament. Furthermore, he couldn't stay in the Black King hidden domain for too long and could only stay for around a month. He still had to spend time to expel the impurities from his body. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for him to obtain a large amount of Black King True Water. Chapter 461. 50 Gene. 65 pounds. 22 Gene. It had been 28 days since Li Fuchen arrived at the Black King hidden domain. After 28 days, the total amount of Black King True water collected was 82 kilograms. Li Fuqian would take 70% of the 82 kilograms, which was around 57 kilograms. And Xin Mei and the others would take 30%, which was around 25 kilograms. If the four of them were to split it equally, each of them would get around 3 kilograms. Over 3,000 contribution points. In addition to the contribution points that I have accumulated previously, it's sufficient to exchange for the lower part of the congealing water saber art. And Xin Mei was in an extremely good mood. The congealing water blade art was a mid-tier Earth-class blade art. The first half required 5,000 contribution points, and the second half required 10,000. Originally, with her speed of earning contribution points, it would have taken her at least a year to collect the required amount. Now that she had reached her goal in a month, how could she not be happy? Hu Ling and the other two were also very happy. They had not yet trained their low-rank Earth Realm martial arts to the Trance Realm, so they did not need contribution points for the time being. However, they were clear that once they needed contribution points, it would be a huge amount. If they did not accumulate some contribution points now, when they really needed it, they could only stare at it helplessly. Brother June, I've been observing them for more than half a month. If I'm not wrong, they have at least 60 kilograms of Black King True water in their hands. A few miles away, Lu Qing whispered to a grim-faced young man. More than 60 kilograms of Black King True water. The callous youth grinned. No one would complain about having too many contribution points, and he naturally wouldn't either. Lu Qing, introduce me to them. When we snatch the Black King True water, I'll give you 10%, the grim youth said. All right. Lu Qing was overjoyed. 10% was more than 6 caddies of Black King True water, which could be exchanged for more than 3,000 contribution points. Lu Qing, what are you doing here? From afar, and Xin Mei noticed Lu Qing and her expression sank. Lu Qing laughed and said, Xin Mei, being together with him is not good for you. Stand on my side, and I can promise to give you 2 caddies of Black King True water. This is more than double your harvest in a month. He didn't believe that Li Fuqian would share a portion of the Black King True water within Xin Mei. After all, Li Fuqian was able to obtain so much Black King True water. And Xin Mei and the others were just running errands. And Xin Mei mocked, do you think everyone is like you? Li Fuqian gave me over 3 kilograms of Black King True water. More than 6 pounds. Lu Qing looked a little embarrassed. Shortly after, he laughed sinisterly, Xin Mei, he can't even protect his own Black King True water, how can he share it with you? What do you mean? And Xin Mei looked at Lu Qing and then at the cool youth. When Xin Mei noticed that the grim youth was at the 6th level of reincarnation realm, her eyes contracted. When the Inner Institute cadets reached the 6th level of reincarnation realm, they were basically the experts among the experts. For example, the South Forest Martial Institution's number 1, Situ Tao, and the number 2 on the power rankings, Gu Heng, were at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. Nothing much, I just took a fancy to his Black King True water. Lu Qing grinned. And Xin Mei said furiously, Lu Qing, to think that you are also a student of our South Forest Martial Institution. To think that you are actually helping an outsider to deal with a student of your institution. Aren't you afraid that I will sue you? Lu Qing said indifferently, sue? What are you accusing me of? Since when did the Martial Institute forbid students from snatching the Black King True water? Since he dared to bring the grim youth here, he had naturally thought of the consequences. You are shameless. And Xin Mei pointed at Lu Qing and said angrily. It was true that the Martial Institute didn't forbid students from snatching the Black King True water. After all, the Martial Institute wasn't a greenhouse and they didn't need flowers in the greenhouse. If one's strength was inferior, it didn't matter if it was snatched, as long as no lives were lost. As for Lu Qing looking for helpers, one could also look for helpers. In the future, when one ventured outside, the enemy wouldn't always be one person. It might be 2, 3, or a group. In short, the Martial Institute was just providing a good cultivation environment. As long as it didn't violate the Institute's rules, one could do whatever they wanted. Of course, it was indeed shameless to seek help from outer Institute cadets, and very few would do it. And Shinmei, this matter isn't related to you. Don't stand up for him. Li Fuchen, aren't you very incredible? Come out and kneel. I might plead for leniency and ask Big Brother Jun to go easy on him. Lu Qing didn't plan to waste his breath on an Shinmei. He looked at Li Fuchen and spoke with a sinister voice. Apart from snatching the Black King True Water, Lu Qing's objective was to teach Li Fuchen a lesson. Why? Do you think someone will stand up for you? Li Fuchen took a step forward and spoke with contempt. Li Fuchen's expression made the grim-looking youth very unhappy. His eyes flashed with cold light and said, "So you are Li Fuchen? You sure have an arrogant face. I wonder if you will still be so arrogant after you are beaten up into a pig's head. Li Fuchen, you probably don't know yet. This is my cousin, Lu Jun. He is ranked 11th on the STARS Martial Institution's power rankings." After Lu Qing said this statement, he stared at Li Fuchen and the others intently. He wanted to see their faces that were panicking. For the recent half a year, his cousin, Lu Jun, would frequently head to the Black King Hidden Domain to collect the Black King True Water. Lu Qing had seen him a few times previously, therefore, he wanted to try his luck and see if Lu Jun was still around. Lu Qing's luck was rather good as he found Lu Jun in just half a day. Originally, he could immediately find trouble with Li Fuchen, but he changed his mind. He felt that when Li Fuchen was about to leave, he would snatch all of Li Fuchen's Black King True Water and teach Li Fuchen a lesson. It would be a greater blow to Li Fuchen. Therefore, for half a month, he didn't do anything and had been watching Li Fuchen and his group. STARS Martial Institution's power rankings 11th? Hu Ling covered her mouth. And Shinmei and the others also felt their scalps going numb. The STARS Martial Institution was one of the 2 elite martial institutions in the Violet Flower Kingdom. It was equally famous as the Violet Flower Martial Institution. Those that could become a cadet of the STARS Martial Institution were all prodigies. It wasn't exaggerating to say that any random cadet from the STARS Martial Institution would be the center of attention in the South Forest Martial Institution. Different from the 24 martial institutions, the Violet Flower Martial Institution and the STARS Martial Institution had 20 cadets on the power rankings, while the 24 martial institutions only had 10. The STARS Martial Institution's power rankings 11th rank was probably not inferior to the South Forest Martial Institution's 2nd rank, Guheng, or even stronger. In the past, Inner Institute cadets from the Violet Flower Martial Institution and the STARS Martial Institution would challenge the 24 martial institutions' Inner Institute cadets. Some of the martial institutions' power rankings number 1 cadets were even inferior to the Inner Institute cadets that were ranked outside the top 10 of the Violet Flower Martial Institution and the STARS Martial Institution's power rankings. STARS Martial Institution's power rankings 11th rank? It doesn't seem like much. If you are the STARS Martial Institution's power rankings number 1, I might pay attention to you. Li Fuchen didn't mind. Boasting shamelessly. The STARS Martial Institution's power rankings number 1 senior can eliminate 10 of you in a single move. He isn't someone you can talk about. Lu Jun's expression suddenly changed. It was unknown when a sword appeared in his hand. Originally, I was planning to go easy on you. Since you have a sharp tongue, if I don't teach you a ruthless lesson, you won't know how to behave. Shattering Star Sword Art. The shattered starlight was like a dream and made one feel as though they were in the starry sky. Let alone counterattacking, normal people wouldn't even know how to defend. Shattering Star Sword Art, Earth Class Mid-Tier Sword Art. Chapter 462. Just the great perfection stage of the star-shattering sword art wasn't enough for Lu Jun to be ranked 11th on the star's martial institution's power ranking. Other than the broken star sword art, he had also cultivated the mid-tier Earth Realm Morning Star art, which he had cultivated to the 25th level. During this period of time, he had been coming to the Black King's secret realm frequently, hoping to gather enough contribution points to exchange for the 26th and 27th levels of the Morning Star art. When executing the sword art, Lu Jun felt as though he could already see Li Fuchen's ashamed and fearful expression. "Is that all you have?" Li Fuchen executed a fist strike and the valiant black tiger spirit instantly froze Lu Jun's star-shattering sword art. Bang! The sword in Lu Jun's hand bent before straightening. Lu Jun was sent flying with a blank look on his face. He opened his mouth and spurted a mouthful of blood. What? Lu Qing's eyes were about to pop out. Lu Jun was ranked 11th on the star's martial institution's power ranking. How could he be sent flying by a single fist from Li Fuchen? Impossible. Brother Jun must have been careless. Lu Qing took a deep breath and shouted at Lu Jun, "Brother Jun, don't hold back. Why haven't you used your transcendent powers yet?" Forcefully regaining control of his body, Lu Jun staggered to the ground, his complexion extremely unsightly. Before he made his move, he even said he would teach Li Fuchen a lesson. Now that he was sent flying by a single punch from Li Fuchen, where was he going to put his face? Good, very good. I admit that I was a little careless just now. However, everything ends here. Lu Jun shouted in a low voice, and a brilliant energy fused with his true qi, causing his aura to increase explosively. Starlight power, an extraordinary power that originated from the Starlight bone frame. The Starlight bone frame wasn't considered a special bone frame and was still an extraordinary bone frame. Only the star bone frame that was above it was considered a special bone frame. But as compared to regular extraordinary bone frames, the Starlight bone frame was far superior. Stardust splashes. As his aura surged, Lu Jun executed the ultimate move of the fragmentary star's sword art. As he swung his sword, tiny fragments of starlight shot out. As expected of the 11th ranker of the star's martial institution's power ranking. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Li Fuchen took a glance and knew that Lu Jun's current strength was almost at the 16th level of reincarnation realm. This strength was already close to the evil king's regular combat strength. But to Li Fuchen, it was still not enough. The fierce black tiger spirit rose up and Li Fuchen sent his opponent flying with another fist. Bastard, how could your strength be above mine? I don't believe it. Lu Jun's expression was distorted as he disregarded his injuries and continued to launch fierce attacks at Li Fuchen. Stubborn. Li Fuchen's body refinement strength might only be at the 17th level of reincarnation realm and was only one level higher than his opponent. However, the strength mentioned here was actually attack power. Overall strength was not calculated in this way. Li Fuchen's Tiger Soul Fist was already at the trance stage. The black fierce tiger spirit had an extreme pressure that was similar to the field power. With the suppression from the fierce tiger spirit, Lu Jun was only able to utilize 70% or 80% of his strength. He wasn't qualified to contest with Li Fuchen. Enraged, Li Fuchen utilized 90% of the Tiger Soul Fist's fist force. Puff! Blood gushed out of Lu Jun's mouth as he was sent flying. Even the sword in his hand flew out of his grasp. Starlight Sword Qi. Right at this moment, Lu Jun, who was flying back, suddenly raised his hand and shot a resplendent sword Qi at Li Fuchen. This sword Qi was different from regular sword Qi as it contained mystical and unfathomable patterns. With the support of the patterns, the sword Qi felt as though it was materialized and was emitting a murderous aura that could split metal and penetrate rocks. Starlight Divine Ability. Starlight Sword Qi. Li Fuchen was able to suppress Lu Jun's regular strength, but he wasn't able to suppress his divine ability. As one of the top prodigies of the star's martial institution, Lu Jun might only be ranked 11th on the power rankings, but not all of the top 10 individuals had awakened their divine abilities. Including him, there were only 7 individuals. Once the Starlight divine ability was executed, Lu Jun was confident he could defeat half of the number 1 rankers in the 24 martial institutions. If he knew that Li Fuchen was so formidable, he would have executed his divine ability right from the start and wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Divine ability. And Xinmei almost suffocated. And Xinmei knew clearly how powerful divine abilities were. The number 1 of the South Forest Martial Institution's power rankings, Situ Tao had used the soft water divine ability to severely injure the South Forest Martial Institution's mentor in a single move. That mentor was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm and had cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique and martial art. Despite the case, he wasn't able to resist Situ Tao's soft water divine ability. Lu Jun had actually awakened his divine ability. Were all the Inner Institute students on the Star's Martial Institution's power rankings so powerful? Big Brother Jun awakened the Starlight divine ability half a year ago. Li Fuchen, let's see how you die this time. Lu Qing sneered in his heart. Divine power? This was the second time Li Fuchen witnessed a true divine ability. The strength of a divine ability depended on how many bone frame patterns one comprehended. The more bone frame patterns one comprehended, the stronger the divine ability. The second factor was the cultivation realm. The higher the cultivation realm, the more meridians in the body would open up. With more meridians, the divine ability would be able to burst forth with greater power. The third factor was the level of the cultivation technique. The higher the level of the cultivation technique, the more meridians would be opened. Lu Jun's divine ability shouldn't be inferior to the Evil King's Devil Thunder divine ability. The Evil King was 3 levels higher than Lu Jun, while Lu Jun's cultivation technique was superior to the Evil King. When Li Fuchen fought with the Evil King, he was only at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm and didn't have as many meridians opened up as the Evil King. But at that time, Li Fuchen's bone frame pattern was already at the 55% mark, therefore, he was only slightly inferior to the Evil King. Just in time. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit rose at the same time. Li Fuchen executed the tiger soul fist to the extremity and abruptly blasted at the starlight sword chi. Creak creak creak. When the starlight sword chi clashed with the ferocious fist force, there was the sound of glass shattering in the air. Such tenacious sword chi. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. Regular sword chi wouldn't be so tenacious unless the power was overwhelming. Shatter. Li Fuchen clenched his fist while the fierce tiger spirit surged. Boom. The starlight sword chi was finally shattered, but in between the shattered sword chi, there were obviously tenacious threads that connected the starlight sword chi's power. It didn't weaken the starlight sword chi's power, instead, the attack range was expanded by more than 10 times. It was like a net that enveloped Li Fuchen. No wonder it is a divine ability. Li Fuchen sighed and raised his left hand's index and middle fingers before thrusting out. A dazzling green radiance bloomed. The shattered starlight sword chi was like snow in the spring in the face of the green radiance as it rapidly disintegrated. Earth-class high-tier sword art, green sun sword intent. If the Earth-class mid-tier high heaven sword art could increase the chi strength by 5 levels, the green sun sword intent could increase the chi strength by 8 levels. Most importantly, it was the green sun sword field. In the face of the green sun sword field, even if the opponent's attack power was superior, the opponent would still be frozen and the power would be rapidly weakened. Chapter 463. Starlight Sword Chi. Lu Jun staggered and landed on the ground. His chi presence was dispirited as he released another Starlight Sword Chi. Extinguish. Li Fuchen thrust with his finger and easily neutralized the sword chi. Impossible. Lu Jun's face distorted and was filled with disbelief. If your divine ability is stronger by another level, I might be more serious. The current you is far from being a match for me. As Li Fuchen pointed at Lu Jun, a sword chi pillar sent Lu Jun flying. The Earth-class low-tier armor on Lu Jun's body seemed to have cracked. At the same moment, Lu Jun's storage bag was sucked over by Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't touch anything else and simply kept the Black King True Water from the storage bag. Since Lu Jun wanted to snatch his Black King True Water, then it wasn't too much for Li Fuchen to snatch his Black King True Water. There was a saying, an eye for an eye. PFFF. Seeing that his Black King True Water was snatched away, Lu Jun vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. He gritted his teeth and said, Li Fuchen, today's humiliation will be returned 10 times in the future. Just you wait. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Let's go. Li Fuchen said to Xinmei and the others. As Li Fuchen and the others walked away, Lu Qing was still stunned and felt as though he was dreaming. Lu Jun was an exceptional prodigy of his Lu clan and he had made a name for himself in the Stars Martial Institution. Originally, he should be able to take down Li Fuchen in a few moves, but the scene in front of him had turned his world view upside down. Why is he so strong? Lu Qing muttered and was in a daze. South Forest Martial Institution's inner courtyard. The teleportation platform flashed with radiance and Li Fuchen and the others walked down. Li Fuchen, your strength is probably comparable with Senior Situ Tao. During this 24 Martial Institutions Rankings tournament, you will surely be able to make a name for yourself and become the star of Violet Flower. And Xinmei's mind was still replaying the scene earlier and couldn't help but praise. Hu Ling said, Senior Fuchen might be stronger than Senior Situ Tao. She had never seen Situ Tao make a move and in her opinion, Senior Situ Tao might not be stronger than Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, Senior Situ Tao is able to severely injure an inner institute mentor in a single move. His strength should be above Lu Jun. Inner institute mentors weren't ordinary individuals. With Li Fuchen's current strength, he would have to expose the Bronze Sword Essence or the Blazing Flame Divine ability. Otherwise, it would be hard to defeat an inner institute mentor. Arriving at the contribution hall, the 5 of them started to exchange the Black King True Water for contribution points. This time, Li Fuchen had a great harvest. Of the 2 portions of Black King True Water, one was 82 caddies. He gave a little more to the 4 of them, 8 caddies each, so the 4 of them were 32 caddies, and he alone had 50 caddies. The other one was from Lu Jun. It weighed 120 kilograms. This 60 kilograms of Black King True Water belonged to him. Therefore, he didn't need to distribute it to Xinmei and the others. Just like that, he had obtained 170 kilograms of Black King True Water, which was worth 85,000 contribution points. It was enough to exchange for the 26th and 27th level of the Ardent Sun Divine Art. After arriving at the secret manual tower and spending 70,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen obtained the 26th and 27th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique as he wished. For the next few days, he was planning to cultivate in seclusion and strive to improve his cultivation technique to the next level. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, another 5 months had passed. There were less than 7 months left until the 24 Martial Institutions Ranking Tournament. Gu Heng, come out and fight. On this day, Wang Heilong arrived at Gu Heng's courtyard and spoke loudly. Wang Heilong wants to challenge Senior Gu Heng. Senior Gu Heng is at the 6th level of Reincarnation Realm and has awakened the fledgling form of his divine ability. Wang Heilong might have awakened the fledgling form of the Darkness Divine ability and it is stronger than regular divine ability fledgling forms, but it is almost impossible for him to defeat Gu Heng. Perhaps he has something to rely on. In just a short moment, the news of Wang Heilong challenging Gu Heng had spread across half the Inner Institute. Apart from those that weren't around or those that were in seclusion, most of the Inner Institute cadets had rushed over to watch. As the ranking tournament was getting closer, everyone wanted to observe the standard of the individuals on the power rankings and see the difference between themselves and the opposition. Wang Heilong is challenging Senior Gu Heng. And Xin Mei frowned. She originally wanted to call Li Fuchen over to watch, but Li Fuchen had already been in seclusion for 5 months and was still in seclusion. Creak. The courtyard's door opened and the long-haired Gu Heng walked out. Wang Heilong, you want to challenge me? Gu Heng was rather displeased. Wang Heilong was only at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm and there was a significant difference between them. If Wang Heilong was at the 5th level of reincarnation realm, Gu Heng might be apprehensive. Wang Heilong grinned and said, the ranking tournament is going to start in less than 7 months. Just going into seclusion isn't enough for me to improve quickly. Therefore, I would like to seek Senior Gu Heng's guidance. It seems like you are rather confident. Gu Heng said indifferently. If I don't have 30%, how would I dare to challenge Senior Gu Heng? Wang Heilong's body was releasing intense battle intent. Since that is the case, I, Gu Heng, shall experience Junior Wang's superior move. Gu Heng knew that this battle was inevitable. To be honest, he also wished to fight with a true expert. This Wang Heilong wasn't considered an ordinary person and would still be able to satisfy Gu Heng. On the empty ground, Gu Heng and Wang Heilong were standing 20 meters apart. One of them was the number 2 and the other was number 3 of the power rankings. It was said to be the pinnacle battle of the Inner Institute. Before the battle even started, the 2 horrific chi presences had already clashed and there were crackling sounds of explosions in the air. Senior Gu Heng, be careful. Wang Heilong made the first move and blasted out his fist. The pitch-black fist force was like a black lightning that assaulted Gu Heng. Split. Gu Heng didn't move and cleaved at the fist force with a palm blade. There was a golden radiance that split the pitch-black fist force into 2 and was split apart easily. Senior Gu Heng is indeed formidable. His sharp metal bone frame might not be a special bone frame, but it is also an extremely rare bone frame among the extraordinary bone frames. The sharp metal bone frame was one of the 5 elemental bone frames. The 5 elemental bone frames were the sharp metal bone frame, greenwood bone frame, soft water bone frame, blazing flame bone frame, and thick earth bone frame. These 5 bone frames were the most basic extraordinary bone frames and the sharp metal bone frame was the rarest. Alright. Wang Heilong laughed heartily and continued to execute his fist art to attack Gu Heng violently. Gu Heng strolled leisurely and easily neutralized Wang Heilong's fist art. Junior Wang, is this all you have? Gu Heng spoke indifferently. Be it cultivation technique rank or martial art rank, Gu Heng was superior to Wang Heilong. He didn't know why Wang Heilong dared to challenge him. Senior Gu Heng, the battle has just begun. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Heilong started to use the power of darkness and his fist force had the devouring power. Not enough. Gu Heng continued to cleave the fist force with a palm blade. But those who were attentive would notice that Gu Heng's palm blade wasn't able to cleave the fist force cleanly and had paused for a split second. Let's see how you are going to block this fist. Swallowing Mountain Devil Fist. Wang Heilong leaped up and blasted his fist down violently. The giant black fist force had a dark whirlpool that had an extremely horrific devouring power. Gu Heng's expression turned slightly serious. The sharp metal power burst out and his palm that was emitting a sharp metal radiance stabbed into the black fist force. Gu Heng's expression changed. He felt as though his palm was stabbed into a sticky glue and was quickly losing his strength. Break for me. Gu Heng yelled out and exerted strength in his palm, but he was still able to penetrate through the black fist force. Is this the power of the darkness bone frame? Gu Heng frowned. Wang Heilong's strength was obviously inferior to him, but the power of darkness was able to negate most of his attack power, causing him to only be able to use 60% or 70% of his full strength. If Wang Heilong was at the 5th level of reincarnation realm, this battle would truly be over. Junior Wang, it is my turn. Gu Heng didn't wish to continue being entangled. The sharp metal power surged violently and cleaved at Wang Heilong with a palm blade. Chi! In the void, a golden streak appeared out of nowhere. It ignored the distance between the duo and cleaved at Wang Heilong's chest. Without any suspense, Wang Heilong was sent flying by the slash. It was unknown when his body was covered in darkness. The golden streak used all its strength to barely tear apart the darkness and left a wound on Wang Heilong's body. The darkness bone frame was known to devour everything in the world and was known as one of the strongest bone frames. At this moment, everyone witnessed the terror of the darkness bone frame again. Chapter 464. No wonder you are Senior Gu Heng. You are actually able to break my darkness protection. Wang Heilong let out a faint smile. The darkness protection wasn't a divine ability, it was a small trick that he developed himself. If it was a divine ability, Gu Heng wouldn't be able to break it. Before the palm blade chi force could get close, it would be devoured. Junior Wang, I admit that your strength is far superior to ordinary people. It is a pity that the gap between us is very obvious. Do you still want to fight? Gu Heng asked. Wang Heilong said, Senior Gu Heng, I admit that my regular strength is inferior to you. After all, you are at the 6th level of reincarnation realm and your cultivation technique and martial art rank are also superior to me. It is a pity that the victory between us isn't decided by regular strength but by divine abilities. As he spoke, Wang Heilong spread open his hands. A deep darkness soared into the sky. Soon after, it descended in all directions like a canopy, enveloping both him and Gu Heng. Darkness divine ability, darkness sky canopy. Wang Heilong's voice was like a demon god and was filled with dominance. Divine ability? Wang Heilong awakened the true darkness divine ability. Everyone was flabbergasted. Those who awakened divine abilities were considered invincible in the same realm. Those who awakened special divine abilities were considered invincible among the invincible. Wang Heilong and Gu Heng might have a difference of 3 levels, but with the darkness divine ability, this difference wasn't a difference at all. Such an incredible divine ability. My awareness can't enter and I can't see the two of them. An inner institute cadet exclaimed. It isn't just that. Can't you feel it? The place that is enveloped by darkness is like another world. It feels like it is separated from the world we are in. Another inner institute cadet with sharp senses said. Darkness divine ability is known as one of the strongest divine abilities. I wonder how Senior Gu Heng is going to deal with it. Unless Senior Gu Heng awakens the sharp metal divine ability, he will probably be able to fight against Wang Heilong with his 6th level reincarnation realm cultivation and the sharp metal divine ability. Everyone was in a heated discussion. He actually awakened the darkness sky canopy. This child's innate perception is truly terrifying. This divine ability is a barrier divine ability. It is extremely difficult for outsiders to enter and it is also extremely difficult for the people inside to exit. It is said that when this divine ability is comprehended to the extremity, it can form a world. It is an extremely terrifying divine ability to trap and kill the enemy. An inner institute elder's consciousness projected over and praised. Inside the curtain of darkness, Gu Heng's 5 senses were all lost. He couldn't see anything, hear anything, or feel anything. A soul-chilling sense of loneliness was born in his heart, and his fighting spirit was sharply reduced. Senior Gu Heng, what do you think of my dark canopy? Without a sound, Wang Heilong's fist struck Gu Heng. In the dark canopy of sky, Wang Heilong was the overlord. If he wanted Gu Heng to hear, he could hear. If he wanted Gu Heng to not hear, he could not hear. In short, he could control the 5 senses in the dark canopy of the heavens. Puff! Gu Heng spat out a large amount of blood. He might be at the 6th level of reincarnation realm and his chi defense wasn't weak, but it also depended on who the opponent was. Senior Gu Heng, if you haven't awakened your divine powers, then admit defeat. Wang Heilong punched Gu Heng again. Gu Heng's expression was pale. He knew that his voice couldn't be transmitted, but he still spoke. Junior Wang, I admit that I have underestimated you. However, you aren't the only one who has awakened a divine power. I, Gu Heng, have also awakened a divine power. Gu Heng let out a long roar. His right palm was emitting blinding golden light that even the dark canopy of sky couldn't isolate. The golden light expanded and elongated in a frenzy. In an instant, a divine spear that looked as though it was forged with gold and was covered in patterns appeared in Gu Heng's hand. Sharp Metal Divine Ability. Sharp Metal Divine Spear. PFFF-TSS. Wielding the Sharp Metal Divine Spear, Gu Heng thrust with his spear. The dazzling golden radiance pierced through the dark canopy of sky. Wang Heilong's expression turned grave. It was also a divine ability, but Gu Heng's divine ability was obviously a divine ability with superior attack power. Outside the dark canopy of sky, everyone could see golden radiance bursting out from time to time. As time elapsed, the frequency of the golden radiance bursting out increased. The surface of the dark canopy of sky had countless light spikes, making it look like a glowing hedgehog. Boom! The dark canopy of sky exploded and the duo finally appeared in everyone's vision. Who won? Everyone looked at the duo. On the empty ground, Gu Heng had a pale expression and the corner of his mouth was filled with blood. On the opposite side, Wang Heilong's expression was also extremely pale. There was a bloody hole on his left shoulder and it seemed like his injuries were more severe than Gu Heng. Junior Wang, you won. Fresh blood was spurting out while Gu Heng used his hands to support himself on the ground. Within the dark canopy of sky, his 5 senses were stripped away and the only thing he could do was to attack randomly. However, Wang Heilong was able to hit him with almost every attack. As such, no matter how powerful his sharp metal divine ability was, as long as he didn't hit Wang Heilong's vital parts, he was destined to fail. Senior Gu Heng lost. The darkness bone frame is too terrifying. Wang Heilong is only at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm and he is actually able to defeat Senior Gu Heng who is at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. Sigh, it is truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. Who asked Wang Heilong to have the darkness bone frame? If I have the sword Dao bone frame, saber Dao bone frame, or the brightness bone frame, I will definitely not be inferior to Wang Heilong. Everyone was envious and jealous. No wonder he is a heavenly prodigy that is equally famous as Li Fuchen. This Wang Heilong's innate perception isn't inferior to Li Fuchen at all. And Xinmei let out a turbid breath. In the South Forest Martial Institution, as Wang Heilong and Li Fuchen were accepted as in-room cadets by the dean, there were busybodies that referred to the duo as the South Forest Martial Institution's unparalleled prodigies. This title might not be acknowledged by everyone, but it was enough to explain the situation. I have already defeated Senior Gu Heng. The next one is Senior Situ Tao. The bloody hole on Wang Heilong's shoulder might seem severe, but it was just a minor injury to Wang Heilong. His power of darkness had spread throughout his entire body and his body also contained the power of darkness. Gu Heng's sharp metal divine ability's power wasn't able to spread out and was only able to drill a bloody hole. Wang Heilong shifted his eyes away from Gu Heng and looked deeper into Situ Tao's courtyard. He wasn't confident he could defeat Situ Tao for now. He was able to defeat Gu Heng mainly because he awakened the dark canopy of sky. If Wang Heilong had awakened another type of darkness divine ability, like an offensive darkness divine ability, he might not be a match for Gu Heng. After all, Gu Heng's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Wang Heilong and his cultivation technique was also 1 level higher. Gu Heng had plenty of meridians that could circulate extraordinary power, allowing him to burst out with even more powerful sharp metal power. Situ Tao's cultivation technique wasn't any weaker than Gu Heng's, and his comprehension of the soft water technique was even higher than Gu Heng's. 5 months. Give me another 5 months and I will ascend to the top of the inner institute. Wang Heilung's fighting spirit was soaring. There was a commotion in the outside world, but Li Fuchen's courtyard was still as quiet as before. 5 months wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. At the end of the first month, Li Fuchen had pushed the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 26th rank. After all, he had been stuck at the 25th rank for a long time and had been suffering because he didn't have a cultivation technique for the 26th rank. In the second month, Li Fuchen's cultivation broke through from the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm to the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. This time, he didn't consume any elixirs and relied on his own strength to break through. His foundation was very firm and was even firmer than any 4th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. In the 3rd month, Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern had been comprehended to the 75% mark. The higher the bone frame pattern, the harder it was to comprehend and the difficulty would increase by several folds. At the Reincarnation Realm, it was already extremely difficult to awaken a divine ability. In order to comprehend more bone frame patterns, one would have to reach the Battle Spirit Realm first. In the 4th month, Li Fuchen's spirit soul was already 90% pale purple. As his spirit soul evolved to the later stages, Li Fuchen felt that his perception had reached a brand new level. Everything he comprehended came naturally and it was simply comprehending everything. It was much better than inferring other things from one instance. As such, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the sword art was naturally much faster. The High Heaven Sword Art had reached the perfection rank and if he progressed further, he would be able to push the High Heaven Sword intent to the Earth class high tier. Apart from that, his Meteor Sword Art had also reached the Earth class mid-tier. This was originally a Mystic class low-tier sword art and it looked extremely simple. But the simpler it was, the more extraordinary Li Fuchen felt it was. As the saying went, the Great Tao was the simplest and it was the same for sword arts. In terms of pure lethality, the Meteor Sword Art is actually stronger than the High Heaven Sword Art. When brandishing the sword chi, sword intent, and even the sword field are all condensed into a single point. There isn't any trace of release. Li Fuchen was very shocked. The field power was used to suppress the enemy and to freeze the enemy's movements. As for the Meteor Sword Art, it gave up this advantage and fused the field power into the sword chi, allowing the sword art's power to reach the limits. It is truly the opposite extreme as compared to the Green Sun Sword Intent. The Green Sun Sword Intent was also the fusion of the sword chi, sword intent, and even the sword field. It was indistinguishable, but the Green Sun Sword Intent's attack range could be big or small. When it was small, the sword light would condense into a line. When it was large, the sword light would cover the entire place. Wherever the sword field enveloped, the sword light would attack. But Li Fuchen could still sense the difference between the Meteor Sword Art and the Green Sun Sword Intent. The former was truly condensed, while the latter was indistinguishable. At the current stage, the Meteor Sword Art was still inferior to the Green Sun Sword Intent. After all, the Green Sun Sword Intent was an Earth-class high-tier sword art. But there would be a day when the Meteor Sword Art might not be inferior to the Green Sun Sword Intent. At the end of the 4th month, Li Fuchen didn't exit from seclusion. He took out the teleportation board and returned to the East Unicorn continent. This time, he didn't make a big fuss and only a few people knew of his return. Alliance Leader, I have gathered an Earth-class peak-tier herb, Star Loop Herb that can upgrade the 4-star bone frame. Mu Hanxin took out a mystical herb that was blooming with resplendent star loops and handed it to Li Fuchen. Good, well done. Li Fuchen was overjoyed. He might have awakened the Blazing Flame divine ability, Heart of Blazing Flame, but his Blazing Flame bone frame star grade was still too low. It was only 4-star and putting aside perception, just in terms of innate talent, he was far inferior to 6-star bone frames. Right now, with the Star Loop Herb, his Blazing Flame bone frame would be upgraded to 5-star and wasn't too far away from a 6-star extraordinary bone frame. Continue to search. The next time I return, I will bring you an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Li Fuchen promised. Chapter 465. This is the Earth-class peak-tier herb, Star Loop Herb. In the secret room in the courtyard, Li Fuchen took out the Star Loop Herb. The Star Loop Herb wasn't big and was only the size of a palm. Its entire body was sparkling like jade and was emitting resplendent starlight. Due to the intense starlight, it had condensed into a star loop. If Li Fuchen sensed carefully, he would be able to sense that the Star Loop Herb contained endless mystical power of law. The East Unicorn continent might be lacking in resources, but it is still a continent. Let alone an Earth-class peak-tier herb, even a Heaven-class herb wouldn't be rare. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen swallowed the Star Loop Herb along with its stem. Boom! The boundless medicinal effects burst out and the resplendent starlight nourished Li Fuchen's flesh before drilling into the bone frame spatial zone. Li Fuchen's entire body was trembling from the intense pain. Traces of black impurities were gradually oozing out from his body. These impurities were innate impurities and also impurities produced from consuming elixirs. Originally, these impurities weren't that easy to get rid of. But as the bone frame grade increased, the impurities were automatically expelled. Li Fuchen might be surprised, but he wasn't overly shocked. The star grade of the bone frame didn't just represent perception, it also represented the body's aptitude. The better the body's aptitude, the lesser the impurities in the body, especially the innate impurities. As the black impurities oozed out, Li Fuchen felt his body getting much lighter. It felt as though a layer of shackles had been removed and he felt refreshed. The intense pain was getting more exaggerated and was more painful than the previous times combined. Li Fuchen's awareness entered the bone frame spatial zone and saw that the blazing flame bone frame had grown from 4 segments to 4.5 segments. At the same moment, new bone frame patterns had appeared. When the intense pain vanished, the blazing flame bone frame had grown to 5 segments. It meant that Li Fuchen's bone frame had reached the 5-star level. If Li Fuchen's comprehension of the bone frame pattern was at 75% before, it was now at 60%. This was because the bone frame pattern had an additional segment. Extraordinary bone frames can awaken the divine ability after comprehending 2 segments of the pattern. Special bone frames can awaken the divine ability after comprehending 1 segment of the pattern. Previously, Li Fuchen was a 4-star bone frame and 2 segments were exactly 50% of the pattern. When Li Fuchen comprehended 50% of the pattern, he awakened the heart of blazing flame. Special bone frames were even more terrifying. Comprehending a single segment of the pattern would allow one to awaken a divine ability. Of course, special bone frame patterns were extremely difficult to comprehend. Some individuals might have special bone frames, but their combat strength was inferior to extraordinary bone frames. It was because they didn't have enough comprehension of the bone frame patterns. The speed at which the bone frame absorbs the power of fire has increased. Previously, it was 750 times faster than before. Now, it's 1,500 times faster. It's doubled. Furthermore, the power of the heart of flame seems to have increased by quite a bit. The patterns on the fire crystals that represent the heart of flame are even more complicated and terrifying. When the 4-star blazing flame bone frame was upgraded to the 5-star blazing flame bone frame, there were all sorts of benefits that Li Fuchen couldn't understand within a short period of time. He could only feel the most obvious changes. At the end of the 5th month, Li Fuchen had spent 15,000 contribution points to redeem the Earth-class mid-tier light body technique, Divine Flame Transformation, which had reached the trance stage. This Divine Flame Transformation was the enhanced version of the Flying Flame 9 transformation. It didn't just have a faster burst speed, a single movement distance was also greatly increased. After reaching the trance stage and comprehending the intent of the Divine Flame Transformation, one could even produce traces of voidification. It didn't just reduce the enemy's attack damage, the user could also travel in the sea of flames. Signorin, I require some Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques or martial arts. Can you help me search for them? I can give you 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as a commission for each manual. On this day, Li Fuqian exited seclusion and spoke to Shinmei. The East Unicorn continent was lacking in Earth-class manuals and it was severely hindering the continent's development. In fact, he found it hard to understand why the East Unicorn continent didn't have many Earth-class manuals that were passed down. Could they have all been taken away? It was the same for the Earth-class equipment. Li Fuqian, we are friends and you don't need so many low-grade spirit stones. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones for each manual will do. They might be friends, but she wasn't going to help Li Fuqian for free. After all, to search for Earth-class low-tier manuals, she would need the clan's resources and it wasn't something she could decide alone. She would need to use plenty of manpower and resources. Li Fuqian shook his head and said, I don't lack spirit stones. 10,000 it is then. I hope that Signorin can help me. Alright then. My clan has spies in plenty of cities. My clan will help you bid for any auction that has Earth-class low-tier manuals. And Shinmei agreed immediately. Thank you, Signorin. Li Fuqian handed a storage bag to Shinmei and there were 500,000 low-grade spirit stones inside. Signorin, here are 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Buy as many Earth-class manuals as you can. He could predict that if the 500,000 low-grade spirit stones landed in the clan's hands, a portion of it would probably be secretly deducted. But he didn't mind. Furthermore, he didn't have the time to travel from city to city as it would be a waste of energy. So many low-grade spirit stones. And Shinmei was shocked. Her clan only had a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. After including some fixed assets, they might have more than 1 million or even 2 million low-grade spirit stones. But how could it compare to 500,000 low-grade spirit stones that could be used at any time? Li Fuqian, don't worry. I will remind the clan not to use these low-grade spirit stones recklessly. And Shinmei said solemnly. Li Fuqian smiled and said, tell the clan that if I am satisfied, there will be a second chance to work together. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones wasn't enough to buy a lot of Earth-class low-tier manuals. In the 7-color continent, Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique manuals would cost around 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Earth-class low-tier martial arts manuals would also cost around 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. It didn't matter even if Li Fuqian was slaughtered for the first cooperation as he had plenty of spirit stones. But it would affect his intention for the second cooperation. And Shinmei was curious where did Li Fuqian get so many low-grade spirit stones. Such wealth wasn't inferior to some of the masters who had just progressed to the battle spirit realm. But she didn't ask and talked about another topic. Li Fuqian, not long ago, Wang Heilong defeated Senior Gu Heng who was number 2 on the power rankings. You were in seclusion then. Wang Heilong awakened the darkness divine ability. Li Fuqian asked. And Shinmei nodded, his darkness divine ability is extremely terrifying and can form a boundary called darkness sky canopy. That is rather incredible. Li Fuqian nodded. Special bone frame patterns were extremely difficult to comprehend. Wang Heilong must have comprehended one segment of the pattern, therefore, he was able to awaken the darkness divine ability. But he was still inferior to Li Fuqian as he had comprehended 3 segments of the pattern. After exiting seclusion, Li Fuqian, and Shinmei, and a few other inner institute cadets formed another group and headed for the Black King hidden domain. Be it contribution points or Black King True Water, Li Fuqian needed them. The former could allow him to redeem the manuals he wanted, while the latter could allow him to save cultivation time when he was at the battle spirit realm. 1 month later, Li Fuqian obtained 30 kilograms of Black King True Water. Li Fuqian didn't immediately redeem the 30 kilograms of Black King True Water for contribution points. He would redeem it when he needed it. 1 month later, Li Fuqian headed again. His Black King True Water had increased to 75 kilograms. Li Fuchen realized that every time he headed to the Black King hidden domain, his body might have some impurities, but after the impurities were refined, his cultivation would improve a little. It was very mystical. Time elapsed quickly and there were only 4 months left before the 24 Martial Institutions Rankings Tournament. Inner Institute Grand Hall, immediately hold the seeded contestant tournament and select our South Forest Martial Institution's seeded contestants. The Grand Hall's host seat was a white-robed dean, Meng Qihang. Hold it immediately. Isn't the rankings tournament still 4 months away? It should be fairer to give the young fellows more time, right? One of the South Forest Martial Institution's vice deans, the gray-haired elder, Lin Zhubai, objected. Meng Qihang asked, the rankings tournament has been brought forward? Brought forward? Why? Lin Zhubai was astonished. Meng Qihang pointed up and said, the Red Rainbow sect is in dire need of fresh blood. From today onwards, the 24 Martial Institutions Rankings Tournament will be held once every 2 years. The top 50 of each tournament will be qualified to become the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciple. What? The Red Rainbow sect increased the recruitment quota? In the Grand Hall, all the elders and Inner Institute mentors were shocked. In the past, the Red Rainbow sect might be recruiting disciples too, but they wouldn't do it with such great fanfare. Furthermore, there wouldn't be so many of them. It was already good enough for a kingdom to have 20 quotas. Right now, the 24 martial institutions had taken up 50 quotas. With the addition of the 2 elite martial institutions, the quota was several times more than before. Since that is the case, let's hold the seeded contestant tournament immediately. Lin Zhubai nodded and felt rather excited. The Red Rainbow sect was a monarch-class sect and was the dominator of the 7-color continent, Red Soil Continent. Apart from competing with the teachers, the various martial institutions were competing with the quality of their students. For example, the martial institution that sent more students to the Red Rainbow sect would have the most glory. Whichever martial institution's student became an inner sect disciple of the Red Rainbow sect or a direct disciple of the Red Rainbow sect would have endless glory. This rankings tournament would decide the rankings of the various martial institutions and would also decide the future development prospects of the martial institutions. The news of the rankings tournament being brought forward had spread like wildfire. All the Inner Institute cadets were surprised and excited. The rankings tournament has been brought forward? 4 months later, Wang Heilong continued to work hard and broke through to the 4th level of reincarnation realm. With the 6-star darkness bone frame, his cultivation speed was already superior to regular 6-star extraordinary bone frames. In addition, he believed that his perception was superior to most 6-star bone frames. He was even confident that he could compete with 7-star bone frames. That's good too. After 3 months, I am rather confident that I can defeat Situ Tao. Wang Heilong's eyes flashed with pitch-black lightning. The rankings tournament is finally starting. Red Rainbow sect, I will definitely enter. Situ Tao opened his eyes and awakened from his meditative state. In the 24 martial institutions rankings tournament, the top 10 would be qualified to become the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciple. As for the 2 elite martial institutions, there wasn't a need for a tournament as each martial institution would have 5 quotas. To Situ Tao, it would be a failure if he couldn't enter the Red Rainbow sect. Chapter 466. The seeded player battles were quickly held. There were only 10 participants, and they were the top 10 of the power rankings. On the dueling field, Dean Meng Qihang, Vice Dean Lin Zhubai, and the other Vice Deans, Inner Institute elders, and Inner Institute instructors took their seats. The seeded contestant tournament has officially begun. Everyone will have to fight in 9 matches. If you win all 9 matches, you will be the seeded contestant of the 24 martial institutions ranking tournament. The Vice Dean, Lin Zhubai, stood up and announced in a loud voice. The first match began very quickly. The two sides were Lu Qing, who was ranked 7th on the power ranking, and an inner courtyard student who was ranked 9th on the power ranking. Below the stage, Li Fuchen and the other 7 cadets of the power rankings each chose an empty space to stand on. Li Fuchen might not have taken the initiative to challenge cadets on the power rankings, but the news of him defeating Lu Qing was still spread to the inner institute. Hence, he replaced Lu Qing and became the number 6 of the power rankings, the same rank as Xiao Han. Otherwise, he wouldn't have missed the seeded contestant battle. However, before the seeded contestant battle, he had to defeat a student on the power ranking, which was a little troublesome. After a few matches, it was Li Fuchen's turn. Li Fuchen's opponent was an inner institute cadet that was number 8 on the power rankings. With just a single sword move, Li Fuchen had sent his opponent flying. Such strength had made Dean Meng Qihang nod silently and felt that Li Fuchen had the strength of the top 5 of the power rankings. Next was Wang Heilong. Wang Heilong's opponent admitted defeat. Meng Qihang smiled when he saw this. The darkness bone frame was indeed extraordinary. He didn't expect for Wang Heilong to defeat the number 2 of the power rankings, Gu Heng, 3 months ago. If Wang Heilong was given a few more years, he would even be in the top 3 of the 24 martial institutions ranking tournament. Half of the match had passed, and the situation was clear. Situ Tao and Wang Heilong had the strength to contest for the seeded contestants, followed by Gu Heng. Li Fuchen's strength was ranked 4th. As for the cadets who were ranked on the power rankings, they weren't strong enough to contest with the 4 of them. Principal, congratulations. Your 2 inner chamber students are truly extraordinary. Lin Zhubai still felt that it was a pity. If only Li Fuchen was his in-room cadet. As for Wang Heilong, he had already given up on him. After all, since ancient times, 6-star special bone frames would definitely be the dean's in-room cadet. Meng Qihang smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if they are extraordinary now, it still depends on their future fortune." In the middle of the competition, Li Fuchen against Gu Heng. Senior Gu Heng, please enlighten me. Li Fuchen drew his scarlet blood sword. Gu Heng said, "Junior Li, just bring it on." For the recent few months, he had been in seclusion to think of a method to break the darkness sky canopy. As for Li Fuchen, he didn't even put him in his eyes. Those who had awakened divine abilities could only be dealt with by those who had awakened divine abilities. Be careful. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and shot out thousands of sword lights. Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai were shocked. When did Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent reach such a level? It didn't seem to be at the Earth class mid-tier, but at the Earth class high-tier. If that was the case, it would be terrifying. Due to his carelessness, Gu Heng was in an extremely sorry state. His figure retreated repeatedly, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Below the stage, Wang Heilong narrowed his eyes. After becoming an inner institute cadet, he thought he had already left Li Fuchen in the dust. He didn't expect Li Fuchen's improvement to be so fast, and his regular strength was even above him. On the stage, Gu Heng's body emitted a sharp golden brilliance. His aura was imposing and threatening, and he finally managed to stabilize the situation. "Junior Li, you're really hiding your strength." Gu Heng's expression was ugly. Earlier on, Li Fuchen had forced him to use the sharp metal power. "Senior Gu Heng, you better execute your divine ability." Li Fuchen brandished his scarlet blood sword and released sword lights. The sword prowess was even stronger than before. Shameless boasting. Cling cling clang clang. Gu Heng's weapon was a spear. When the spear thrust out, the golden brilliance was tyrannical and sharp as it clashed with Li Fuchen. "Let go." When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, Gu Heng's spear was instantly sent flying. In terms of regular strength, Gu Heng wouldn't be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen was willing, a single sword would be able to take Gu Heng's life. Gu Heng wouldn't even have the chance to execute his divine ability. Sharp metal divine ability, sharp metal divine spear. Gu Heng burst out with a yell while his palm radiated with golden radiance. A golden great spear that was covered in patterns appeared. When wielding the golden great spear, Gu Heng's chi prowess had increased by several levels. If it was an honorable battle, even 3 Wang Heilong wouldn't be a match for him. He didn't lose to Wang Heilong, he lost to Wang Heilong's strange darkness sky canopy. Junior Li, hurry up and be defeated. Gu Heng was already enraged as he thrust his spear at Li Fuchen. When this spear thrust was executed, the spacious stage was filled with desolation and dazzling golden light. Let alone high-level reincarnation realm experts, even most of the Inner Institute mentors wouldn't dare to clash head-on, otherwise, they would definitely be injured. Sigh, Li Fuchen is extremely powerful, but when facing Senior Gu Heng who has awakened his divine ability, he will definitely be defeated. Most of the audience didn't think highly of Li Fuchen. Those that truly thought highly of Li Fuchen were in Xinmei and a few others, as well as Lu Qing. What a joke, Li Fuchen could even defeat Lu Jun who was ranked 11th in the Stars Martial Institution's power rankings. Lu Jun had also awakened his Starlight divine ability, Starlight Sword Chi, and wasn't inferior to Gu Heng at all. Li Fuchen, the greatest difference between you and me is the bone frame. Wang Heilong shook his head. Senior Gu Heng, watch as I break your sharp metal divine ability in a single sword. Li Fuchen laughed heartily and thrust his sword while emitting a green radiance. This time, the green radiance obviously contained an extremely tyrannical sword intent. Bang! The golden great spear in Gu Heng's hand crumbled and exploded, sending Gu Heng flying. Everyone was shocked. Earth-class high-tier sword intent. Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai looked at each other and were extremely shocked. The rest of the vice deans and Inner Institute elders were also extremely shocked. It was already extremely difficult for Li Fuchen to push the Green Sun sword intent to the Earth-class high tier. Comprehending the sword intent was even more insane and horrifying. Such perception was something that even they couldn't hope to achieve. Li Fuchen wasn't even 30 years old and had only cultivated the Green Sun sword intent for a short period of time. If they were given such a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to do it. They were at the battle spirit realm and not only did they have high perception, but they were also blessed by the heavens when cultivating Earth-class martial arts. They would be able to achieve several times the results with half the effort. This child's perception is simply a monster among monsters and 1 in a billion. Lin Zhubai took a deep cold breath. Meng Qihang said, as a mentor, I have underestimated him. His bone frame might not be comparable to Wang Heilong, but his perception is enough to make up for this disadvantage. Awakened divine abilities were invincible in the same realm. This statement wasn't wrong. But there were times when this statement was wrong. When the perception was at a certain level, even without divine abilities, one would be invincible. The prerequisite was to have better cultivation techniques and martial arts to cultivate. If the cultivation techniques and martial arts were of similar grades, awakened divine abilities would still be invincible in the same realm. The Red Rainbow sect is simply his paradise. Meng Qihang continued. Lin Zhubai nodded. Only in the Red Rainbow sect would there be higher-tiered cultivation techniques and martial arts. When Li Fuchen was there, he was like a fish in water. I was defeated. Gu Heng couldn't believe everything in front of him. A 4th-level reincarnation realm martial artist who didn't awaken any divine abilities had actually defeated him. Furthermore, he only used a single sword move. Below the stage, Wang Heilong's eyes contracted. Li Fuchen's sword art made him feel extreme danger. If it wasn't for his darkness sky canopy that was very special, he wouldn't have any chance of victory when facing Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen against Wang Heilong. Both of you please enter the stage. With 10 individuals, the matches were very fast. Match after match, there wasn't any room for breaths. Darkness divine ability, darkness sky canopy. As soon as Wang Heilong entered the stage, he executed the darkness sky canopy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to receive a single sword move from Li Fuchen. As compared to 3 months ago, Wang Heilong's darkness sky canopy was much stronger. The deep and pitch-black darkness power was like a canopy that enveloped the entire contest stage. In the darkness, Li Fuchen's 5 senses were stripped away and his qi circulation had also turned sluggish. The darkness sky canopy was like an enhanced version of the field power. It didn't just strip away the 5 senses, it could also suppress the enemy. Once the power was released, it would immediately be devoured and neutralized by the darkness power. I wonder how Li Fuchen is going to deal with this darkness sky canopy. Everyone in the audience seats was very curious. Over a dozen awareness seeped into the darkness sky canopy and saw Li Fuchen and Wang Heilong clearly. The owners of these awareness were naturally Meng Qihang, Lin Zhubai, a group of vice deans, and inner institute elders. As battle spirit realm masters, their awareness had already transformed into spiritual awareness. It wasn't too difficult to seep into the darkness sky canopy, it was just a little obstructed. If the darkness sky canopy was stronger by another level, perhaps only Meng Qihang and a few vice deans would be able to seep into it. The current darkness sky canopy wasn't able to obstruct any battle spirit realm masters. Darkness divine abilities are indeed much more terrifying. For divine abilities, the stronger the power wasn't the better, but the more absolute the better. The darkness sky canopy didn't have a trace of lethality, but it was extremely terrifying to anyone. It was simply turning the enemy blind and deaf, while suppressing the enemy's strength and neutralizing the enemy's attack. How was one going to fight? It was simply entering the enemy's home ground. Of course, to Li Fuchen, there were a few methods to break the darkness sky canopy. The first method was to break it with the green sun sword intent. This was the method he was planning to use. The second method was to break it with the heart of blazing flame. But his heart of blazing flame was too powerful and using it here was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It was too wasteful. The third method was to break it without breaking. Similar to the battle spirit realm masters, Li Fuchen's 5 senses might have been stripped, but his awareness wasn't. With a sweep of his awareness, Li Fuchen could see Wang Heilong's every move vividly. Since Li Fuchen could see Wang Heilong, with his attack power, he would be able to defeat or even kill Wang Heilong with a casual sword. But if he did so, it would expose the uniqueness of his awareness and it wasn't necessary. Li Fuchen, be defeated. Wang Heilong's voice was transmitted to Li Fuchen from all directions. Subsequently, Wang Heilong appeared behind Li Fuchen silently and executed a fist. A blazing and resplendent green radiance burst out in all directions with Li Fuchen as the center. The darkness sky canopy was like a pitch-black night encountering the sun. There was an instant burst of radiance and the night turned into day. PFFF. Wang Heilong vomited fresh blood and was sent flying. Li Fuchen used a single sword to defeat Gu Heng, he still only used a single sword to defeat Wang Heilong. Chapter 467. Li Fuchen's strength had shocked everyone, including An Xinmei who thought she understood Li Fuchen very well. She originally thought that this would be a difficult battle, but she didn't expect it to be an instant battle. Li Fuchen's sword art had already reached a miraculous level and could even break divine abilities in a single sword. What a great Li Fuchen! Meng Qihang slapped his thigh and applauded. The green sun sword intent cultivated by different individuals would have different effects. Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent was undoubtedly flawless and could deal with any battle. Meng Qihang might have also cultivated 2 Earth-class high-tier sword arts, but in terms of essence, it was inferior to Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent. This child is probably comparable with the Red Rainbow sect's monarch-class disciples. The only thing he is lacking is his foundation. Lin Zhubai praised. Apart from the outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and direct disciples, the Red Rainbow sect still had a monarch-class disciple that was independent of the 3. The monarch-class disciples could be at the reincarnation realm or the battle spirit realm. It wasn't related to cultivation level, but to combat strength of the same realm. Every monarch-class disciple would be nurtured as a future primary sea realm monarch by the Red Rainbow sect. They would receive a lot of resources. Such power. No wonder Li Fuchen was accepted as an in-room cadet by the dean. His innate potential isn't inferior to Wang Heilong and his perception is superior. You guys don't know yet, right? When Li Fuchen was in the Outer Institute, he defeated Wang Heilong and became the #1 listed cadet. Right now, he is probably going to contend for the #1 listed cadet. #1 listed cadet, huh? How can that be comparable to the #1 listed cadet? But he does have the strength to contest for the #1 listed cadet. Everyone was in a heated discussion and were shocked by Li Fuchen's power. During the later stages of the tournament, Wang Heilong was the first to encounter Situ Tao. Losing to Li Fuchen didn't cause Wang Heilong to collapse. His personality had always been tenacious and each defeat would only make him work harder and more diligent. He had never thought that he was the #1 in the world, but he firmly believed that he would be the #1 in the future. Executing the darkness sky canopy, the canopy-like darkness power enveloped Wang Heilong and Situ Tao. But Li Fuchen could see that Situ Tao didn't have a trace of apprehension and was rather composed. I wonder what type of soft water divine ability Situ Tao awakened. Li Fuchen was very interested in any divine ability. Divine powers were like martial arts that could be continuously upgraded. One could feel many rules and techniques from them. In the darkness, Wang Heilong felt that something was wrong. He did not see any panic on Situ Tao's face. Wang Heilong silently approached Situ Tao. But at this moment, Situ Tao started to use his sacred art. When facing Wang Heilong's darkness sky canopy, no one would be able to hold back their divine ability when the cultivation realm was around the same, apart from Li Fuchen. The sound of waves crashing rang out, and endless moisture began to sweep out. Bang! Wang Heilong's probing punch was directly repelled by a massive dragon head. Break! Wang Heilong did not believe it. His fist shadows covered Situ Tao's entire body. Bang 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 bang, a vigorous and ferocious energy revolved around Situ Tao, shaking off all of Wang Heilong's attacks. The recoil sent Wang Heilong flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. In Wang Heilong's vision, a water dragon appeared around Situ Tao, constantly swimming around. Soft water divine ability, swimming water dragon. What a great soft water divine ability that combines offense and defense. Lin Zhubai praised silently. With this soft water divine ability, Situ Tao was in an invincible position. Unless Wang Heilong could break through the divine ability and injure Situ Tao could only continue to exhaust Wang Heilong. But the prerequisite was that Situ Tao didn't counterattack. This divine ability isn't simple. Li Fuchen's awareness had also permeated into the darkness sky canopy. Therefore, Li Fuchen was able to clearly see Wang Heilong's sneak attack on Situ Tao. Wang Heilong's fist art was very concentrated and logically, it should be able to break through the water dragon. But whenever Wang Heilong's fist was about to approach Situ Tao's body, the water dragon would sense it and swim over in time to repel Wang Heilong's fist. Water gathers and disperses unpredictably. It might look weak, but a slight movement would actually affect the entire body. Li Fuchen couldn't help but think of some characteristics of water. Wang Heilong continued to attack. This time, he attacked from a very far distance. As such, no matter how powerful the water dragon's recoil was, it wouldn't be able to injure him. Is this all you are capable of? Situ Tao spoke softly. The water dragon that was revolving around him suddenly grew in size. From the thickness of a thigh, it expanded to the thickness of a water jar and then the thickness of a house. Boom boom boom, even with the isolation of the darkness sky canopy, there were still muffled sounds. Li Fuchen shook his head. Wang Heilong's darkness sky canopy wasn't weak, but it was still lacking in maturity. If Li Fuchen could comprehend more of the darkness bone frame pattern, he might be able to defeat Situ Tao. Therefore, right now, Li Fuchen wasn't a match for Situ Tao no matter what. Situ Tao's comprehension of the soft water bone frame pattern was obviously not low. When the darkness sky canopy collapsed, the thick water dragon looked as though it was going to destroy the world. It blasted Wang Heilong off the martial stage and caused him to vomit fresh blood violently. They are both divine abilities, but Situ Tao's soft water divine abilities prowess is too appalling. Everyone could see that Situ Tao's understanding of divine abilities was superior to Wang Heilong, therefore, they weren't too surprised. After all, Situ Tao had been famous for a long time and had already awakened the soft water divine ability. It was natural for him to defeat Wang Heilong. It turns out that this is all I have. Below the stage, Wang Heilong's face was deathly pale and his spirit was weakened. But soon enough, the depths of his eyes were burning with black flames and a raging fighting spirit was bursting out. The stronger the opponent, the more meaningful his growth would be. If the opponent was too weak, it would be meaningless to defeat them easily. Meng Qihang nodded silently when he saw the subtle expressions on Wang Heilong's face. A true prodigy didn't just need superior innate talent, they also needed to have a superior temperament. Finally, the seeded contestant battle had begun. Among the 10 participants, up until now, only Situ Tao and Li Fuchen hadn't tasted defeat. For the next match, whoever won would be the seeded contestant and would be the number 1 ranker of the power rankings. Senior Situ Tao, pardon me. Li Fuchen could see that Situ Tao's regular strength was also very formidable and was at least 1 level stronger than Gu Heng. Junior Fuchen, please. Situ Tao took advantage of his superior cultivation and didn't immediately execute his divine ability. Be careful. Li Fuchen drew his scarlet blood sword and burst out with sword light. Sealing water palm art. Situ Tao cultivated the earth-class mid-tier palm art, sealing water palm art. This palm art was the same as his soft water divine ability, it was a combination of offense and defense and didn't have any flaws. When Situ Tao executed the sealing water palm art, a forceful palm intent was emitted. Due to the overwhelming power of the palm intent, it produced a field power with extreme binding power. Intents and field power were closely related. Intents could produce powerful field power, therefore, the stronger the intent, the stronger the field power. The field power could be considered the radiation of the intents. When an Earth-class martial art reached the dominating refinement realm, it would be able to derive domain power. However, at that time, the true intent would be too scattered, and the derived domain power would not be considered strong. Only when the martial art reached the trance realm, the true intent would condense, and the derived domain power would be the true domain power. The so-called intents were actually the materialization of the martial Tao laws, and the martial Tao laws were derived from the great Tao laws. They were all interconnected and influenced each other. Situ Tao's sealing water palm art had actually reached the trance stage, therefore, the palm intent and field power were so powerful. When Situ Tao executed his palm strike, the space on the stage seemed to have turned into a turbulent lake surface, constantly pressuring Li Fuchen's living space. However, Li Fuchen's sword intent was much stronger than Situ Tao's palm intent. The field power might not be released, but it was able to penetrate Situ Tao's field power with ease and wasn't affected at all. PFFF. Fresh blood burst out and the flawless sealing water palm art was instantly broken. Situ Tao's shoulder was slashed. Roaming water dragon. Situ Tao's expression changed. He had ultimately underestimated the terror of an Earth-class high-tier sword art. Helplessly, he had no choice but to execute the roaming water dragon. A water dragon that was as thick as a water tank revolved around Situ Tao's body while his chi prowess was rising limitlessly. The intense humidity made everyone in the audience feel cold and wet, making them uncomfortable. Great divine ability. Li Fuchen smiled. He had a feeling that if he burst out with the heart of blazing flame, he would be able to evaporate Situ Tao's soft water divine ability, leaving nothing behind. It was a pity that Situ Tao's strength wasn't enough to force Li Fuchen to use his trump card. Senior, be careful now. Li Fuchen's wrist shook and a sword chi pillar that was also as thick as a water tank was shot out. Just in time. Situ Tao controlled the water dragon to clash with the sword chi pillar. The void shook and the martial stage was filled with cracks. The water dragon that contained the divine ability pattern was tough and forceful. It was able to resist the sword chi pillar, but it was impossible for it to advance any further. Break! The water dragon expanded and was as thick as a house. Situ Tao's right hand rotated and the water dragon spun as well, wanting to shatter the sword chi pillar. Senior, you aren't able to deal with my green sun sword intent. I shall let you witness the true green sun sword intent. Li Fuchen laughed heartily and raised the scarlet blood sword before brandishing it again. There wasn't a loud sound, but there was an extremely dazzling radiance. It felt as though Li Fuchen's sword wasn't a sword art, but an exploding sun. The intense green radiance was destructive and melted everything. PFFF. When the water dragon collapsed, Situ Tao's body was covered in charred wounds. He vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying off the martial stage. The trance stage of the green sun sword intent was already equivalent to a divine ability. Furthermore, it was a divine ability with extreme burst power. How could Situ Tao's roaming water dragon compare with it? There might be a day when Situ Tao's roaming water dragon would surpass the green sun sword intent, but now wasn't the time. He reached the peak. Everyone in the audience stands had their mouths wide open and couldn't say anything for a moment. It was said that divine abilities were invincible, but everything had been broken by Li Fuchen. Without a divine ability, he was still invincible. Alright, Li Fuchen, you are now my South Forest Martial Institution's seeded contestant. In the 24 Martial Institutions Rankings Tournament, you don't have to participate in the earlier matches and will advance to the finals immediately. Furthermore, you are qualified to head to the Red Rainbow Sect and become an Outer Sect disciple. Lin Zhubai stood up and announced. Everyone was in an uproar. Chapter 468. The rewards for the seeded contestants were very generous. Li Fuchen was rewarded with 1 million low-grade spirit stones and 100 mid-grade spirit stones. It was 10 times more than the previous seeded contestants. The reason why there were so many rewards was naturally because this year's seeded contestant would immediately become an Outer Sect disciple of the Red Rainbow Sect and would have a completely different status. Inside Meng Qiheng's courtyard, Li Fuchen and Wang Heilong cupped their fists and greetings to the mentor. Once the seeded contestant tournament ended, Meng Qiheng summoned them here. Meng Qiheng waved his hand and said, Li Fuchen, your performance is rather good and completely exceeded my expectations. You might not have awakened your divine ability, but as long as you can enter the Red Rainbow Sect, it is just a matter of time for you to awaken your divine ability. I don't have anything useful for you, but you are a dual cultivator of Qi and blood. This jade light hidden blood bead can help you purify your Qi power and extraordinary Qi power, allowing your body refinement to reach the next level. Wang Heilong, you possess the darkness bone frame that most people yearn for. In this year's 24 Martial Institutions Rankings Tournament, you have a high chance of entering the top 50. This is a 1,000-year Bodhi fruit that can increase your perception. There is still more than a week before the rankings tournament. Perhaps, during this period of time, your darkness divine ability might be stronger by 1 level. Meng Qiheng handed a jade light bead and a hard fruit to the duo. Thank you, mentor. The duo received the jade light hidden blood bead and the 1,000-year Bodhi fruit respectfully. Mentor, is the Red Rainbow Sect really going to select 50 individuals from the 24 martial institutions to become Outer Sect disciples? Wang Heilong already had a yearning for the Red Rainbow Sect. After all, it was a sect that had plenty of primary sea realm monarchs and was the ruler of the Red Soil continent. Only by going there would one be able to soar freely. Meng Qihang nodded. The Red Rainbow sect is in urgent need of fresh blood. In the past, the Violet Flower Kingdom would only have 20 slots every 3 years and the 24 martial institutions would only have 10 slots. Right now, it is 90 slots every 2 years, the 24 martial institutions will have 50 slots, and the 2 elite martial institutions will have 40 slots. Meng Qihang suspected that the Red Rainbow sect seemed to have fought with something and was lacking in manpower. Therefore, they were in urgent need of fresh blood. Mentor, don't worry. I will definitely become an outer sect disciple. Wang Heilong had a firm expression. Meng Qihang nodded. Actually, a 6-star darkness bone frame like Wang Heilong would be able to become an outer sect disciple sooner or later. Of course, by becoming an outer sect disciple of the Red Rainbow sect 2 years earlier, one would be able to soar 2 years earlier. Mentor, is the Red Rainbow sect really as rumored and is filled with prodigies? Li Fuchen asked. It was rumored that the Red Rainbow sect had plenty of 7-star bone frames and even 1 or 2 8-star bone frames. Li Fuchen was rather curious. Meng Qihang spoke in a grave tone, of course. On the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings, I am ranked 15th. But do you know that a random mid-level Battle Spirit Realm Master from the Red Rainbow sect would be able to sweep the entire Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings? That place is the sacred ground for prodigies and only the pinnacle prodigies would be able to head there. The Red Rainbow sect wouldn't even bother with regular 6-star bone frames. A 6-star bone frame also has a trace of hope to become a primary sea realm monarch. Why doesn't the Red Rainbow sect recruit all the 6-star bone frames? After all, a 6-star bone frame would at least have the potential of a Battle Spirit Realm Master. They are more or less useful. Li Fuchen asked again. Meng Qihang said, the Red Rainbow sect might be a monarch-class sect, but their resources are limited too. If they nurture countless 6-star prodigies with limited resources, they will achieve nothing. A truly incredible 6-star prodigy would be comparable with 10 regular 6-star prodigies. Take you for example. In front of you, 10 or 20 opponents at the same cultivation realm wouldn't be a match for a single sword move from you. Furthermore, the resources that you would consume wouldn't even need 10 or 20 portions. Resources, huh? Li Fuchen understood. Resources were an eternal topic. Without resources, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to improve so quickly. The rankings tournament would be held at the top of the 24 martial institutions, the High Heaven Martial Institution. They would depart 1 week later. The duo bade farewell to Meng Qihang and returned to their own courtyards. I wonder how effective the Jade Light Hidden Blood Bead is. Li Fuchen's body refinement was progressing too quickly. Even if the Dragon Elephant power was able to refine the impurities, it wasn't able to cleanly refine them. There were still plenty of impurities that were left in the depths of his body and had fused with the Qi power and extraordinary power. After taking a closer look at the Jade Light Bead, Li Fuchen circulated the Dragon Elephant power and poured it in. Swish! The emerald green light burst out and illuminated Li Fuchen. Even the bones within could be seen clearly, down to the fine details. SSSSSS. Li Fuchen's body emitted colorful fumes. Once the fumes appeared, they would immediately be cleansed by the jade light. Such a terrifying effect. Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely powerful and he could easily sense that the impurities in the depths of his body were being refined by the jade light. The colorful fumes were the anomaly that was produced after the impurities were refined. The jade light was getting weaker, and when the jade light was only 10% or 20% stronger, the impurities in Li Fuchen's body were finally cleansed. This time, it was truly cleansed, and it wasn't something that could be achieved by consuming elixirs. Back when Grandmaster Everyouth bestowed the triple blood tempering elixir, it wasn't able to completely refine the impurities in Li Fuchen's qi and blood, but the jade light hidden blood bead was able to do it. As the impurities in his qi and blood were cleansed, Li Fuchen felt the qi power and dragon elephant power in his body were rioting and circulating by themselves. After an unknown period of time, at the location of Li Fuchen's heart, a small elephant that was completely formed by the dragon elephant power appeared. The small elephant neighed and Li Fuchen could sense that the qi power and the dragon elephant power's burst power had increased by an unknown amount. It felt as though they had a backbone. Just like how the backbone of qi was the dantian, the dragon elephant power's backbone was the small elephant in the heart. With a heartbeat, the qi power and the dragon elephant power burst out and the giant elephant's spirit rose up. Bang! The array that enveloped Li Fuchen's courtyard had suddenly collapsed and the entire courtyard had been razed to the ground. It was fortunate that the neighboring courtyards were enveloped by arrays and Li Fuchen's giant elephant's spirit's power had been greatly weakened after the collapse of the array. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had withdrawn the giant elephant's spirit in time, therefore, he wasn't able to destroy the neighboring courtyard's array. Otherwise, he would have killed plenty of Inner Institute cadets. Is this the power of the dragon elephant body forging chapter? Li Fuchen felt that this was the first time he recognized the dragon elephant body forging chapter. His body refinement didn't just increase by 1 or 2 points, it had actually doubled. Previously, his body refinement was equivalent to a regular 8th level reincarnation realm, but now, it was at the 16th level reincarnation realm. Just the burst out of his qi spirit was enough to kill a large group of Inner Institute cadets. Apart from Situ Tao, Gu Heng, and Wang Heilong, no one among the Inner Institute cadets could resist the suppression of the giant elephant spirit. Furthermore, this was just the release of the giant elephant spirit. Perhaps, this is the completion stage of the dragon elephant body forging chapter's 5th chapter. Li Fuchen didn't know that body refinement techniques were much rarer than he imagined. Apart from the Red Rainbow sect, the body refinement techniques that were circulated in the outside world were at most Earth-class low-tier. The Red Rainbow sect might not even have Earth-class high-tier body refinement techniques. Even if they had them, not everyone could cultivate them. In terms of rarity and power, Earth-class high-tier body refinement techniques were comparable with Earth-class peak-tier qi cultivation techniques. The power was naturally something that Li Fuchen couldn't imagine. In the past, Li Fuchen's strength classification of the Dragon Elephant Body Forging Chapter's 5th chapter was just his own evaluation. In fact, body refinement techniques didn't have any minor grades, only major grades. When the small elephant appeared in his heart, Li Fuchen wanted to test the effects of the Dragon Elephant power to refine impurities. He started to consume Vajra elixirs and body forging golden elixirs. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes that were filled with delight. When the small elephant appeared in his heart, the effects of the dragon elephant power to refine impurities had increased by several times. When the Vajra elixirs and body forging golden elixirs were converted into qi power and dragon elephant power, the impurities in the elixirs had been refined. Unless Li Fuchen consumed 100 or a few hundred elixirs at once, he didn't have to worry about the accumulation of impurities in his body. It is a pity that the effects of the Vajra elixirs and body forging golden elixirs are already very weak. Li Fuchen shook his head. With his current body refinement level, the effects of Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs were already insufficient. Unless he consumed a large amount of them, it would be very difficult to increase his body refinement level by 1 level. I will wait until I arrive at the Red Rainbow sect. Perhaps there will be better body refinement resources there. 1 week passed by quickly. On this morning, Meng Qiheng personally led the team with the Vice Dean, Lin Zhubai. A group of 12 individuals headed towards the High Heaven Martial Institution. Each of the 24 martial institutions had 10 rankers on the power rankings and they were qualified to participate in the ranking tournament. There were a total of 240 individuals. The High Heaven Martial Institution was located in the High Heaven County and was a few 100,000 miles away from the South Forest County. But with the county's teleportation array, it only took a short period of time to reach there. High Heaven County's High Heaven City, there was a flash of radiance on the teleportation platform and a group of 12 individuals from the South Forest Martial Institution appeared. Let's go. Meng Qihang led the group out of the city and flew towards the High Heaven Martial Institution. Soon enough, a majestic martial institution appeared in everyone's vision. The High Heaven Martial Institution was ranked first among the 24 martial institutions. Its reputation was great and its strength was only inferior to the Violet Flower Martial Institution and the Stars Martial Institution. It was much stronger than most of the other martial institutions. In the past triennial ranking tournament, among the top 10 cadets, the High Heaven Martial Institution had the most inner institute cadets. Correspondingly, the High Heaven Martial Institution had the most cadets in the Red Rainbow sect. As such, it was even harder for the other martial institutions to catch up to the High Heaven Martial Institution. There was still one day before the ranking tournament and the High Heaven Martial Institution was already bustling with noise. There would be cadets from the other martial institutions arriving here from time to time. Dean Meng, you are rather early. Are these the cadets of your South Forest Martial Institution? Behind them, 12 figures were galloping over. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a scarlet robe. When he saw Meng Qihang, he couldn't help but speak loudly. Dean Lu, you are rather early too. Meng Qihang turned around and spoke perfunctorily, you're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.